time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way. Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody. Wherever you are in the world, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars, where we are going to be getting underway with Challenge Day 3, and the competition really has been shaping up to be quite enjoyable. I am, of course, your host for today, Ark, joined by Trav and Teddy. Trav, got to start with yourself. You were here for Challenge Day 1 and 2 whilst me and Teddy were jetting around the world. Is it shaping up to be how you thought it was going to turn out so far?
I mean, I must say we've seen some underdog stories, we've seen some expected results, but at the end of the day, I'll have every bit of Brawl Stars I see.
Teddy, as you know, we weren't in the studio last week, but we're back here, and that's what matters. I mean, we've already had some huge storylines so far, even just today, with a big pickup of Craze Clan becoming Chasmac.
Yeah, it was just announced. I mean, we've known Craze for a long time. Same players, but a different org this time around, and I'm looking forward to see what they have in store for us today.
Yeah, like anything fresh that comes into the mix is hopefully going to be a bit of a lift for them as well. And, you know, in case you are new to the Snapdragon Pro Series as well, we're going to talk through the format in just a little bit and, you know, look through some of the results so far because, I mean, it's kind of, like I was saying before, some of the things we've been expecting, some of the things that we haven't been expecting. This is how the format goes. Of course, we've gone through the splits of the open stages and we are now in the challenge stages. And that is the round robin between the teams that we have competing, and then they are, of course, all waiting to get to those challenge finals. We are looking for 4 teams out of the 8 that we have got lined up for today. And at the end of the challenge finals, all those points are going to be added up, and 2 winners from each region will be invited to the Masters stage. And that is where it all comes down to, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be probably the biggest international competition ever from any third-party organizer. So I can't wait to get to that stage. We still have quite a bit of a journey amongst all regions to get to that point, but it's promising a lot.
Yeah, I've heard very good things. Hashtag no leaks. But it is going to be something to keep your eyes out for as well. And of course, until we get to those later stages, there is a huge prize pool at stake, Trav.
Even in this phase, we're still seeing a $50,000 total prize pool, which is a massive amount. 20,000 going to be the lion's share for first place, 10,000 for second, 7,500 for third, 5,000 for fourth, and then 3,000, 2,000, 1,500. And even if you lose every single game, you're still going to walk away with something.
Yeah, I mean, no small chunk of cash right there. And again, all the players here today absolutely going to be taking this incredibly seriously. They want to get their hands on that lion's share, and I can see why, that's for sure. Ultimately, again, you know, that money can go towards so much when it comes to content creation, when it comes to just being able to further themselves as pro players and provide more opportunities for them. Ultimately, that is what it's all about. The leaderboards as well have been shaping up in a very interesting way so far. Teddy, in a minute, you can talk us through that and some of the results that we've seen. Any upsets so far?
Well, we've had some surprises here and there. I think Team Queso has underperformed a little bit, losing as well to Team Mystic, which was quite unexpected, even though, to be honest, Mystic Esports have been playing quite well recently. Besides that, we've had some closer calls as well, especially between Tribe and Totem. That was a 3-2, just barely in favor of Totem. That's a 2-0 streak for them. Now, actually a 16 match win streak, which is absurd across SPS. But SK Gaming not far behind here in the leaderboard so far. I think today is going to be a big day to kind of set apart some of those ties. You know, 4 teams right now sitting on 1-1. That's Stripe, Chasmac, Mystic, and Navi. And for Panna and Team Queso, this is the moment to get started before, you know, it gets a little too late in the season.
Exactly that. Today is going to be a catch-up day for Panna and Team Queso. They need to bring in some results. They do not want to be stuck down in that lower stage of the leaderboard. But like you say, Reply Totem, who's going to take them down? Is anyone going to be able to take down Reply Totem? They're on such a roll. And yeah, I just kind of wonder whether they're going to be able to get through to potentially even a second challenge finals undefeated. It's honestly quite the commendable performance from them so far. But let's get into today's schedule also and see who is going to be playing against who, because ultimately this is where we could see a team like Reply Totem taking an upset. Trap, talk us through today's schedule and kind of any interesting matchups that you think are there to be found.
Well, I think the interesting matchup is match number 1, as far as grudge matches do go. Mystic Esports took them down 3-2 to knock them to the lower bracket in those open finals in the first stage of this competition. So that is a massive storyline. Tribe are going to be looking for the revenge, and at the moment, they are on a bit of a tear. They took a big monthly finals win in the October monthly finals, but they are sitting at 1-1, the same as Mystic. So one of these teams is going to progress higher, and one of them is going to have a bit of a tough leaderboard placing after today. But after that, Reply Totem versus Panna, Navi versus Queso, which is quite another big game, and we've seen kind of opposite sides of the spectrum. Navi have been performing well, and Team Queso definitely not too much at the moment, but SK Gaming against ex-Craze, I should say, Chasmac, is another big matchup. We saw them in the monthly final. It was so close, and it was some of the most exciting gameplay I've seen in Brawl Stars in a while.
Absolutely was. Honestly, it was the quarterfinal stages, and SK Gaming just got the edge against match point in the BSC. But again, you know, Chasmac coming in today, that's a big story. That's going to give them a huge lift. A lot of eyes on how they're going to perform today for sure. And another good grudge match as well, being Navi and Team Queso. As back in the cup stages, it was actually Team Queso that got the win in the grand final. But Navi are actually ahead in terms of their win-to-loss ratio. So definitely going to be some developing things there as well, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with teams like Navi and Totem also today having fairly good matchups, they're looking potentially at a 3-0, and then other teams, they need to make sure that they win those matches today so they don't start, you know, too far behind, especially, yeah, talking about teams like Team Queso, which so far have been a little bit underwhelming. Also outside of SPS, to be completely honest, I think they need to, yeah, get back in a winning mindset, and hopefully for them that starts today.
Yeah, I mean, it has to. Today's going to be a very important day, actually, for a lot of these teams because, you know, we've seen it across every challenge season where teams start to break away a little bit and be able to exert a bit more authority over the situation. The teams that fall behind, now is their chance to make sure that they can sit within that middle stage and still give them a chance going into the final challenge day. So it really is make or break today, Trev, for some teams.
Yeah, I mean, the middle part of the season, which we're kind of getting into now with those 3rd and 4th play days, is a huge time for them to really show up and show that they have the ability to be going to those challenge finals. Because we've got some, seriously, I'm just going to say it plainly, poor Spanish representation at the bottom of this leaderboard. Panna and Craze are definitely not doing too well. But then again, at the top, just to repair my relationships with my Spaniards out there, I love you guys. SK Gaming at the top with Chaos and Guy as well, clearly doing a very good job at the other side of things as well. And they just really have been performing incredibly well throughout not only this, but BSC as well.
Yeah, I feel like Panna Fresh for me have had a little bit of a tough time. I mean, their performance, in my opinion, skill-wise, has been fantastic, but their results just haven't kind of reflected that same story. So I'm hoping for them today to come out with some results because I think the players are immensely talented.
Oh, they definitely are. I mean, you know, it's kind of what we expect as well was an FA roster like that, where you have that level of inconsistency of, you know, not being as well staffed as well as you know, most orgs would be able to provide. But they've been, yeah, sometimes popping off absolutely in the Open Cups, sometimes a little bit underwhelming. They haven't really had their start yet. The scary thing is, if you look at last challenge season as well, a couple teams started their season really late, you know, being already behind by 3 losses or something along those lines, and then it's almost already too late because you can't, you know, afford any sort of mistakes. This is, you know, what we might potentially be looking at for Panna Fresh and Team Queso. So yeah, it's going to be important for them to really start popping off, if not today, at least the next playday.
Exactly that. Well, we're going to line up our first match of the day, Mystic Esports versus Tribe Gaming. Trav, you said that this was one that you were already looking forward to. Let's take a look now at the roster for Mystic Esports EU.
Uncle X, Mebius, Arturo, and Nob have been performing very well. They took down a big opponent in Team Queso in that first match day, but the second one didn't go in their favor. They're sitting on a 1-on-1, which I think is an incredible position for them at this point in the competition. They aren't the highest team, but at the moment they're not the lowest, which is probably not where you'd expect them coming into this. They are pretty unknown, so you'd expect them to be at the lower side of things, but I still think they can progress even further, and really, if they can show up and show what they've got to offer, the challenge finals are definitely a possibility for them.
Their skill has been, you know, really showing itself for all its worth, and you know, getting that big pickup win against Team Queso in the Challenge Day 1. You know, they came into the competition so strong, you know, proving themselves that they've got what it takes to be able to take down some really, really commendable teams. Today, though, they've got to continue that same idea, as you know, that loss still lingering with them a little bit. They want to get ahead of themselves here and just make it that 2-1 team.
Yeah, certainly. So, I mean, Mystic has been a team full of surprises so far. This is a grudge match as well, right? For Tribe, Mystic won that one. Just showing the level of capabilities that this team has. I wouldn't quite call them, like, consistent enough to do so consistently. That was beautifully phrased. But my point is, you know, it's not because they beat them once that I would expect them to do it again. But at least, you know, they've shown us that they are capable of it. So, I mean, you know, if they beat them twice, I'm going to be incredibly impressed.
Absolutely so. Well, let's take a look at Tribe Gaming's roster as well. This is a team that I think we can say pretty safely are relatively consistent. Had a few ups and downs throughout the BSC this year, but in terms of the Snapdragon Pro Series, Trev, these guys are a team that are fully capable of going all the way.
Well, both of these teams have taken their losses to Reply Totem so far in the competition.
Who hasn't?
So that is a fair point. Who isn't going to be losing to Totem at this point? But Tribe, they're on, you know, the same level as Mystic at the moment, and they're going to be looking to move higher because I think the community and themselves feel like they are better than Mystic, and they're wanting to prove this today, which is going to mean the performance they're going to bring has to be top tier. Drage, Lenane, and Tom being the team who are playing the majority of the time as of recent, and Yoshi sitting, I won't say too comfortably on that bench, because he will be wanting to get out and show some of his worth during this competition if he gets the chance. And I know that Drage, Lenane, and Tom are wanting to stay on this main roster as well.
This is the thing with Tribe, especially as we saw, you know, going back to Season 1 when Lenan came in, it was a rocky road. They just took a loss to Dogs the Lobster back then, and we've kind of seen now Lenan taking more of the kind of staple form when it comes to their roster, and Yoshi's been on the sidelines for a little bit. I kind of wonder when or if he's going to come back into the mix, Teddy, and also how that might kind of shape up things, because it has been a while. It does feel quite a while since we've seen Yoshi play.
Yeah, you know, I feel like Lena and Yoshi are kind of cursed to end up on teams together fighting for that third spot. Maybe a little bit less the case this time around, with Tom sometimes also, you know, standing away. But yeah, it is a challenge. And the thing is, if you look at that roster, you just have 4 incredibly talented players, and you just simply don't have a single player where you know, I would be there like this one needs to be on the bench, because they have that level of talent on the team. And it's a big challenge for them to kind of figure out how they want to work around this, but this is their chance to do so before Worlds come around very shortly as well. So yeah, I would assume they might want to experiment a little bit throughout the season, but I guess there's only going to be one way to find out.
Trav, predictions-wise, where's your mind at with this one? Who do you think's got the edge today? And give us a number on that figure as well. Go on.
It's a tough one, but I do think that Tribe are just going to have that kind of revenge that they want to happen, and they're just going to be going all out today, not underestimating them as they clearly once did. I think maybe we're looking at a bit of a 70-30 in favor of Tribe today.
Teddy, where's your head at?
I'm going to be even a little bit more drastic than that. I'm going to go like 75-25.
Oh, he's feeling dangerous.
In favor of Tribe, yeah. Big risks here, big risks. But as I said earlier, you know, Mystic, they did pull off the upset last time, but it's called an upset for a reason. And I feel like this time, it's not quite going to go this way.
Well, the head-to-head, you know, does to demonstrate just how aggressive Mystic can be. I mean, if you look there, they just tend to get more kills than Tribe, more damage for sure, but so also more deaths, and that does tend to sort of show a more aggressive team. Definitely, I think on paper it's fair to say that Tribe Gaming you've got far more experience, but that's not to say that Mystic Esports can't today pull an upset, as we've already seen. The reason why Mystic Esports made it to the challenge stages is simply because they were able to get that big win over Tribe Gaming EU. That's not going to be something that Tribe have forgotten here today, Trav. They're absolutely going to be coming in, not taking any chances, because you know, I'm sure Tribe felt like they had that one in the bag and it was going to be kind of easy sailings. And as we know what happened, it wasn't to be. They're going to have have looked and sort of reassessed themselves when it comes to this roster. But what do you make of the stats? Do you think it tells us the full story?
I mean, I think at the end of the day, we kind of got a battle of two very aggressive teams. I think it's just genuinely how Mystic Esports play. And I know that Tribe Gaming have adapted. They've seen how well Reply Totem have been playing with this playstyle, and they've gone towards it as well. And I think mainly it was because it is something that has that kind of ability to counter SK Gaming's playstyle, which they've been running into issues with time and time again. And overall, it's kind of just become this playstyle that has been like readily adapted by the majority of teams in Brawl Stars at the moment, and it's the one that plays very well into this meta's hands. So it definitely is going to be a big matchup between these two teams. It's going to be very close, but yet again, I just think Tribe do have that competitive edge.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree for sure. One thing I've got to say about Mystic Esports, you know, the former Kazaki roster, for those that don't know at home, is that they've been really growing this year. And I've noticed that a lot with teams in the Europe and MENA region in general, is like when a team are kind of riding that momentum, Teddy, it can really further their chances and their odds. And I think a lot of the bigger teams may look down upon that, maybe kind of like not necessarily sort of be prepared enough to take them on, and they get surprised and caught out. Is Mystic Esports that team for you that could be a team that could very well make the challenge finals by just having that ability to be a bit of an underdog in that respect?
I really think so. It's a team that has been grinding for a long time as well. Players that have been in the scene for a long time, and for a long time not being successful either, which is challenging because it's easy to put in the hours if you're winning, but if you're not, then that's the real challenge, to stay motivated and keep it up. And I mean, I remember casting them like a year or so ago in smaller events, and they're still there. And and finally we're seeing that sort of success come in, which I assume is only going to be motivating them more. The fruit of their work actually paying off. So I actually believe in that roster quite a bit. Obviously, this is not an easy matchup. Tribe is one of the best teams in the region, and that is kind of, where my prediction comes from, where I'm usually not going to go against the favorite because it just mathematically doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Unless, you specifically see counters or something like that. In this case, I think Mystic caught them off guard during the open finals. I don't think Tribe will allow that to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, Mystic for us may be an underdog, but there is only one top dog as far as we're concerned. It is Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Got to give a huge, huge shout out to them again, because this competition is only what it is thanks to them, bringing the best teams of this region together to create the fireworks that we have here. And of course, such an amazing prize pool. It wouldn't be possible without them. So got to give them a huge, huge thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a blast for us to be here together again, and with Strap for the first time.
Oh yeah, we forgot.
Yeah. You guys love me. You guys love me. Stop joking around like you'd prefer me not to be here, because we know how much you guys love me, and it is all thanks to Snapdragon. So I definitely want to thank them as well for my position of joining these two here.
Might have some words. We'll have some words with them. Well, matchup is getting ready. Teams are obviously getting all prepared. Let us know in the stream chats as well how you guys are feeling about this matchup in general. Like, who do you think has got the edge? Is it going to be Tribe Gaming EU? Is it going to be Mystic Gaming EU? That is the question. For me, though, I do agree with you, Teddy. I feel like you do have to have some respect for the fact that Tribe have been around for such a long time now. They're a team that are able to cope with pressure, and that is something which some of the sort of newer faces coming to the scene want to be able to adapt to. I really, really hope, though, that Mystic kind of calls an upset. I think it kind of creates more of an interesting storyline, but I think in terms of my predictions, I'm kind of with you guys. I think it would be kind of foolish to go against the grain in that respect. But, I mean, it'd be rude to say that Mystic don't have a chance because we've already seen that they are capable of taking down this team. So it really is a question of how they've come in prepared. I think when we get into that draft as well, I think that's going to make a big difference, a big deciding factor almost, as some of the tribe ideas recently, I don't know whether I've been too overly convinced by, to be honest. They're trying a lot of Sam. I haven't really seen it kind of been working out too much for me at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like Sam is one of those brawlers which at lower level is going to absolutely dominate, but at a higher level, players are a little bit more able to find good counters to it and good ways to deal with it, even without having necessarily hard counters, just because if you go as aggressive as you would expect a Sam to go, you get hard punished, right? But in general, I feel like when it comes to this matchup, it's going to be kind of about how Tribe performs in a way. Like, no matter what, if Mystic want to win, they're going to have to perform really, really well. But I think what also happened is that, yeah, it was Tribe that overlooked and underestimated Mystic, which kind of shows again that it's somewhat up to Tribe to perform, be prepared enough. And as long as they are, I have quite a bit of faith in them. I'm just hoping to not see some of those mistakes happen again, which cost them quite a bit. And I mean, if anything, it decreased their chance of even making it here in the first place. But Tribe, they do like the most dangerous path once in a while. So yeah, they don't like to take the easy road.
True, and they've got some huge momentum behind them, Trav. I mean, I think it's fair to say going into their first challenge day, Reply Totem was their matchup. I mean, who has not lost that matchup? But in the BSC, obviously coming off the back of a huge monthly final win. I mean, sure, that loss doesn't necessarily, put shade over that. I think coming in as well with their matchup in Challenge Day 2 against Navi, a matchup that we saw a lot happening last year, very close. It looked far more convincing for us on Challenge Day 2.
It really did. I mean, it might be that lesser opponent, but at the same time, you can consider Navi one of these top teams at the moment.
Yeah.
2 placements, putting them second 2 times in a row in the BSC, and they were taken down by Tribe in one of them. So, I mean, it kind of gives them a bit more momentum to Tribe, I think, coming into this one, defeating the teams that they have, whereas kind of Mystic taking... maybe I'm not going to call it the easier road. What you just did. I really have just been digging into these Spanish teams. But I think at the moment everybody can agree that Team Queso aren't the team that Tribe are, and they're going to have to bring an even higher level to be able to defeat Tribe. We've seen Tribe take a 3-2 loss against Totem, whereas Mystic have taken a 3-1 loss, which kind of, if you put them side by side, kind of makes Tribe the better team coming into today. But also, Mystic Esports just might have their kryptonite. We haven't seen, a Kazaki or Mystic matchup against Tribe too many times on top of what we'd already seen just in those open files. So it might be they have got that playstyle that just counters Tribe, and they might be able to pull something out today.
Yeah, I think the fact that some of these teams obviously came into those open finals, Teddy, with the golden ticket off the back of Season 1 of their great performances, it meant that we didn't see as many clashes. So for some of them, having not necessarily seen too much of the playstyle and the kind of characteristics when it comes to the draft and the choices made by Mystic Esports, that very thing is actually a little bit of a confidence boost for them, because some of their strategies, some of their ideas can be kept a little bit more under wraps.
Yeah, especially when you have a team like Mystic that haven't necessarily performed too much outside of SPS this year. So this was their chance to kind of meet paths, but they have not. And, it comes back to kind of that typical situation where Mystic, surely they studied, everything they could out of Tribe. They come incredibly prepared for every time that they had to face them, and it's going to be one of those teams that they look up to all the time. Whereas you don't really have that relationship the other way around. Tribe, I don't even know if they were scrimming them until very recently, which, it's going to be still a bit more of a mystery when it comes to those matchups. Probably not as much as during the open finals, because I'm assuming, knowing Tribe, that they learned from what happened there. But still, they don't have the same amount of data available when it comes to their performances. And I think that is, a card that Mystic has to play with, try to come up with some more original drafts, catch them off guard, because as an underdog, that's most often the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe got that one win behind themselves so far, that one loss, of course. They've got to get a win today, Trav. I mean, if they were to fall behind in the leaderboards, we've seen it happen time and time again. Teams can like lose that momentum. They can start to then go into a losing streak as well. And you know, I think it's fair to say that most teams will lose to Reply Totem, but they also want to make sure that the teams that they should be, you know, historically getting a good win over, because I felt like they had an edge over Mystic myself in the Open Finals. I felt like that was a match that they probably should have tied up. And that's the thing, a characteristic that I've seen from Tribe a little bit over the course of this year. Tying things up and not getting reverse swept along the way is something which they sort of struggle with sometimes. That pressure sometimes gets to them, and today absolutely can't.
I mean, closing out games has, as you said, been a massive issue for Tribe Gaming. We've seen in multiple monthly finals, and even, you know, against Mystic in the past, that they haven't been able to close these games out. Yeah. And it's worrying for them. It definitely is, and it's something that they need to work on. I don't know if it's, you know, that just ability to close out is maybe just an error that just has gone past them and not able to recognize this error or it being pointed out by their staff, and that might be an issue for them, you know, going through these games, because it is make or break for both of these teams. I think today this is where they're going to take that step up and go and, you know, make it to those challenge finals, or take the step down, because Mystic Esports, this is an incredible ability to prove themselves and, you know, even feel more confident in themselves with taking down some of these bigger teams. And for Tribe, it's kind of like, if you take this loss, then it's a loss that's going to hit you hard, because it's one of those teams, as you said, you should be beating, and therefore they might, you know, kind of lose track and lose again and not make those finals, and it's the opposite for Mystic.
Yeah, you might end up unraveling, and you know, that's a position where you really don't want to be. Not in Challenge Day 3. You really want to be coming into Challenge Day 4 on top, or at least having some, you know, some cushioning there as well, because ultimately that's the thing that later on you might need. We've seen in the final days how punishing a loss can be, and I mean, even with Tribe, that big loss to Dr. Lobster in Season 1, you know, that was always there. You can't shake those things off. The past is the past. So they want to be able to go into the later Challenge Days with just as much of a cushioning as possible here, Teddy. And, you know, I think when it comes to the drafts and the picks and the bans, you know, for you, kind of what would you like to see from both sides here today? Like, kind of what brawlers are you expecting to see? And also, kind of like, what things have you been witnessing that you're not necessarily a fan of?
Well, I mean, we already talked a little bit about the Sam. I kind of hope to see him either less or more, but successfully. Yeah. Yeah. That is kind of how I see things on the side of Tribe. I mean, Tribe is an incredibly versatile team. They have 4 players as well, which offers them just a very varied amount of brawlers that they can bring to the table. So I think to that extent, they're incredibly versatile. They have a lot of options available, and they're happy to experiment as well with their picks. So I wouldn't say there's, you know, a specific thing where I wish to see from Tribe besides maybe some Sam action. For Mystic, I think I want to see some of that aggression that they brought during the Open Finals, you know, some tanks. And I remember watching them play a couple of times this year where they didn't even care if you were bringing like tank counters. They would still just double down and bring more tanks, you know. It's like, sure, just try to overwhelm them, and more often than not, it actually worked, because you're just not really, you know, used to draft it. And sometimes there's ideas in the draft where this counters this, yes, sure, but there's still ways to like overwhelm them. Even though you have a B, if you have, you know, a Daryl and a Bull both like jumping at you, you're not killing them. That's just not happening. And there's ways like that to kind of go against what people assume and have taken for granted when it comes to individual matchups. And I feel like Mystic is a team that has been able so far to experiment a little bit with that and catch some teams off guard, which I feel like they have to if they want to stand a chance today.
Yeah, and historically as well, Tribe have been a team that has struggled a little bit when it comes to the tankier options. I mean, you know, for sure, draft has changed things up quite considerably in that respect, but you know, definitely that is a bit of a noticeable thing with Tribe in the past. I think that they've been better. Actually, I think one of the teams that have actually been really bold when it comes to those hard counters. I mean, they're not afraid to bring out a Shelly or something like that when it really comes down to it. I mean, Drage, of course, is a fantastic B, as we know as well. But I do feel like when it comes to draft, Tribe have got a lot of experience in that side, Trav. When it comes to those tankier options, it's still definitely something that they've got to be very prepared for.
It really is, and you know, I think Tribe have been incredible at drafting all year round, and a lot of it is thanks to, you know, the analyzing and the coaching staff, but also I think Drage takes the lead with a lot of that, and he is that kind of commander that they need, and he is absolutely wonderful at drafting. But the bans are in. We're starting off with Kaboom Canyon, Mystic getting Otis, Max, and Daryl out the way, Tribe getting rid of Colette, Griff, and B. and we start things off with an Amber, which I know you've had some very strong opinions on a few of the maps, Alex, so I'll throw it to you.
I mean, I don't mind it here necessarily in Kaboom Canyon. It can definitely open up so much space. The Bonnie and the Buzz coming in, I've got to say I really like this comp. Buzz can be such a great thing to have to continuously put pressure on your position here. But Teddy, Carl, Penny as well, and Janet drafted here by Mystic.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, the draft is definitely not bad on the side of Mystic. It's very, like, meta brawlers. I just find your ideas a little bit more original and fresh on the side of Tribe. Buzz is a brawler we've been seeing kind of trend lately. More and more often in competitive play, it's being brought into the mix, and I love it. It's really good, especially against Carl. Absolutely devastating matchup there for Carl. And even Penny, I mean, the barrel can help out, but still, you only got 3 of them for the entirety of the game. I like the ideas on both sides. I just prefer Tribe side a little bit more. It's a little bit more exciting overall.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think they've just got too much of a big HP pool for them to be able to bring them down successfully. And it is an issue that Mystic are going to be facing pretty difficultly in this game, because, you know, we've got the Bonnie, we've got the Buzz in there as well, and it's dangerous for Mystic to be facing this with kind of, yes, they've got the Salty Barrel, but a Buzz into a Carl with the stun, it's going to be difficult and not going to get much DPS output as well. And it's the same, you know, Bonnie's got a vast HP pool. Yes, she can transform into that more aggressive, smaller form, but at the same time, it's just a position where just don't know if they're going to have the DPS to bring them down at close range or long range.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the you know, danger with Bonnie on Kaboom Canyon. It's a really solid pick, but the only way to really get damage on safe, usually at a pro level, is to jump onto the safe, which means you die most of the time, right? Eventually you die, and then you will have to give up some control. You can't really just stay away like you would with some other playstyles. But here we go, and I mean, as I talk about it, Rage jumps in onto the save, gets a decent bit of damage and dies. I mean, that was perfectly timed was my explanation.
It couldn't have put it into picture better, but he did have that damage gear activated, which kind of extended that amount of damage they did manage to get as well. Aggressive play from the Carl, but in comes Lenny, this is what we're talking about. He gets the stun and takes down the Carl. Nob's going to jump in, he's going to get burned up and might actually be brought down by Tom now. Actually, maybe he avoided that burn there from his little gadget in the mix. Lenny getting some good damage through, even though that splash was there through his turret, through his Salty Barrel, sorry. Nice stuff though, and Drage is just going to jump forward as well. Ignore Mebius, and this is the playstyle that Tribe are adopting so well.
Man, I don't know if there was like a vision gear at play there from Drage, but just hitting 5 consecutive shots inside of that mid bush is ridiculous stuff. And so far, it's a stomp and a half here for Tribe Gaming, leading by over 70% now. There is a turret at play for Arturo. Nice kill there from Nob onto Lena, and at last Mystic are starting to build up some mid control. Problem is, there's only about 20 seconds left, and they're still 70% behind.
I do think this is kind of the story that we've been seeing a lot from Mystic. When they don't have a massively convincing matchup, this is how the games go, and Tribe Gaming are kind of proving to themselves and the fans that this was a one-off fluke from Mystic Esports when they did beat them, because this first game has been all Tribe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a dominant start, and as soon as in the draft you see the Carl facing a Buzz, you kind of know it's going to be a hard matchup, honestly, because you just don't really have the chip damage. Your flying hook is absolutely useless. It's really challenging, and already Lenan just jumping in, finds one, nearly picks up a second, actually. Oh, actually he did. He did end up going down, but in the end, Mebius with a little bit of a chance to get some damage on save, does survive that engagement as well, which is going to be quite nice for the side of Mystic, as he's able to get some more chip damage on save, but eventually does get cleared up. Lena takes down Nob in the mid, and Arturo defends off Drage on that save. It's going to be still a little bit of a lead here for Mystic, but definitely a better start for them than game 1.
Yeah, nice little super there from Tom as well. It's going to be covering the turret and the safe as well, but he can't quite seem to get the damage through onto it and get the burn going. Doesn't quite have the angle just yet, and now he is in a bit of a tough position. Gets taken down by Mebius there with a nice bit of help from the flight of the Janet, and it's Drage 1v3 in mid. Not able to get the connecting shots to get the kills, but at least he's brought them a little bit lower in that mid portion of the map. Lenane got his super once more, and Tom trying to do what he can, but what he can is very little when the control's all in the side of Mystic.
Yeah, so far the Mortar has been able to find just so much more value compared to the first game. Better timings and better placements helping out massively here. A pick up from Nob onto Lena again, and Arturo is able to deal with Drage quite efficiently as well. Mebius still able to get some nice shots off on that save, and now the Mortar has also targeted the save. That's going to be some nice free damage on that red save, getting it down all the way to 30%, and it really just feels like the games have been reversed from the previous one.
Yeah, I mean, this one is all Mystic. Tom's going to go down again, and the name pushing up with the super once more. Gets the stun, but he is in a 3v1 situation. Cycles it, but misses it as well. Does not connect it on the safe, and it's just Rage dealing the damage. The percentage is getting closed down just a little bit more. About 38% down now, and that is a massive amount with only 40 seconds left. Arturo is going to follow to Tom, and the name's coming back up. We can't forget he did just use his super to no avail and wasted it.
Yeah, this is looking incredible here for Mystic. Mebius low HP, so it's not, but if anything, those damage gears are just going to be at the advantage of Mystic in that positioning. I don't think they'll be able to close it out just yet, but I also don't really see a comeback here from Tribe unless they pull off an absolute miracle here. 10 seconds left, they still need to catch up. 66% just for the tie. Drage trying to hold on to that mid, but it's just going to be far from enough here to work out for Tribe Gaming. Mystic tie things up with a phenomenal performance in this second game.
I mean, that is really the answer that they needed, the only one that really could pay off for them, as Mystic bounce back really, really strongly and take pretty much Tribe down how Tribe took them down in the first one in a really, really dominant fashion. 1% left on the safe, and they really just didn't get a look in. All the control was in the side of Mystic, and they're going for the same approach once again. Nob coming through this mid straight away with his gadget, and the same with Mebius. But Tom started off maybe a little bit stronger this time, pushing Mebius out just that little bit more, but Arturo's going to join them, and more of the same from Mystic.
Yeah, that's a bad position for Tom to be in. I just feel like there's no way to win from there. The burn is not going to connect either, and eventually does fall, leaving the Carl with damage gear just free to hit that save as much as he wants. Lena is able to get a couple shots off onto the blue save, and when I say a couple, I mean a lot, actually. Gets his super back as well. He will eventually fall to Arturo, but at least he'll be able to get straight back in the mix. And I think that's kind of what the problem was, or rather the difference between both games we've had so far, is Lena was not able to pop off nearly as much in that second game. And I feel like their comp does rely quite a bit on him getting a lot of those opening kills, creating a lot of space for his teammates to shine.
Yeah, maybe going to get pinched in here now as well, as Drage is still shooting shots towards him, just absorbing the ones from Nom, and he gets super along the way as well, but Drage is going to jump up, avoid some shots of Arturo, but I believe there is someone respawning. In comes Lane, great stun, even though he can't see his opponent, and he gets another one as well. He's going to join Drage on the safe, and so is Tom, and that is massive damage from them, and they take the lead.
Yeah, he has another super available as well, and again, you know, Lena absolutely popping off on that buzz, and you can just see a night and day difference. Maybe a bit of an optimistic grapple there, actually, from Lena. But right now, Tribe was a nice 20% lead. Tom nearly goes down. He will eventually, a missile from Lena, and it ends up being a 2-on-2, one that so far should be favoring Mystic a little bit more when it comes to control. Drage getting some nice connections onto Nob is going to help out massively, as Nob is one shot now to jump in from Drage onto the safe, and that's that damage we were talking about earlier. Tom, yeah, will be able to close it down. That's going to be a set for Tribe Gaming. Got a little bit scary and not the most convincing win overall for Tribe, but a win after all.
Well, I did say that I loved the buzz pick, and you can see why. Lenal was just absolutely popping off of it. And this is the thing, bringing in that particular brawler in Kaboom Canyon now, we're starting to see a bit more of a rise in buzz. I actually think it's his best heist. Heist is his best game mode. I mean, we saw it a lot with North America and LATAM North as well, Teddy, and it really is starting to show just like how well it can go up against, you know, a brawler like Carl. We already knew that it was a pretty hard counter in the first place, but I think Carl's got to start taking a bit more of a back seat. But you got to hand it to Mystic. They did demonstrate in that set that they are able to do things that if Tribe don't stay together as a unit, then they are going to falter for. And I think that was almost a different story, to be honest, there, Trav. I think that could have been a Mystic set.
It really could have been, and you know, that second game really was very convincing, and I started to worry for Tribe when they managed to get that same early positioning again in the third. Mystic Esports started off very strong. They've got the gadgets to get up the map fast and maintain control at the range, because Tom, he's got this ability to scout, but at the same time, he still has a little bit of difficulty in there as well, being able to cover all fronts, especially when the name needs to be compensated for with this incredibly short range until he gets the super.
The stats, Teddy, as well. I've got to say, like, you know, there's a lot of damage there being dealt by Mystic, but we've seen this a lot when it comes to heist. You know, it is all about the objective. And I think in that respect, when you look back at the games, very, very close score lines, actually, a lot of the time. And when you look at the kills there as well, 35 on each side, there was aggressive plays on both teams going on there.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, in high stats are quite interesting as well, right? Because a lot of teams are going to be favoring that damage on safe rather than hitting the other brawlers instead. But Draft is coming in here for open zone, some hot zone action. The bans are going to be Stu, Janet, and Max for the side of Mystic. Tribe taking out Poco, Crow, and Squeak. And a first pick of B, joined immediately by an answer from Mystic. That is going to be the Gus and the Bonnie, which I like quite a bit so far. Every time I've seen Gus, it's been working out quite well for the teams that played it.
Yeah, I mainly think that this Europe region has been the one that's been adopting Gus to the best of his capabilities early on in this meta. It just seems very solid at the moment. The ability to provide shields here and there to your teammates or yourself is very good. We've got the complete tribe comp though, Amber, Otis, and B, which is something that definitely brings quite a lot of range to the mix as well, that is going to be able to fight against the Gus and the Bonnie. And I think Otis is always such a good pick against Bonnie as well, because when the jump comes in, you negate it totally with that Mew.
I agree, but Otis here has been one that I'm still a little bit on the fence of. I've seen SK using it really, really successfully. I've seen Tribe utilizing it and not getting the results they were looking for. So I still feel it's at a stage where it's very, very map dependent. I think Tribe definitely feel very confident with this particular brawler here. No doubt about it. They've played it quite a number of times now. But I think the B is really, for me, where that comp is going to thrive. I think the Gus on the side of Mystic is probably where that comp's going to thrive as well.
Yeah, I kind of agree with your take on Otis, because I feel like he kind of fits the role of like a Max here. Except he doesn't have that mobility, right? Which enables Max to kind of catch up with the sharpshooters and get in range to deal damage. So it can be a little bit challenging to that extent for Otis to find the most value, especially if the jukes are on point. And off the bat here, Lena taking a lot of early damage, but it is Rage that's been in the zone, just a couple percentages so far. I do really like the B as a counter to Bonnie, just a good way to find a lot of value out of that low movement speed from the Bonnie. So far, opening kill there from Knob on the right-hand side, but at the expense of 25% captured for Tribe Game.
I mean, it really is just all Drage at the moment. Yes, Tom's doing some good work over the left, but Lenane lost his lane, and Tom was getting tapped at a range, but Drage, he kept his composure, kept this mid, and he was pinching on Lenane's side as well, doing amazing stuff against this Bonnie, which, yes, he should be doing, but at least he's doing it very well. Starting things off strong. Tom's definitely got a mark over the left-hand side as well, but he's got this oil down. He's prepared to burn all of Arturo's cover. He does it right now, but he was waiting for that perfect connection.
Yeah, so far Drage has had an incredible game. Does get tagged a little bit now, is one shot, but also does mean that damage gear activates. And so far it's been a massive lead, a bit of a miss super there from Lena, but no big deal as Tribe Gamer smoothly sailing to victory. Drage will end up going down in the end, so a chance here for Mystic to build up a little bit more control. Tom gets marked as well, will end up falling too, and things are slowly getting better here for Mystic, but now I like the idea of going in the zone for a couple more percentages, but actually there's going to be a bit of a shutdown, something that Tribe can afford to do so far, but they do need to be careful that they don't allow Mystic to set up too much of a foothold in the mid.
Signs of life now from Mystic then, and they do get the kill on Tom once more, but Drage is back in the middle, and Aim's going to fall down over the left as well. He's looking for this damage. He doesn't want to over-aggress just yet. He can wait for his teammates once more, but he's getting the hits. He's doing the work. The slow onto Knob as well. Lenane joins him, and this is going to be game for Tribe Gaming as Arturo falls down too. Squad wipe, and Tribe showing their worth once again.
Wow, what a performance here from Tribe, but Mystic showing again that, you know, if they were able to kind of start a little bit earlier into that game, it could have been a very different result. Because just looking at the final, like, you know, minute of that game, Mystic were doing better. They really were. They just gotta, you know, get a better start going, not allow Drage to pop off nearly as much. And I was about to say, they need to be conscious that that mid matchup is just terrible for them. And I think swapping, even though it might not be successful, is at least, you know, a good idea, just to see if they can make something happen over there. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be a much better result overall. And again, Tribe, if anything, getting an even better start than in game one.
I mean, all lanes are different, but more of the same from Tribe. Lenane's going to join him in the mid as well to try and keep a bit of a stronghold on this position, which is what they did in the last game, but failed to do it towards the end. Maybe this is going to get hit again and just provide another 3k to Drage. It's not going to be affecting him too much. Well, yes, it is. He gets that connection, as I thought he was too far back. But I was going to say, Drage is, you know, he's affecting the lanes as well. He's pretty much assisting with every single part of the map, and he's playing it so perfectly. Slow not going to connect, and Knob has this super as well. That's got to be the difference maker, but he needs to use it well, and that he just doesn't do. He pops it, and instantly it's wiped away.
Yeah, this is not getting any better here for Mystic, is it? Wow, Tribe was an absolutely phenomenal start, and I think you had the perfect wards here. You know, completely different lanes, but the same result, if not worse here. I think it's always good to have an adjustment when things can't work or aren't working so far, but you know, against a team like Tribe, you gotta make the right adjustment.
I gotta say, again, there were moments where Mystic were starting to bring things forwards. I mean, they just left it a bit too late. And I got to bring things back again to the open finals. You know, we kind of saw this similar idea where Tribe got an early lead, but they weren't necessarily able to secure it when it mattered most. So they're looking much, much better today, Tribe. I mean, that was a very dominant set. They've always been very good, though, in open zone. That's a game in the map which they tend to really thrive on again, putting Drage on that B. He was tapping away and wasn't missing. I think that for me, I prefer B as a mid there over the Gus pick. But again, you know, we've got to make sure that Tribe don't get overconfident, Trav. It can happen, especially with this kind of like, you know, momentum they've got behind them now. It's kind of the perfect timing here for Mystic to come in and cause an upset.
Well, we'll see if the reparations have been made and see if they are having this ability to close out in recent games as they have been. But it's just not looking good for Mystic. There isn't really much fight back whatsoever since that first heist game that they did manage to win. And Tribe just completely walked over him in that set. That has got to hit you hard mentally, because it's not only just that, but they've got 8 more kills, which is massive amounts. It's not like they were getting the kills and not getting the zone. And they have got 13,000 less damage, which, looking at kind of damages dealt, is still a pretty significant amount.
And a lot of healing as well on that respect, and I think that's really important to have on a game mode like this, and you want to be able to kind of contest the zone again, but just not kind of keep cycling in, Teddy, causing those deaths, and that takes a lot of time off the clock. You want to keep trying to oppress the zone, and healing is a big part of that.
Yeah, I think Heist is a mode where healing is actually very important, because it shows what kind of pacing the game had. You know, if they were able to get team wipes, if you know, even though you're getting hit and getting low HP, if you're still able to, you know, utilize damage gear to keep that control, you can still find a lot of value despite being low HP. Moving on though, it's gonna be Bells Rock in knockout, and our draft has already started with already a Bonnie picked up by Mystic and a Bell by the side of Tribe, as well as the Gus to follow up.
Yeah, Ban's obviously in as well with the Sprout, Rico, and Squeak. Tribe got rid of the Gene, which is honestly surprising. I mean, yes, they didn't have first pick, but it is one of those brawlers that Drage can have the same performance as he just had on B with, and Rico and Squeak along with that as well. I like the picks they've gone with so far, and I feel like Bonnie is going to be one of those brawlers yet again who's susceptible to these long-range sharpshooters because of that slow movement speed. It's so difficult to get your super and actually get value off it on this map, because you're playing at a range, and playing at a range, yes, it helps Bonnie, but at the same time, Bell is going to be able to hit more shots at that range because of her maneuverability as well.
I like the max coming in for Mystic. I really feel like that's a good brawler to have here, and one that can just put you in a really tough spot. Piper is a bit more of a risky one. You know, I think at the same time, considering that they've also locked in the Bonnie on their side, I think less so of a risk in that idea. Otis coming in for Tribe here. Again, Teddy, I don't know how you feel about this one. It's a very open map, and Otis by far has the lesser range out of the entire draft here. How do you think it's going to kind of fare for the side of Tribe here?
I actually like the Otis more here a little bit, because yes, there is quite a bit of range in those lanes, but when it comes down to knockout, it's, you know, the final fight usually. And I think with Otis, you can kind of afford to play distance, maybe pop 1 or 2 early gadgets as well to get some damage here and there. And then when it comes to the final, like, more close range fight, I think he has a decent matchup against all of those brawlers. So I don't mind that too much. I think he might rely a little bit on the Piper not being fed too many supers, not being able to open up the map too much, so he can really utilize that close range matchup he has at the end game.
I do think, you know, Gus adds to that as well. Yes, he's going to have a pretty much horrific matchup against Piper here. Still managing to do a good job, though, as Drage is able to get in this position where he can pinch those lanes once more. But if Linane can provide shields at the end, if Drage has these supers at the end, then it's going to be over for Mystic. And now the damage is starting to rain down by Drage, and he can't be far away from a super. He's hit a few clips, hits another few shots, but a phase shifter will get Mebius out of danger zone.
Yeah, overall draft-wise, I feel like Tribe have the winning side. Doesn't mean that Mystic don't stand a chance, though. But, I mean, I have to give some props there to Lena, that so far has been winning his lane against the Piper, which should just, you know, it just shows why is Piper there, really, because Piper is one of those brawlers that is incredibly dominant in those 1v1 duels, and Lena just makes it look like clockwork there. Beautiful stuff from him. Mebius low HP as well, so is Arturo. That should be a pretty straightforward first round here for Tribe Gaming, and Mystic need to be very careful moving forwards.
I mean, the exact thing that I said just happened. We provide the shield to Otis, he goes aggressive, gets the DPS that he does so well on, and then they win the rounds. Lenane's going to go down this time, though, and Nob starts off this one much better. Has the break as well if they want to take it to another third round. Arturo over the right-hand side, though, not having the easiest time against Tom, but eventually getting some ground back in this one. Maybe is trying to abuse this opening that Nob's just provided with him. With his mobility, it's going to be going hand in hand with that Piper. But Tribe, they've still got a fighting chance. Tom gets hit again, though, and needs to heal up, but Mebius denies him that opportunity. And Drage should probably just go back into the gas, but it hasn't spawned yet, and he feeds a couple of shots.
Yeah, now we did get that Piper break down in the mid, and I think that can make quite a bit of a difference overall, because now suddenly, I mean, Lanai is going to have to just have amazing dodges overall, doesn't have any cover to work with whatsoever. Drage tanked up quite heavily, nearly goes down, is able to dodge the final shot. Lanai up a shield, and he goes down. Yeah, the homemade recipe connects there from Nob, and man advantage again from Mystic. This is looking much better for them.
Mark's still there on Arturo, though, but the jump in will negate that as well. Drage needs to make use of this this mute, but yet again, it's more of the same. It changes how Arturo's affected. He could have just jumped away there, but Drage goes down anyway. Tom's in a 1v3, and this is looking all Mystic Esports for the first time pretty much in this game. Jumping comes, the mark misses, and Mystic Esports finish off this game.
Wow, Mystic turning things around here, but they're still not quite out of trouble. And I mean, Tribe, they've shown that they are able to still make some rounds work here. I think they need to be incredibly careful not to open up that map, you know, make sure they don't feed that Piper super, because until that moment, I feel like the Piper was quite an underwhelming pick. As soon as the break was, it was popping off.
Yeah, good pinch in there from Tom, as Drage did go quite low, but now Drage is falling down. He goes down, but the bounce is there. It's chopped through, Lanane threads the needle, Arturo gets marked, and it's all fallen apart for Mystic Esports. It started off perfectly, but then it all drops off within a few seconds as Tom and Lanane know what they have to do, and they execute it perfectly.
Yeah, this is looking incredible here for Tribe. The start they needed. Don't think they've fed a single shot to Navi either, so this could be the chance to just get a clean 2-0 game. Let's see though if Nob can pull off a bit of a miracle. That's pretty much what he would need in these conditions, especially without the map being opened up whatsoever. He's trying to get some shots to connect. He doesn't even mind. He knows this round should be lost. All he wants is to, you know, someone to actually take the duel against him so he can hit a couple shots and be able to get that super. And he does get it in the end, so that's going to be some nice value for him. And we'll see if that break is going to be as instrumental towards Mystic's success as it was in game number 1.
We can't forget, though, he does need the control to be able to get into the position to get this effective break. And Lanane's just got to make sure that he doesn't get it. He does use his super early on, though, which did tank a homemade recipe, but fell down quite quickly after that. Not in this position now, but he gets shot. The bounce was not there, but maybe it's also the fat splatter. Doesn't get the kill either as the dash through. It's with the phase shifter. Arturo, once again, he's marked up over the right-hand side, though, and that is a dangerous position for him to be in. But Tribe, they're in a 2v3 situation, and if Arturo can wait, get assistance from his teammates, then this is a win for Mystic.
Yeah, the thing now as well is Tom, yes, has a mark. The trick shot is not going to connect, but the problem is Arturo needs to stay marked, and right now they're going to be absolutely pinched there as well. Not a chance. But that's the thing. You got to mark the Bell, right? The Bell has so much HP, but at the same time, you just can't afford to remove that mark when Arturo has that super available, because if he jumps in, it's over.
Tom, we need to talk about something here, mate. What was that mark at the end of the last round? He just completely wasted his super in a losing battle. They surely needed it for this one as well. It's a massive difference maker on that lane against Arturo. Lanane, though, doing a good job against Nob this time, much better. Even with the map open, he's still doing a better job. I mean, the mute is there with the Silver Starfish from Drage, but in comes that super. The homemade recipe from Nob has another super as well. The more of the map can be broken up on the right-hand side, which will assist him even further. The movement speed's going to be popped, but the super there is on Lanane. He has the ability to tank a couple of shots, but is going to go down anyway. 2v3 once again, and every 2v3 has gone to Mystic, and I don't see this one going any differently.
Yeah, Drage is next in line, and that was a questionable set very much from Tribe, and some mistakes here and there. I think draft-wise, I like some of the ideas, but again, the Piper opening things up was pretty much making things a nightmare all around for Tribe.
I kind of felt like it was time for a set for Mystic. I don't know, they just have had moments, but struggled to tie it up. So it kind of feels fitting for me there that they were able to do so. It would have been, by the way, the only other sweep that we've had since Challenge Day 2 with SK and Team Queso. Every other scoreline's been at least a 3-1, so I kind of feel like that fits in as well. But again, this is what I was worried about. I think Tribe are playing a lot better today than they have done in recent time. I think they're looking much more consistent. But it's little sets like that, little mistakes along the way, that over the time we've kind of watched them play, sometimes they get, that gets inside their head. And now is the time to shake it off, because that's realistically where they wanted to tie up this this series. Make sure that they just kind of made a statement against Mystic after that loss in the Open Finals, and just come back and get the sweep. Well, this is where Mystic, Teddy, could get some valuable momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they certainly have, and Trav addressed earlier, but, the whole, are they kind of choking or struggling to close out those games? Well, right now, it kind of seems like it.
It really does, and, there's as Ark said, little mistakes. I would have called that a blunder, because that is a mistake that you need. The mark is something you need to be able to take this body lane, or she just absorbs a couple of shots, eats them, heals up, and then she's back on your lane without even really any control going in your favor. Whereas if you're marking hit a couple of shots, she's down to one shot. You've got that ability to 3-shot it if you do something like that. And it's definitely not something you want to be wasting, especially when you are 2 sets up.
Well, Draft coming in for Backyard Bowl, and again, a map which can have those kind of stalematy situations, but I think does personally reward those who want to go on the aggressive, and that is a playstyle I feel like does suit Tribe a little bit more sometimes. Although we saw the max on the side of Mystic and it worked out tremendously well, it might place them in a bit of a spot here when it comes to kind of like the order in which the draft plays out. I think it's a pretty decent one to go in with here. Linan as well, as we've seen already today, very, very aggressive, but Max is not banned. Interesting. As we B, Poco, and Crow banned for Tribe Gaming, and then on the side of Mystic, Janet, Max, and Squeak.
Yeah, I find it interesting to see the B ban here from Tribe, because we've seen how much Mystic want to bring Bonnie to the table. I feel like this is a really good map to do so as well, and with the B counter that might leave some openings here and there. We'll see the Stu first pick from Tribe Gaming, which I always like to see some Stu action from Tribe. They have really good players to utilize that brawler as well. And Gus as a response, again, we've been seeing a lot of Gus so far today with moderate success. I kind of 50-50 so far, but this time around it's going to be in the hands of Mystic, and we'll see if maybe he can make better use of it than Tribe did.
But has it been 50-50? Both the time Gus has been played, it's been opposite sides of the different teams have been taken, but I think it's lost both, right? We saw it lose there in Knockout, and in the first time we saw it was in Open Zone, and then it lost again on the side of Team Mystic. So Gus might be the factor that people are overestimating here. Bo's going to be the next pick from Mystic Esports, and then we're back to Tribe again with the 8-bit.
I like the 8-bit. It's kind of one that I always mention and doesn't tend to come forwards because it's predominantly a pick that was so rife last year, kind of taking a bit more of a backseat, but we are seeing a massive rise in 8-bit play, mostly ice, but one that I think can work quite well here on Backyard Bowl to kind of like have that cheat cartridge gadget TP back to the defense. But it is a risky play here from Tribe. Amber, I think, is a very underrated pick as well, one that tends to thrive a great deal, and it's very underrated. I think in North America and LATAM North, it's a brawler which teams are very vocal about saying how well it is and does fare here in Backyard Bowl. Penny, though, is the final pick for Mystic, Teddy. That's a dangerous one. If Tribe gets stuck in that back spawn area with a brawler like 8-bit that's so sluggish without any damage boost to speed additionally to that, they're going to be in a really tough spot.
Yeah, I kind of like the Penny pick, actually. I think it's a good way to try to deal with, we're going to have the speed zone most likely coming out from the Stu, as well as the damage booster. That's just a lot of spawnables all around, which Penny is going to do a great job with the mortar to kind of eliminate and try to get that slower approach that Tribe are bringing to the table just out of question. So I think it's a pretty decent idea to do so. Overall, I do like the ideas from Tribe just a little bit more, but let's see how it actually pays off, as Lena is going to be very low HP. His shield here thrown straight at to Mebius, and the ball will not be close enough for him to make much happen. A bit of a trade towards the end, and it is still going to be Mystic that managed to win that engagement. However, Bull is just too far away for Mebius to do anything with it. So slowly but surely, Mystic is going to be bringing the ball up, and Mebius maybe overextending his stay just a little bit as he ends up going down and evening things out with a 2-on-2.
Yeah, Tom now has the super over the left-hand side and throwing it towards Mebius here. Trying to get some shots through, and does the burn eventually goes there, but instantly taken down with a nice pinch from Nob. Turret is established by Mebius as well, and Lane, with no walls, doesn't have a safe place to put this speed zone, which can assist Rage so effectively. He's just on a lane against Arturo, being outranged and with no super to be able to chain or use that Gasser heal. It's a tough position for him to be in.
Yeah, Arturo does manage to pick up Lenon on the right-hand side. Mine's going to be placed down as well, try to destroy that damage booster spot and make it just a little bit more awkward on the side of Tribe Gaming to set things up, play more defensively when it comes to their utility, as the damage booster is going to be placed down behind the more defensive wall. So far, I mean, back to a little bit of a stalemate situation, but it does feel like Team Mystic have been just having a little bit more of the edge so far, although not by far. So Nob, very low HP, is able to just barely survive the engagement. Man advantage again for Mystic. They find another kill there onto Lena, and things might be getting out of hand here for Tribe.
I mean, Tom's over-aggression is something that really can't go unnoticed here. He's been going in aggressive, throwing down the supers, but then getting instantly pinched by Nob with no real help from Drage, I won't say he's not pinching the lanes as well, because he just doesn't have the ability to do it as well with 8-bit shots as he did with a B or an Otis in the previous ones. And Lene needs to get this aggression going. The cycle needs to be there in overtime, as a lot of these brawlers are at range. Tom's going to have an even harder time with the walls down against the Penny, against the Gus pinching in, and it's going to be Lene who has to make the big play, and he might be there! The dash is through, and he makes the play he needed to do. All Mystic, all game long, but Lene says no in the last seconds.
I mean, that is what you can expect from Tribe as well, right? Even if you are losing, you do have those shiny players that come up with those shiny plays, and that was absolutely one of them.
Ooh, big play from Lene then coming in and taking the lead once more for Tribe Gaming, now on match point. And Mystic Esports, who dominated the entire game, are really on the heavy back foot, need to try maybe get an earlier goal in or something like that. Tom's coming aggressive now, gets the burn down on Arturo, and I believe that should be him going down with another follow-up shot from Tom, who's now flanking this right side, which they tried to do in the last game, but it wasn't as effective as this.
Yeah, this is the best position, really, that Tribe has been in this entire set so far. Besides that clutch goal from Lena, some nice connecting shots from Mebius, gonna enable him to get a mortar as well and set things up quite nicely for Mystic. Drage incredibly low. Mebius is burning down, does get the kill, but the trade is there. Lena is gonna get stunned, and that's a bit of an oopsie on his side, as Nob is able to easily claim the kill afterwards. Well, suddenly, Mystic have really good positioning as well. Tom gonna get reset on the heal, even goes down actually to Arturo, and Mystic, they have a really good setup here to try to score.
Lene has his dashes though, and the Gasser heal along with it. Shield provided by Gus onto the bow. Lene baiting out the mine and doesn't get away from it again. He even had the dash this time. Mebius over the right side gets burned down and brought to his knees. But now it's Tom versus both of them. They wait it out. The bow mine was there, but they're just not baiting out the other two. They're waiting a little bit more patiently, and that's allowing Tribe to kind of re-establish themselves. But yet again, Tom goes down. Drage throws his super onto the mine. Not a clue why that is. Must be a little bit of a communication error from Tribe, but they're sticking the ball in the corner. They don't want any part of this, and Mystic are just continuously putting themselves in this aggressive position.
Yeah, this is looking tough here for Tribe, because even though they won the previous game, it's not just something they can repeat, right? It was a clutch, it was a bit of a miracle play. The defense, oh my goodness, how do Tribe manage to hold on there? As Mystic, they had every opportunity to score, but Tribe just don't let them pass, and it's looking more and more likely that it's going to be an overtime again. But it's a very similar story to the previous game, where Mystic have been the dominant team.
Yeah, I mean, Lene doesn't have the super once more, as he just wasted it trying to get away from that Penny Mortar that did connect with him anyway. Mebius in a much better position over the right-hand side. Tom got his super in hand again, but Mystic still in a great position. They have another super. They throw it towards Mebius, who's now going to aggress Lene, surely, without this shield wearing down, which it is. Tom's got this super now. He's got the turret established, which means the damage is going to be higher, and Lene wins the right-hand side somehow. And now all of it crumbles for Mystic once more. The ball pass to the side by Tom, gives it to Drage. Lene's the goal scorer, but Tom gets the ball. Super to the right, and that's the game. Tribe Gaming win it out against Mystic Esports and get their revenge.
Wow. I mean, it truly did feel like Mystic were playing better here, but, you know, they were playing better Brawl Stars, but the side of Tribe was maybe playing better Brawl.
I mean, I'm astounded that Mystic couldn't make more of the opportunity. the majority of the time, Tribe were on the back foot in that spawn area, and you got a Penny raining down, bow mines. You got so many little details that you can utilize to break either cover or utilize cover, and both of which just didn't seem to cut the mustard for them. Tribe, I feel like, got quite, I want to say lucky, because obviously there was a lot of skill involved in persevering for so long. But fortunate, they got very fortunate that Mystic were not able to really secure things sooner. But you got to hand to Tribe. When the opportunities were there, they didn't miss. And that was the thing. Well, Anand's goal was incredible. Tom really threaded the needle, and Tribe really came through when it mattered most. And that's what you have to take away from that.
But I'm not even sure if it was really Tribe's defense. I don't even think the defense was that good.
Yeah.
And I know I'm on an absolute roasting tear of these teams today. I'm being absolutely ruthless. But I just think the Mystics should have had probably like 5 goals in the position they were in.
They should have had more goals.
They should have had goals. They should have gone to a set 5. And they didn't even manage to secure a single one.
Yeah. Yeah, this is exactly it. And I feel like there was definitely mistakes on Tribe side. I would say that there was probably more mistakes on Mystic side, because you really can't fail to tie those opportunities up, Teddy. I think score-wise as well, when we look back at the stats, I mean, they're looking pretty decent in favor of Mystic Esports, but the objective there was just really forgotten.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. I feel like overall Tribe did have maybe a bit more of a defensive comp, which helped them out quite a bit. But as Trav mentioned, there was just tons of weird things and mistakes, and it was quite a messy set overall. I think the problem as well for Mystic is, I mean, obviously they were not able to find a single goal, either teams really, until overtime. But I think when overtime came as well, like Mystic had been fighting so hard to try to finally score, that, the pressure kind of just, went away, just like the walls and bushes did when overtime was announced. And Tribe immediately, with a changing of pace, able to dodge a bit more freely and just, get those goals shortly after overtime is announced.
I just felt like that there were so many opportunities to be able to secure things more so on the side of Mystic. I mean, Tribe have got that 8-bit, which we talked about going in, being very susceptible, very slow, very sluggish. Penny's turret, as you mentioned, Teddy, as well, has a tendency to really lock on to the speed zone, to the damage boost from the 8-bit side as well. I just don't know where the goal was for Mystic, but again, it was still a good performance, I think. I think it could have been a better scoreline. I think that maybe the scoreline didn't do it justice, as they did have some opportunities, but a very important win here today for Tribe. I mean, that's going to put them into a very good spot now.
As I said, I think it was make or break for both of these teams today. I think Tribe are now going to rise up to the top. They're beating the teams they should be beating. They've taken a loss against Reply Totem. They're in a 2-1 position. That's a pretty good position after the 3rd game day. Whereas Mystic are now, they are still an underdog team, and they can't go underestimated by these players. But I do think that now they're not really beating the teams that they need to beat to be able to get to the position. It might be more of the same against the teams that they should beat as well.
Yeah, that's a really valid point too. I think that for Mystic, today is a bit of a chance to reflect upon things. Obviously, we always knew that Tribe wants to make a statement today coming in. I mean, that was a pretty devastating loss for them at a stage in the qualifying stages that you wouldn't normally expect it to happen with a team like them that are normally able to make it through that upper bracket pretty smoothly. But for Mystic, Teddy, what are you going to go away thinking? How do you come back and recover for this going into Challenge Day 4?
Well, it's kind of, as Trav was saying earlier, that Tribe, they won the matches they're meant to win. Here, it's kind of like the matches that Mystic are meant to lose, right? Like, no one comes in to this match and thinking, Mystic surely got this one. Like, you might think they might, cause an upset or get a bit of a miracle performance, but you don't really expect it. And overall, I think it's a loss they can afford to have, against a couple teams. But that does, close the gap a little bit. I mean, that you will have a bit more pressure against other teams like SK, I mean, Totem, they already lost to either way. But, those sort of situations where they need to win those in this case. And it's kind of a choice. You don't need to win all of them, because Tribe, don't either. The only one that's been winning all of them so far has been Totem, really. But it does mean they will have to win more matches against some of the bigger teams that they've struggled against so far.
Speaking of Reply Totem, undefeated so far. Is today potentially the day they take their first loss up against FA Panna Fresh? Stay, obviously, with the stream. We'll be right back after a very short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they we throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with it done. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Say ooh right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say ooh right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say ooh, shut down. Say ooh.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we just witnessed a pretty big win for Tribe Gaming EU. They got the revenge, Trav, up against Mystic Esports EU. Up next, Reply Totem versus Panna Fresh, and as we were saying just before the break, Reply Totem, Teddy, still undefeated. I think we worked it out to be 16 wins since their open finals of, Season 1.
Yes, that is a lot of wins. That really is. I don't think anyone is even remotely close to that win streak. But yeah, Panna Fresh is going to try to put it to an end. It's not necessarily the team on paper where I would expect, to end the win streak. I would think about like SK or Tribe or Navi. But, I mean, they've had some interesting performances so far. Maybe they will be the one to shut them down at last.
It's definitely going to be a huge underdog story if they do. Let's take a look first at Reply Totem for anyone that's maybe less familiar with them. I mean, I'd hope that you were very familiar with them by now because they've been storming the Snapdragon Pro Series for such a long time now. But Joker, Maru, and of course Inso in the background working hard on those drafts, making sure that they are on point. Again, the winners of Season 1 outright, and continuing, it seems, to have such a flying performance, Trav. I mean, they got the win over Tribe on Challenge Day 2, or Challenge Day 1, and they also got the win as well in Challenge Day 2 up against Mystic Esports. They are on fire right now.
I mean, they are a dangerous team, and I don't think any team is, coming into a game against them thinking they're going to be able to win. Because if you are, then rethink your decisions, because you're going to need to fight a lot harder than that. This team has just been really tearing through all competition in Europe. At the moment, though, they seem to be slowing down a little bit, in my opinion. But do I think Panna Fresh are going to win? No. Regardless of Totem slowing down, I still think they've got what it takes to take down this team.
I think you raised a really valid point. We can't forget that in the BSC, just the last monthly final that we saw, Reply Totem exited in the quarterfinals for the first time, well, prior to MSI. But it's been a reformed Reply Totem since, MSI. We've got to remember that. But nonetheless, it's proof. It was Bax EU that took them down in a best of 3. And again, that's a bit more brutal for them. But they can be beaten, Teddy. It's not like they're invincible. We just haven't seen it
yet. That's fair enough. That's yeah. I mean, everyone is immortal until they die. But I think you guys make a good point though, because Reply Totem has been incredibly strong, and yes, it is an incredibly long win streak. But this is kind of the moment where they look the weakest out of those 16 wins in a row. so yeah, they have had a bit more struggles, some losses here and there. And outside of SPS, they've struggled more as well. They won 2 monthly finals in a row, but then they didn't quite get the performance they wanted in the next 2 ones. So I feel like it's getting, to about time for them to lose. But as Trav said, I don't know if Panna is going to be the team that makes that actually happen.
Well, let's check out their roster, because again, I think that many at home may not be familiar with this team, but one that I've been watching really have great results along the way. Of course, Rafa and Blacksea left Team Queso a while back and then reformed together here. Of course, joined with Jaime, who I think is a fantastic player. I think skill-wise, this team can do it. I think they are definitely very underrated in that respect, and watching the chemistry between Rafa and Blacksea has been a joy to see that they've continued to keep that kind of same strength. It's just that in the challenge stages so far, they haven't got that win that they really desperately need to give them that boost. In the cup stages of Split 2, this team had a phenomenal performance. Back then, obviously renamed to being Cutes, and I'm kind of glad that they went back to FA Panna because that's kind of been more consistent with other third-party events too. But I do feel like they are a team that are capable of an upset. The question that I have is, is this a team capable of upsetting a team like Reply Totem?
No, it's just not. Thank you for the question, but a firm response of no. I love this team, honestly. I really do. I think they've got some phenomenal players. Rafa, Blacksea, and Jaime as well. He's definitely not been at the same level as Rafa and Blacksea have in terms of performances with previous teams, but at the same time, he really does bring something to this team that I think is really special. And, friendship is a massive part of being able to succeed in a game, in any game, in any competition, in any game. And I think that's what this team have. And if they can come together, regardless of their, negative KD, and actually Reply Totem have one as well before I say that, they are a team, if they can band together, play their best, and find Reply Totem at the worst, which even in a 16-0 win streak, even the worst could be a little bit too much for them. But it's going to have to be a massive, massive, massive upset.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Is today going to be that day? You said no, Teddy. Talk me through your mindset here. I mean, I feel like you're definitely on the same side as Trav, but how much so? Are you 100% certain that today is not going to be the day that Reply Totem lose?
I mean, I can't say 100% certain. That's taking a bit of a leap of faith, yeah. But I think I can quite firmly say, as similar response to Trav's, which is I don't really see this happening. As I said earlier, I think it would be kind of weird if the win streak of Reply Totem ends to Panna, but I do think Panna are a more threatening team than maybe some viewers realize, because yes, maybe the name isn't quite as familiar as those teams signed by big orgs, but the players, they are that familiar. They've played for the biggest orgs before, so they have a lot of experience. Right now, you have to look at the contrast, right? Reply Totem 16-win streak here in SPS, and on the other hand, it's a losing streak for Panna. You know what I mean? It's not like they are doing well either. They're not. They've been struggling massively. You said it today. It would be very nice if they could get their first win. But yeah, odds-wise and stats-wise, it's not really going in that direction, I think.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to be said looking back at the splits that when we saw that great run, and it was a phenomenal run by Cutes back then, obviously the former FA Panna title, there was definitely a lot of teams missing from those cup stages. We had Tribe, of course, SK Gaming were out with Reply Totem, and also Humble were not competing in those splits. So definitely some big heavy hitters were lacking. I think Navi had already qualified in the first split as well. So definitely they haven't necessarily been tested at the moment, and that's kind of where, for me, there's a few question marks. I think until we see how they fare and whether we start to see a bit of a breakaway, they need to come back today with a win, and I just don't know whether Reply Totem is going to be the team that they're going to be able to beat. All I can say is if they do, then that's going to resonate a huge message throughout teams competing within this challenge stage. I just hope that they come prepared, because Reply Totem are a team which will show no mercy. They just won't.
They haven't shown any so far. Right?
Yeah.
For the past 16 matches at least, as far as I can tell, it's been brutal. It really has. And there were some moments where things got a little bit closer, but most of them were fairly convincing wins too. It's not like they got kind of lucky and escaped 5-3-2 wins. No, it was much more convincing than that. And that's the thing as well with Totem is yes, they had a couple close encounters, but the ones that weren't were just very straightforward, and it kind of feels like they take what's theirs. And so far, it's been everyone else's points, really. But yeah, Panna Fresh, they're gonna have to pull off a bit of a miracle here, to be honest, to make things worse. But every team is gonna face Totem eventually, and this is just a bad day, at least until we actually see what happens. It is one of the tougher days, one of the tougher matchups here for Panna Fresh. We'll see if they can make something happen. I have my doubts, but I also have some hope.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying is, in terms of the leaderboard, you're looking at Reply Totem, who are sitting high and mighty at number 1, and Panna Fresh at number 7. So it's very much a David versus Goliath story in that respect. But I've got to keep the viewers holding on to some kind of hope, Trav. I like to kind of just give people the idea that it could go either way, whereas you just like to shut it down straight away and just no, let's be a realist about it.
Well, you see, the thing is, I like to occasionally be right, and with 100% win rate versus 0% win rate, it's kind of a bit of a contrast there. But at the end of the day, I'll back myself up. I'll sit on the fence just that little bit. I think Panna Fresh, they've got maybe like a 20% chance of winning. We'll put it that way.
20?
If 5 drafts go their way and they play perfectly, then yeah.
I mean, maybe if Gur is ill and Enzo is playing instead, and Maori is very tired, and Maru just retires.
Just chooses not to show up.
Maybe. I don't know. No, I'm just messing about. I do. There's a chance. I think maybe even 80-20. It doesn't feel right, But there's always gonna be I would never give any less than 1%. I'll give them a 90-10 maybe for this one. I just can't see this happening. It would feel too weird. But Totem, I mean, we've talked about this a little bit earlier too. This is kind of their weakest point in the last couple of months. They're still, quite good. It's a very good weak point, but they are in a bit of a lesser amazing form than they were earlier, and maybe that can be enough for Panna Fresh. But again, it's not like Panna Fresh are in their best form either. That's kind of my concern here is, yes, Totem have been struggling a little bit, but Panna Fresh, they've been struggling a lot.
And I'm the one with definitive predictions.
Well, it is best of 5. I think it's a saving grace. When Reply lost to Bax in the BSC, it was a best of 3. So I think this is the format which they're going to be able to turn things around if Panna Fresh do show some resistance. Bans coming in being Otis, Poco, and Max banned out by Panna Fresh, by Reply Totem, Stu, Otis, and Janet. And I think I actually know both. Yeah, Reply Totem banning Janet is quite interesting because they really like to get their hands on that particular brawler.
Yeah, you grab Maru on that brawler and it's going to be an absolute tear. Panna Fresh, though, choose Gene as the first pick. We know how solid that is. We know every team likes to get their hands on that. B and Ruffs as a response from Reply Totem. I think it's a pretty solid couple of picks from them. Ruffs obviously going to be able to tank some of these pulls with those sandbags. But also at the same time, Panna Fresh, I think they might bring something like a Penny to the table that can splash through those and therefore kind of force him to maybe even go the Meteor Rain star path.
Yeah, I like the Ruffs pick quite a bit. It's a brawler we've been seeing quite a lot for a very long time as well. Just one of the brawlers of this year, in my opinion, that has been consistently played out. Carl has been quite good this year as well. I do feel like it's fallen off a little bit. It does struggle a little bit more than it used to, but still a brawler that can very nicely utilize those bushes to get a bit more aggressive with the speed gear and connect those shots and kind of the curve that comes with the pickaxe swings and helps quite nicely on those lanes. Ruffs as well has been a brawler, a Griff, sorry, that has been doing quite well recently, able to break open and match some of the ideas that the Ruffs brings to the table here as well.
Well, last pick coming in for Reply Totem is Gale, and I'm surprised, actually, to be honest, that it was left that late in the draft. Obviously, one that can have so much defensive capabilities, being able to place the gadget down and have the twist on the ball in those moments towards the end of the game, as we've seen time and time again. It can be the difference between winning or having conceded a last-moment goal. But ultimately, I think Griff is very underrated at the moment in the draft. I've seen that a lot over in North America and LatAm North, and you guys know full well, I really, really do like this brawler. So I'm pleased to see it. But the question now is going to be, can Panna Fresh make it work?
I mean, it really is going to be matchup dependent because we've got a decent matchup on both sides, but it has to be enforcing that lane. And we see at the moment we've got Joker on the Gale against Jaime on the Carl. That's not favorable, and neither is really Griff versus Ruffs. It's still decent, but when the sandbags are placed, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. I believe there was a little bit of a trade in mid there. I missed that, but it is both of the mids going down. Not sure if one was pinched or not, but Jaime with a nice early super and a good break from Blacksea starting things off.
Yeah, this is starting off quite nicely, actually, for Panna Fresh. A lot of control. Joker quite low HP here as well. Might even get taken down. Will be indeed. And the Twister's interesting placement. It does block. Oh, okay. It does block off the ball, and now it's going to roll straight in the middle of it as well. Will be open up a little bit. And I think the setup time is going to be a little bit longer as well instead of Reply Totem. They really want to remove those walls so Mari can shine as much as possible down in the mid.
Yeah, well, Maru obviously going to have some assistance with the Griff and breaking these walls along the way as well. Jaime getting some heals off that Gene Star power, but pinched down now. Super coming in from Mori, not needed, but was kind of there to guarantee the kill. Good tank of the shot there from the Honey Molasses as well, down from Mori. Super available from Joker, and that is in a big position. Has it now, the stun should be there, but he gets the shot through, he doesn't even need it. Blacksea's not covering the goal, too scared about the super, and Totem strike first.
That was a beautiful play there from Reply Totem, and I mean, obviously that super could have been kept up for this stage of the game on the side of Maru, but either way, that extra destruction near the goal area might even facilitate a second goal if they need it. Rafa is gonna connect that pull. That's a nice pickup onto Joker. Mari still staying in that aggressive position in the mid, does I think quite a couple of shows, but the 3K shot is gonna connect onto Rafa and secure that kill.
Trade over the right-hand side then between Jaime and Maru there as they take shots at each other and bring each other down. Joker now against Blacksea over the left-hand side. No real help or pinch from Mori, but it might not be needed. The stun's there against it, but the super's returning to him. They get the trade once again, and it's just back and forward, back and forward. 30 seconds on the clock, though. Jaime's going towards the ball. Slow not going to connect from Mori. And Totem obviously are in a commanding position at the moment. 25 seconds, and Panna Fresh are only just starting to get control.
20 seconds left into this game, and Panna Fresh still need a goal. They do have some utility, a super on each player, but a nice pickup from Mari. Mari finds a second, actually, and Joker will claim the kill on the turret. That should be a pretty straightforward first game here for Reply Totem. Panna Fresh was a decent start, but Reply Totem able to just keep it up for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Panna Fresh were really looking very good off the start. They had great control. The mid was traded out. They won pretty much both of the lanes, I believe. But then Reply Totem were just so composed on the defense, took them down one by one, managed to establish control, and then the goal came from that as well, and it was a lovely one from Joker, just awaiting the perfect time to use it. Didn't even have to use his super to guarantee it either, which was a great turning point.
Absolutely so. Let's see if this start might even be better for Totem as they're getting some nice early tags. A slow connects onto Rafa, a 1-for-1 trade, but Maru got a kill on the right-hand side as well, and just routine work here from Maru as he opens up the goal area, gets an open goal as well, as that lane was won by him earlier on, and things are looking really good off the bat here for Reply Totem. Panna Fresh trying to change the pace a little bit here, and they got a chance, but Blacksea just never gets the opportunity to get to that ball. Mari is going to get it away from the action as well, and despite the goal being opened up, there's just no chance to score here for Panna Fresh.
Once again, another great defense from Totem, I will say, because they just played that so flawlessly. It was just Mori just keeping them at a range, not letting them close in. Rafa knew that he wasn't going to be able to connect the pull because of the Honey Molasses that Mori can place, and they just executed it perfectly. I liked what they were doing with the B over the right-hand side now that it is open, but it is dominating the left-hand side, even with the wall there. Blacksea not going to break it up now, obviously, as well, and Joker playing through this mid, looking for the stun on Rafa, who we can't see at the moment, but with a little bit of a pinch from Maru, might be able to reveal.
Yeah, Joker was the pickup onto Blacksea, but actually, Black Sea manages to get the trade out with that super as well. Maori, bit of an awkward 1v2 here. Does use a gadget, but doesn't really get the most out of it. Black Sea coming back to his lane. Maori was the slow. Black Sea is very low. Pick up from Maru, but trade is there, and that's going to be the team wipe. In the end for Panna Fresh, the opportunity to score and even things out.
Yeah, but a lot of this map is broken up, and Mori should be able to really make some big strides in control here. Nice little Vengeful Spirits early on from Rafa, but he does get connected with a shot from Joker. Black's going to throw out the super to no value whatsoever. The cycle's not there. The slow is, however, though, from Mori. He's going to get the 3k, and Joker coming in with a pinch. Jaime just using his super to retreat as he knows Joker's going to dominate him as he goes forward. Pull there from Rafa, but he doesn't want to bring Joker towards this ball, especially when he's that close to super. Good decision from Rafa, but it looks like it's all crumbling anyway for Panna Fresh as Joker comes forward with the super. The pass is there, but the defenses as well. Twister keeping him firmly in the goal, but Maru too low to aggress.
Yeah, that was a really good defense from Panna Fresh, one they needed as well if they want to stand a chance in this set overtime. It was gonna come right on the horizon now as Black Sea does miss that super, doesn't really find the most value out of it. He should get shut down there by Mari. Bolt going forwards, another Vengeful Spirits from Rafa, still has one left however. Mari is able to finally close down that kill onto Black Sea, and I mean, Reply Totem, for overtime, I do like the prospect of that B.
Yeah, but Rafa's just able to keep them all so low. Mori trying to make some glancing plays down this left-hand side, but spotted quickly and shot at to bring him low. Maru avoiding that car shot to keep himself alive as well. Joker, no super to hand, and we have two supers and Griff getting in a position to try and get his as well, but Mori connects that 3k shot, maybe even more with this damage amplifier from the roofs. But Jaime moving forward, trying to keep them off the ball and might even play for a draw here. Super miss from Mori, and it's all wastes on the side of Totem, and Jaime's looking for a play down the right side, but doesn't manage to get it. No super still from Totem, but now they're coming through. They're starting to be there. They've got three. The pull misses. Pass and play from Reply Totem. Can they force this ball in? The pass to Joker. The shot, but surely maybe a little bit of a delay and a shot and a super through would have been better, but they draw it out. And Reply Totem remain one ahead, but a good game from Panna Fresh.
Man, that was incredibly close. I actually thought that final push there was going to go Reply Totem's way. They had 3 supers as well. That's a lot of potential, but they did use 2 for the passes. The final shot was a little bit weak, and in the end, a missed opportunity, but I mean, Panna Fresh still in it, Reply Totem still in it. It's still 1-0 here for Reply Totem in that set.
Definitely looking a lot better for Reply Totem than it is Panna Fresh regardless. But that game was very good, and they had some great defenses in there as well, and a great early start once more. Joker's going to get the stun and kind of deflect the push just a little bit more, wait for the respawn of Maru, and then play from there.
Yeah, Mari incredibly low HP, does connect to slow. That's going to help Joker claim the kill as well. Map getting opened up early on again. At least there isn't that super early goal for Reply Totem again, as Jaime goes on the right-hand side, tries to find some value, and that's going to initiate a lane swap, as obviously they want to keep the Gale against the Carl for as long as possible. Nice stun there onto Rafa is going to result in a kill as well. Follow-up shot from Jaime is going to be a miss, so Joker gets to live on.
Nice little deflation of the push there. Good pinching communication from Joker and Maori as well. Clearly, as they played that so well, but Black's is going to get the kill there. Damage gear activated, and it brought him down. Rafa passing the ball to the left-hand side and trying to advance up the map just that little bit more. But Totem's defenses have really been so strong throughout this. Joker's going to get the power up as well. After a little bit of healing and damage gear, he'll have above 6k HP.
Yeah, about a minute left on the clock before overtime, and so far, this one definitely feels like the most stalemate game we've had yet. 3 supers available though, and 1 from Black Sea is going to find a kill onto Maori. Joker in a tough position, is trying to get the ball away, but it's going to be Panna Fresh with a team wipe consecutive goal following up, and that now means they have the advantage coming in. Reply Totem trying to find a goal before the end of the countdown.
Time not on their side either, but Black's is getting hit pretty hard. Super comes in though as he does get Joker quite low, forcing him to back up, and Rafa's just going to be able to keep these players so weak. Good pinching from Jaime as well to get that kill. Flying hook up, and Joker's low, super available though, but Maru cannot help this fight. He goes down on the side of Joker, super coming in, but that's not going to be enough. Panna Fresh even things out, and that was a really nice game from them.
Yeah, it feels like opening the map up is a bit of a double-edged sword here, as yes, the beat can, hit some magical shots, really, but at the same time, Gene is able to find so much value off his shots as well. Just help him chain those supers, just get them a little bit faster, plus the chip damage is, completely resetting the healing of Reply Totem, and he's been able to make a huge difference down in the mid. Let's see what the approach is going to be here. So far, Panna was a really good start. It's only Joker left alive. There are no better brawlers when it comes to defense. That should be enough here to just shut things down with that twister. Ball is going to be moved away, but Rafa still has a pull. The piggyback from Blacksea to open up the goal area. Maru gets pulled. Actually is going to be able to punish them as well, as he does get a post-mortem kill, and Jaime is able to get the trade. In the end, I mean, it was still just looking much better for Panna, even though they were not quite able to close down that attack. They were the ones attacking.
Yeah, it was looking quite good, but Totem once again with some great defense. You saw Joker place down a twister and then walk back into his goal with the ball, so it would just place it directly in the center without having to shoot it. Really good thoughtful process from him there, but breaks are coming in now, and this is where it kind of goes right or wrong. It's the decisive time for Reply Totem, and Maru getting some good shots down the right side, which is yet to be broken, and that's helping him out so much. But Rafa was there with his pull, and he didn't use it. Joker with the knockback, really getting no value off it at all other than some positioning, but the positioning's not even in their favor.
Minute left on the clock here. Rafa does have his pull. Let's see if that is going to help out, as Jaime has a super as well. The short shot, yeah, and the pull is going to be following up onto Jaime as well. That's going to be the goal for FA Panna, and with 50 seconds left on the clock, Reply Totem, they need some sort of answer here.
Joker trying to get the shots through as well, but Mori with the super in hand. Joker has his as well, and that could be huge, but another useless knockback in that position, just gets a little bit of damage, but not really much from it. Pushing forward now, though, Maru needs to try and finish off Rafa, which he does. That's a walk if I've ever seen one. Damage gear was activated as well. He gets his super, but he's trying to make one of his own. Joker couldn't quite get it, but Jaime got it on the other side. 1-1, 30 seconds.
Wow, what a goal there for Reply Totem to find. Nice team wipe there, but still a little bit of time here until overtime. Jaime goes on to Maru, is able to find that pickup. There is going to be a supply drop dished out to Joker to try to help solidify that defense while they are a player down. In the end, I mean, it is a bit of a tough one. Joker does find that kill. That's going to be slowing that aggression a bit down. Oh, beautiful shot there from Blacksea. Perfectly timed with the overtime coming in, and that's going to be Panna to take the first set. And I mean, so far, I'm kind of eating my horse from earlier.
I'm just going to throw it straight out there. How sure are you guys that today is not the day the Reply Totem gets taken down? I mean, one thing I've got to say, that last goal was an absolute banger. I mean, the pass there was perfect and the timing there really was on point. But it was a slow and steady start for FA Panna. I wouldn't say that I was nearly as confident to coming back after the game like I just did, looking at the beginning of how Brawl Ball went. That, you know, they definitely took a bit of time to feel how Reply Totem were looking to take on the situation. And I liked the Reply Totem comp. I've got to be honest, I felt like it was very, very strong. But over time, we just saw Panna gain a bit more confidence. And, you know, I'm going to, put back the question to you guys. Like, having, you know, started before we went into the games as confident as you were that Reply Totem were going to breeze it. How are you feeling, Trev? You're looking very, very, resentful right now.
See, you wanted me to backtrack, but I can always kind of, lay back on my 20%. I was feeling quite good about that 20%, to be honest with you.
I thought was it not 10? Is he back?
No, that was him. That was him.
We're only a set in, so I feel like, I am a man of science, and I feel like when we look at the statistical evidence, it's too little of a sample here to really decide. It's only been a set. There's 3 more to come, because it's going to be 3-1 for Reply Totem, and we'll see. We'll see. I mean, if we are looking at the stats of this game, it looks better on the side of Reply Totem, to be completely honest. But they did end up losing it, so I don't know, man. I don't really know what to think so far. I do have to say, I feel like the Gene was making a massive difference there, just finding so much value, and that chip damage over time was just so annoying for them to deal with.
Teddy's a man of science. I don't know what that makes Trav. He's definitely not a man of predictions as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, picks and bats coming in. Panna batting out Otis. Batting out the Max, Janet, and then the Gus also picking the Otis and then the Bell as well. Reply Totem batting out Penny, Ruffs, and Squeak. Getting that early draft of Gene here, I really quite like here on Layer Cake.
I think it's a very solid pick, and it was, as Teddy said, very influential into the decision of that first set as well. So it's nice to see the Reply Totem have got it. And considering they had the first pick, I'm not sure why Panna didn't kind of account for that a little bit more. I do feel like it is at the forefront of the meta in this map, definitely for a first pick. They add Carl to the mix, though. I'm not too convinced about it. We've seen it work, we've seen it not work. It clearly worked well for Panna in the last set, but also at the same time, I'm not the biggest fan of it here, and maybe especially into an Otis.
Yeah, until we saw the Rico pick, I was starting to think that Totem maybe were just stealing Panna calm from the previous set. But we do see the Rico come in, which is an interesting one. Not one I've seen too much recently here on Layer Cake. I've seen it successfully played out a couple of times before, but I like the idea of it. I'm down to see it, and I think it can be a good way as well to, deal with some brawlers like Otis, because you don't really want to go for a direct matchup, and if you can have a bounce at your disposal to kind of, break apart the lane, that can help quite a bit. Although I do prefer the approach of a Sprout. I think it's just a bit more traditional, but for a reason, because it's been more functional overall.
I mean, picking Sprout in, considering that it's literally your team name icon, you gotta think that they've got something up their sleeves here in terms of the way to play it. And I do feel like Layer Cake is that map. Sure, you've got the Rico, which thrives off the back of walls, and also the Gene that can break walls. But I do feel like there is a lot of weight behind that particular brawler, and as a final pick, I think it's actually quite a strong one.
I mean, I can get behind it. I do kind of like the Rico here and there as well. It does account for the tanks, and we saw Tribe play it last week against Navi, and it was successful there. Might be because Navi are a bit more tank-orientated in their comps, but I still like it. And Totem are off to a good start, regardless of Joker having this Sprout in his lane. He's got himself into a great position.
Yeah, he's going to get tagged up quite a bit, has to pop a gadget to stay afloat. But, to be fair, they found some decent value onto the Sprout as well, down to 1,000 HP. Jaime is going to fall, and a beautiful super from Joker to claim the kill into Blacksea. It's already a double kill for Joker, the superstar player of Reply Totem this year, and a 5-star lead now in favor of them, as Maru is quite low HP. The pull is going to connect onto Jaime, and it's going to be yet another kill going their way, as Maru is going to be the first to go down, and Joker does get isolated. That could be a little bit dangerous. Is again forced to use a super, but he still gets a kill either way. So, I mean, so far so good for Reply Totem, really.
Somehow Joker's managed to get out of that one. I don't know if it's him being insane and just flawless with his gameplay, but it was really not a situation where Panna should have let him get out with. But I like that play there. He popped the super before he actually got, he managed to mute him down. But it was really nice stuff. Joker over the right side again. He's on a tear. Someone stop this man.
Yeah, he's been popping off, and I, announced some slight concerns with that Rico pick, feeling like it's one that's not necessarily the most common on this map, but he's definitely showing the value that it can bring, as now we're 19 stars to only the 6 for Panna. Maru getting yet another kill. Maru will get marked, but, I mean, it seems like he still gets to live on either way. And that is going to be a pretty straightforward win here for Reply Totem. I think Panna upset them in the previous set. Totem, not a team that's really used to losing, and I don't think they wanted to make it a trend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to change my name to Trav Backtracks instead of Trav Talks, I think, because at the moment, I'm back and forward. I'm saying I'm going to be back with Panna, but now Totem, they come back with some great gameplay once more, and I think Teddy's going to have to do the same because he's doing the same with the Rico pick. He thinks it's bad. We come in, he proves himself, and then we got a bit of backtracking from him as well.
And then he proves me right.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a back and forward. I don't know what I think at this point. I sit on the fence.
Well, Maru somehow gets to live there as well. Rafa barely does as well. Joker a bit aggressive there on his own, and I mean, eventually, if Maru and Maru are just staying on their side, yeah, they will get the trade at least. So Reply Totem keep the lead, but a bit of a weird interaction there as another wall gets placed down, and Rafa will be the target of that pull. Connection is there, and a follow-up kill. A couple of kills, in fact, but still the engagement in favor of Reply Totem was a 5-star lead for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, that pull could not come at a better time for Mori. He stayed under the radar, he was in the bush, the wall was placed, so it blocked off the bush for the flank round. Rafa thought he was safe, and he was the complete opposite. Really nice stuff from Reply Totem once more. We've got Joker back on the Sprout lane, which is the lane which you'd expect him to do worse on. But actually, it's been paying off for Reply Totem just that little bit more, but he uses his gadget, and he still goes down. Maru's going to be the game changer in this one as well, because he's got 4 stars and the blue star over his head. Kind of stops him from going as aggressive as he'd like. The Fat Splatter does reveal his position a little bit there as well, but they've still got supers, and they're available for all 3.
Yeah, Maru has no more flying hooks, so an opportunity to really go against the Sprout, but there's not going to be a need to, as Maru and Joker get a nice push on the left-hand side to get the elimination. Mark is not going to connect onto Maru, and that's going to be a bit of a mistake here for Panna Fresh. A wall is placed down, but is that going to be enough here for Panna Fresh to find an opening? 10 seconds left. Another kill there from Maru. Will find a follow-up as well, and that is going to be a clean set from Reply Totem. Really not much of a sweat in this one.
I gotta say, from the sidelines, I had to bite my tongue in that game. I mean, it just seemed like a completely different team that Reply Totem were playing. And there was no caution on the side of FA Panna Fresh. I mean, you know, when you got a Gene and a Rico and the angles are all lined up, and as you saw how explosive Reply Totem made the comp, you got to be so mindful of those moments because, you know, you got Sprout is a fantastic brawler, great pushback potential. But when you got a Gene with a magic hand on the other side of things, you still can't push nearly as much as you'd like to. And it just felt to me like, you know, they, on the side of Panna Fresh, they were not cautious going into those moments here. And they had a great opportunity in that last game, actually, to turn the tides. I think it was only about a 3-star difference, honestly, towards the end. But they were just like, walls come crumbling down. And I feel like for me, FA Panna Fresh seems to prefer the game modes where you can be more aggressive. Because Reply Totem are that very team as well, very, very aggressive. In Bounty, it's a balance. And that's what, for me, Reply Totem demonstrated far better in that set.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I mean, stats-wise, it's very, very one-sided here. 44 stars to 14. That is, yeah, very dominant overall from Reply Totem. I don't think there's too much to talk about for this set, really, because it was kind of more in line with what we expected, if not more dominant than what we expected. And yeah, night and day difference with what Brawl showed us earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say something about these stats as well. It's kind of unusual for me to see, you know, how much damage Panna Fresh actually got. It's not like Totem had a vastly bigger HP pool either, because it wasn't that far apart, but they got the damage, but clearly just didn't have the team play that Reply Totem had to finish off these kills. Gene pulls, Rico supers that were just perfectly timed together, and as Ark said, you know, you can get those angles and get those kills, and it's just not something that Panna Fresh had the ability to do with their brawlers, but also as well, the pinching was just nowhere near as strong for them.
Yeah, it's like when you got your opposition back against those ropes, you really can go to town in that situation if you're cautious around doing so. But one Gene pull and your push is entirely deflated. But Gene could be coming up again, who knows? But for me, on safe zone, I don't think it's the best one. The bans are in B, Gus, and the Griff as well for Reply Totem. Colette, Carl, and Bonnie banned out by Panna Fresh. Pretty decent ban so far for me.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here as well. I mean, some tank counters all around banned out too, so maybe we'll see a Daryl appearance come in, or even a Daryl and Gale. It is still something that I think can bring some value here all around. Usually there are going to be some wall breakers on either side, so maybe still looking at something like a Brock or even a Ruffs to make an appearance and do that job, but it's not mandatory either. I still love Rico too, honestly, on safe zone. I think it can do really, really well. It does a really good job, especially when there isn't a wall break available. Ruffs is going to be bringing out that wall break, as well as the bell pick on the side of Panna Fresh, which I like both picks. Pretty alright here. Nothing really too special, I would say, but it's functional, so I'm fine with it.
Surely they're going to be looking for the buzz, right? It just kind of lines up perfectly, and with the heist as well, you know, we said earlier, it probably is his best game mode at the moment. They've got the max there, he's already ready. The buzz would be a great addition to this composition. You give him speed, you give him the ability to go aggressive, but it looks like they may be going a little bit different route here. Still could be that last pick, but Buzz isn't going to be thriving with the walls open, and I think that's what kind of Brock shuts off.
Do you know what's funny? I asked Joker this very thing the other day. They might combine this with Buzz. I can't remember what the match was, but I saw Brock being ran with rocket lasers, and I said, "Do you prefer that because is actually kind of like an open map better or worse?" He prefers an open map. It was a really interesting take on Buzz. So I would have thought that you'd like to utilize some of that cover, but he likes to be able to go in and grapple on whatever he wants, and there it is. Yeah, I'm not surprised that they doubled down. The question is, are Panna Fresh bold enough to go 8-bit here? But considering that you've got the Buzz there, and 8-bit's such a vulnerable brawler, I don't know. If they do, they're gonna have to be very, very cautious around it. And ultimately with the Brock there as well, it is a really daunting thing to be faced against. They're going to go Daryl. I don't mind that. I think that's actually the perfect way to go. It's a really, very good counter to Buzz. But ultimately, I love the way Buzz can thrive on this map. If Reply Totem keeps cycling that Buzz, I don't necessarily think that the Daryl's going to be focused on countering the Buzz. I think the Daryl's going to be able to be going in on the aggressive and keep the cycle moving. So I think that Panna Fresh will be really, really cautious as to where their priorities lie. Is it on the aggression and the damage on the safe, or is it with the countering to Buzz?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I mean, I do like the Brock here a decent bit as well, and I feel like I've heard something similar to what you were talking about, Ark, about you know, that Buzz and Brock together. So I'm not the most shocked by it either, as I mean, Reply Totem, they're known as loving to bring out the Buzz in these conditions. Jaime is getting tapped from afar by Maru. Maru gonna get the follow-up kill onto Rafa as well. That's going to be some nice early damage on safe here for Reply Totem. Only 12%, but it is 12% in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, with Rocket Fuel obviously not having more damage as it used to have, it's a little bit unusual to maybe see him use it in that position onto the safe, but in comes Jaime, gets the kill now, and it's only going to be a Brock respawning as well. Maru's going to pitch back really nicely and keep him low. Joker trying to go aggressive on the other side of things, but he doesn't see that opening yet. Mori gets the defense as well. In comes the super from Joker, and he's going to add a bit more damage to the safe.
Yeah, that is still 18% in their favor. Make it quite a bit more, actually. 41 now. With that follow-up Brock super that finds a nice connection onto safe as well. And Joker getting a kill, but Jaime is there with the trade, and he's free to be roaming around the safe. They have a big advantage so far, but Joker did go down, respawns, and gets a follow-up kill. It's going to give him a follow-up super as well, which is quite nice here for this early endgame. As Joker is going to get the pull onto Jaime and the save, gets the damage on both as well, gets his next pull available too, and even though he goes down, that's still a very good engagement here for Reply Totem.
Where was this Totem hiding in the first set? I think they just want to see me and Teddy look stupid on camera, because that's exactly what's happening, because now they're coming through, they're dominating 10% on safe. That's going to finish it surely. The last rocket gets in there and gets the percentage done. They take the game, and now one game away from moving a set up.
Yeah, I think you raise a valid point, Trev, but I think part of it was also kind of a more poor draft in that first set, you know? I feel like B, yeah, but it struggled so much against the chip damage from the Gene that's just so much more consistent. This has been a completely different story in sets 2 and 3 so far. It's not over just yet here for Panna Fresh and Heist, but they got to change things around quite drastically, and it's an alright trade as Joker just gets a free access to the safe, is able to dish out a pretty heavy amount of damage early on. That's 23% already in favor of Reply Totem.
And Jaime just can't add damage onto the other side. Mori's doing a phenomenal job, I will say, against this Daryl, because you usually see Daryl juking back and forward, get in the lane pretty nicely and just being able to avoid shots, but they're just doing so perfectly. Now Jaime comes through, going to spin around as well, get his super back, but it might be pointless to use it at this point. He gets the takedown, but has to retreat as the pinch between Joker and Maru was there in the bottom left-hand corner. You've got to be careful, though. Super comes forward from Joker, ignoring the Daryl, but still forcing him into a defensive position anyway. Great play from Reply Totem there, and especially Joker.
Yeah, Blacksea is still able to barely get the kill onto Joker before his second super connected there. It's only been 1% on the save so far, and Jaime able to find a couple more, but he is getting shut down. Joker connects the super, and even though we do have a kill from Rafa onto Maori, things are still looking quite all right here for Reply Totem. A couple shots from Rafa connecting onto that save. The Mark gets the connection onto Joker. Does still have that pull, but it's going to be hard to reset here with quite a bit of chip damage and some bell bounces coming in play as well. 2 kills now for Panna Fresh. This is their chance to overtake the damage lead, and things are starting to look better and better for them here. Reply Totem need to be a little bit careful.
Joker coming in with the stun, though, and Jaime can do nothing about it. Big shots and big connections coming in from Brock whilst he was stunned out. Maru has this super, though, needs to heal up to make good use of it, along with Joker, who picks up another super as well, just getting in the range of Blacksea and getting the last bit needed. Super there as well, but Jaime trying to perfectly time his, doesn't manage to do it, but rolls over to Mori. Great play by him, but now they are going to take some damage, but without the Brock there, they're not adding much DPS to the safe from range.
Yeah, 20 seconds left, 22%. Still in it as well. Joker with the pull onto the safe, gets cleared out quite nicely by Panna Fresh. There is a 7% lead now for Reply Totem. Panna Fresh have 10 seconds to turn that around, and they'll get a first connection here. Only 6% now. Another shot that connects. It's not a lot in it. Jaime evens things out, and oh, there is still some damage onto that red safe coming through there from Joker. It is going to be Reply Totem with the game and set in the end. 2-1 now in their favor.
I don't know how or why Panna Fresh did not get that game. I mean, okay, sure, they were low HP coming in at the end. They had to wait and try to make the most of it, but the Darren roll wasn't the greatest. There just wasn't enough support. I guarantee you, Reply Totem, they were worried. They were absolutely worried about how they were going to defend on that situation. But I did love, prior to that, the way that Reply Totem was cycling so nicely the comp to get everyone back in. Going super on the aggressive, getting the damage on the safe is a great thing. It's the best thing you can do in Heist. You know you're going to go down, but having that max there for support to get you back into the thick of the mix as quickly as possible, it's like the cycling of Reply Totem there, and the timing of going down was so crucial with how they were looking to play the comp. But Panna should have got a game there. They really should. I think that Reply Totem won the ropes, and they just didn't kind of secure what they needed to do within the time frame.
I feel like at the end of that final game, we had like all the elements of place of, you know, a game that gets robbed. It really felt like Panna got that. But, I mean, Joker with some nice counter-aggression to focusing on going back towards their save, that made the difference there. Yeah, it was a very well-played game. Even though stats-wise it's very close, again, it's Heist. And what matters the most is getting that damage on safe. And overall, that was very favorable for Reply Totem. Despite that second game being a little bit closer, the first one, Panna didn't even stand a chance.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I think Joker survived with 29 HP and a mark on him at the top of the map in that final push there. We kind of just got a glance up to him up there before the game ended, but that was such a good play from him. And how they managed to defend this, I know you said, like, Daryl did a pretty poor roll, but surely there's got to be some damage from the bell bounces. It was, what, 7% coming up, something like that, 9. The bell bounces, the rough super, something's got to go in there to be able to get that win.
Yeah, it was the lack of composure, and again, I feel like this is where Reply Totem thrive, because they've got so much, experience behind them, so much ability to stay calm under pressure. And again, like you said perfectly, where were Reply Totem in that first set? Because it's a different team now, and that it has absolutely shifted as we go into our draft of Minecraft Madness. Could potentially even be the final draft that we see in this series, the way that they are going about it. Panna really need to pull up their socks. The bands of Crow, Squeak, and Bell in for Reply Totem. B, Janet, and Max banned out by Panna. Pick for Panna being Gus, and for Reply Totem going in early with that Gene pick.
Yeah, I like the Gene again. You know, we saw how successful it was earlier for both sides when it was at play. I feel like Minecraft Madness is a pretty decent map to bring in the mix as well. Gus has had some interesting results so far today, let's be honest. But Carl also has had its back and forth, really. It's been successful here and there. To be honest, it worked for Panna earlier, but I do feel like it's a brawler that is getting countered more and more heavily and is struggling quite a bit more than it used to in the meta. So, yeah, perhaps some picks here from a Reply Totem that can pop off quite a bit, and Colette is one of those harder counters to Carl.
Yeah, and, you know, Gene obviously has that lamp blowout at close range as well, that Carl, you know, really does get annoyed by. Otis is one of those brawlers where if you catch Carl at the right time, it can be really solid. He's got great DPS, but we saw it in Layer Cake. He managed to pop his super with Protective Pirouette before Otis could get the super off, and then it kind of ended that matchup instantly as he was just able to get the kill so freely. I believe Gus may be playing in mid for Panna and they're going to add another lane to the mix here with, you know, Crow banned out, Squeak banned out. There's a lot of these brawlers, but they're going to settle for Stu, which I do think is pretty solid, but it's hard to get a solid speed zone up with, you know, Gene so freely being able to shoot at range and getting that kind of knockdown damage little by little in there, and I just don't know if Reply Totem get this control. Stu's going to be able to do too much.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think Reply Totem have the better draft. I just feel like Gus can absolutely work. I think Carl can work here as well, but Stu is the more troublesome one, and the range as well. If you don't really double down on the aggression and just fully commit, then I just kind of worry where the value is going to be obtained with that particular brawler.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you guys. I think it's always a map that's a little bit awkward when it comes to spawnables, because you have to choose to either put it behind the wall but on the rails, or kind of in the open. And it's going to be in the open for now, so yeah, not the most value, really. I'm not the most convinced by that idea, but I mean, he's surviving down on his lane just fine until I say that and gets shut down.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is just that deep Gene damage that he's not going to be able to evade, and Blacksea falling low now as well, getting hit by more of the same, and Otis getting some great shots in at a decent range as well. A little switcheroonie over the left-hand side for Joker as he's trying to stay away from high main, trying to stay on his solid matchup against Carl. Mute comes in from Maru there with a Silver Starfish, but Pull missed on the other hand of things from Mori, and that's going to maybe allow them to get a bit more control back. Not going to be running push it back either. He's going to be running the shield, which is maybe a little bit unusual against that Carl lane. Yeah,
despite using the super, Maru is able to win that fight. Mari looking for gem number 7. Needs to be a little bit careful. But Nice mute from Maru, and yeah, that is the gadget from Rafa. Gets some good damage and helps Blacksy win his lane. Still, a favorable position for Reply Totem all around, as Maru is going to get them to gem number 7 now, and Panna Fresh a little bit behind. Plus that pull available from Maru is going to be a constant threat. There is the connection, and 2 gems actually free to be picked up by Reply Totem. A super from Joker to pick up number 10 and get some damage off as well, and that's going to be countdown initiated.
Joker definitely risking the game there, but feeling confident nonetheless. He bounces off the minecart and stays in a decent position. Pull thrown out by Mori. It might be a delay tactic, it might just be a plain miss, but they take the game anyway. It doesn't matter to them. Reply Totem on match point now, and Panna Fresh looking the same as they did in Layer Cake, the same as they did in Heist. They're looking stale.
Yeah, this is, you know, not the Panna Fresh we saw in set 1. Definitely not. Reply Totem back in shape. Let's see here if Panna Fresh can fight off this match point, or if Reply Totem close it out with yet another 3-1 in this second season of the challenge. And oh, beautiful super there from Joker. Gets a double kill as well with it. That was quite a play. Jaime hugs the minecart a little bit too much, and Murray is able to get the kill. Joker steals away to gem 2, and that's going to be 4 now in favor of Reply Totem.
Any other player, I'd question him using that super to go in and pick up that gem, but it's Joker, and we know how good he is, so I'm not going to say anything. In comes Blacksy now, and he tries to bait out the knockback, but eventually Mori's going to get it anyway. The minecart stops him there, but the gem's still in Totem's hands, just not the hands that they want. Jaime coming through now, doesn't get the 3 gems. Great flurry of shots from Maru to deny him that and put the gems back on the one who wants them.
Yeah, I like that they're just leaving those gems in the back as well. Just there's no way that Panna Fresh managed to get a situation where they can pick those up and fall back. Pull there is actually not going to be quite good. If anything, it just gets Jaime closer to the action, gives him a free extra dash, really, as Reply Totem get team wiped. And Panna Fresh now was full on mid control, looking much, much better in this situation. And they better be looking much better, because it is match point for Reply Totem, so not much room for mistakes. 1 gem away now from the countdown, and Panna Fresh are here to initiate it. A big kill, and Joker runs away with all the gems. What a super to make it work either way. Another kill from Joker, and suddenly the situation is completely reversed. The pull from Mario. How is this possible? I mean, no, that is just a completely different way to see the Colette being played on than what we're used to. And there's still some kills left and right. Mario clears out 2. Jaime left alone here, and Joker sitting on 11 gems.
Come on, Panna Fresh. You're better than that. You know better not to go for that gem, Rafa. Reply Totem, they're closing this one out. I won't say they deserved it in this game, but they deserve it after that mistake from Rafa, because that was a big, big blunder, probably the biggest we've seen throughout today. You know, in addition to Tom, I'm going to bring that up again, but Panna Fresh still going to be remaining on 0 and 3, and Totem remain undefeated.
I love the synergy, though. I mean, that's the power of Colette, you know, and ultimately, if you turn your back to that, you're going to get punished, absolutely. So I feel like that should have been another game, realistically, for Panna Fresh, but it's those sort of mistakes that against a team like Reply Totem, they just will not forgive you at all. Great skill, great perseverance from them, and despite being behind throughout pretty much the majority of that game, turning it around in spectacular fashion, it's kind of what we've come to expect from a team like Reply Totem, but it never gets boring.
No, it certainly does not. I mean, Panna Fresh, they fought for it, but I feel like maybe, yeah, they had to give everything, you know, to win that first set. And afterwards, it kind of feels like there was nothing left in the tank for the next 3. Some glimpses of greatness here and there. But again, overall, a good set for Reply Totem. That second game was a lot more scrappy. It did feel like in most sets, first game was really good from Reply Totem, and then things got a little bit more messy, but Totem still were able to close things out for the most part. I think this set was no exception to that rule as well, where Reply Totem, they opened things up amazingly. It was a very convincing first game. The next one gets a little bit more complicated, but Reply Totem still able to close out the sets more often than not, and that's going to be a 3-1 in their favor.
Well, I mean, look at the gem difference as well. There's 5 difference in between Panna Fresh picking up and dropping, which is not what you want to see, whereas Reply Totem managed to get 43 gems in total and only dropped around 19. So dropping less and picking up way more. That kind of just shows the difference between these teams. And, you know, Panna Fresh, they played very well in that first set. And honestly, I was worried. I was worried about saying an 80-20. I will say Teddy predicted as well. He said Reply Totem are going to win 3 in a row, and that they did. But Panna Fresh, they could have taken this possibly even to a set 5 without that mistake that they did make. But at the end of the day, mistakes were made, and Totem are going to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, it was very night and day difference when we looked into the later sets. No doubt about it. Panna, though, just came in looking so good. I mean, there was definitely mistakes still on both sides in that first set, but it could have been enough to just kind of catapult them a little bit more, get inside the minds of Reply Totem. But again, that is where experience comes very much into play. And especially when, well, what is this win streak now? 17 wins since the Open Finals of Season 1. I mean, you know, when you've got that to your name, the pressure does mount to maintain that. So when you are behind, you know, that can be a deciding moment, actually, as a factor. But, you know, Panna just looked very, very shaky in Bounty. And I feel like it just kind of unwound from the second set down. And I think in Gem Grab, yeah, those mistakes kind of shown at a time when the Reply Totem were able to tie it up. So definitely not the result that Panna wanted, but the one that I think it's fair to say that many of us expected to see, but it does place them without a single win so far in the challenge season. And that's a dangerous place to be in, Teddy. You need to break away from that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a similar story as, you know, some of the talks we've had was Mystic, for example, where this is a match that can kind of afford to lose, like, in the global landscape, because you know that it's very likely you win against Reply Totem. But the problem is, Panna, they've also maybe lost some of the matches that they should win. You know what I mean? And right now, things are looking a little bit scary all around for them. 0-3, and they've already faced one of the, you know, I don't want to say easier opponents, but realistically, you know, Chasmac not the strongest in the group, and they lost to them too. And you know, now Totem 2, it's starting to get a little bit scary for them, because yes, they've lost now to the strongest opponents, so at least they don't have to face them again. But at the same time, I'm not quite overly convinced that they're going to be able to win against most of the other teams in this challenge season. So it's looking a little bit grim. We've had some glimpses of hope here and there, but we needed to see them a bit more consistently for actual, you know, multiple sets and wins to go their way.
Well, that loss, you know, it could put FA Panna on the bottom of the leaderboard, but Snapdragon Elite Gaming are always on the top of ours. Gotta give a huge shout out to them as well, because, you know, we wouldn't be casting here without them. Players certainly wouldn't be playing without them, and you, of course, wouldn't be at home able to enjoy the matches as we are without them as well. Gotta give a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because, again, it's such a joy to watch these battles commence. And, you know, up next as well, you know, Team Queso, they're kind of joined with Panna on the bottom. They kind of need a win themselves to be able to get out of this kind of little slump, and Navi is not going to be an easy opposition to do just that.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's the same with Team Queso as it is Panna. They're 0-2, they can be 0-3, and with Navi's recent plays, there's a high possibility of that happening. We've seen in recent seasons and other group stages as well in different competitions. You know, 4 is sketchy, 4 wins is sketchy, 5 wins pretty much guarantees you a spot in those playoffs. 4 wins, you've even got to have, you know, some luck in the head-to-head. And they're already on 0-3, which means 4 wins in a row wouldn't even guarantee them it. It'd put them in contention for that finals phase.
Well, stick around. We're going to go to a short break, but coming up next, Team Queso versus Navi. That is going to be an absolute banger. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro series of Brawl Stars. We are thick into day 3 now, and it is looking incredibly exciting. We've had some pretty convincing games so far today, but this could be one which kind of separates things out just a little bit. Some things that could have turned around as well along the way. Panna just now taking that loss, but having a really, really solid start. Now it comes down to a bit of a grudge match here between Navi and Team Queso. This goes back to split number 1, Trav, in Cup 5. It was Team Queso that got the win overall in that grand finals, but Navi have got 2 wins over them to the 1 in that split. So technically, the win advantage is kind of with them, but that was a pretty big result for Team Queso to secure in that split 1.
I mean, unless Team Queso can bring it back to their old form of earlier in the year, then I think this one might be going the same. I think Navi are the favourites going into it. It's definitely a lot closer than the previous 2 games we've seen, but this is Snapdragon Pro Series, the home of 3 1s. So we might be seeing something like that. I think that would be an acceptable scoreline between these 2 teams.
Team Queso as well, Teddy, they are very low, they're the bottom of the leaderboard. I was trying to sugarcoat that a little bit. They're right at the bottom of the leaderboard. Not in the place that we'd kind of expect to see them, but it hasn't necessarily been the Team Queso that we've come to expect after those roster changes. They haven't really looked the same since, really.
No, yeah, it's been tough, and in my opinion, it's kind of what I expected to see, at least when it comes to SPS. No, because things were kind of not working for a while already, really. Just some very moderate success here and there. They popped off and won a monthly final. Ever since that, it's been more losing than winning, really. And yeah, I mean, I want to see them succeed. Don't get me wrong. I'm hoping for them to succeed. It's just, so far I haven't really seen them win too much and not too consistently. Here and there, a couple of wins, enough to qualify, enough to make it to the stage, but not enough to stay here, at least so far. So I'm hoping that they prove me wrong and actually perform here, but I'm going to double down. And just like Trav said, I feel like Navi, they've been looking just much better and in a better shape recently as well.
Yeah, let's talk about Navi, because they are really in a point now where they are at the top of their game. Their roster as well coming in now thick and fast. They've just come off the back of double back-to-back grand final appearances in the BSC. Didn't quite get the win though, but almost got the reverse sweep over Tribe Gaming EU in the BSC. But MMA, Alex Cube, and Angel Boy really making a good impression so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series. 1 win to 1 loss, not too bad, but they definitely want to be coming out of today with a win, because I do feel that they probably will. Like, they are looking incredibly good since they've kind of got their head around draft. At the beginning of the year, that was where I felt this team looked the weakest. They were a bit late to the party when it came to kind of drafting, getting their heads around it, but now they are really starting to thrive off the back of it and having some great results. I feel like this is probably a team that could very well get the win here today, Trav.
Yeah, I feel like going off the back of, blind picks going into draft this year, as you mentioned, it was a bit of a step down.
Yeah.
We know they love to just run tanks and tanks and tanks. You expect them to swap off tanks. They don't swap off tanks. They come at you again and again and again. Then they kind of adapted their playstyle at the start of this year, and it didn't go as well. And now, recently, they've started to play tanks more. And it's wins, wins, wins. Like, there's a correlation between those 2 things, and Navi just play it so well.
Yeah, it's like even though we know kind of what Navi are likely to kind of go with, they like a lot of those Poco ideas as well to add those healings to the mix and make it a real problem. Even with that in play and the ability to kind of just draft a brawler which counts it, they are still looking very good and able to work their strategy around the situation, Teddy.
Yeah, I agree. I think Poco is also a very valid point that you're bringing up, because they're going to go for some of those safer approaches sometimes, like slightly less skillful like a Poco brawler, but it's gonna force your opponents, to make some mistakes, because you're just not really gonna be missing any shots with Poco or with Jeans brawlers that they do like to bring into the mix and get kind of rely on your opponents missing some shots. You focusing more on your own dodges, and in the long run they're able to just overwhelm you. And yeah, as Ref said, tanks is just something that we have known Navi for forever, and it feels like now is the moment they've really been able to incorporate them properly into drafts too, whereas in the beginning of the year they did struggle so much with figuring out how to draft, and we would see some very odd drafts, some very weird things that didn't work. Now we still see some of those weirder things, but they're working more and more often, and they're just able to set those ideas up in a much better place.
Let's take a look at the Team Queso roster as well, revise ourselves of it, as again, those roster changes earlier on in the year might have amended things in a way that if you've just come back, you may not realize. But Boss came in, of course, joined Ali SSJ and Javi there on the squad, and Boss as well prior to that being on Humble. But it has not looked the same at Team Queso since he's come on board. Not to put that on him at all, but it does take some time for teams to kind of re-establish themselves when they have those little moments. And obviously we just saw Javi and those guys and Rafa in the previous game. Not Javi or Rafa, but Rafa. But I just feel like Team Queso at the moment, for me, they just haven't found this synergy yet. Since Boss came in, it's taken a bit of time normally to find your footing, but it hasn't happened yet, or seemingly so.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same. If you carried on with the appointment and didn't kind of like amend it a little bit at the end, I was like, well, they've taken the time and nothing's happened. Yeah. It's more of the same. It's losses, losses, losses. Whether that be in B or C, they lost in the quarterfinals. They're 0-2 in this competition, and they're not looking good. Can't put it on Boss because he played phenomenally throughout the rest of the year on Humble. It just was a synergy issue there, and you kind of got to think, is it a synergy issue that maybe he brings to the team with some of his plays or something like that? Because it was the same with Humble.
There's definitely a lack of kind of chemistry, Teddy, in that respect. And, again, it can take time to establish that, but it's definitely been a rocky road, and they do have to break this losing streak. I mean, coming out of today, going into day 4, they don't want to be another game down. They're already, 0-2. They don't want to be 0-3.
No, absolutely not. It's been tough for them. It really has, and dude, that loss to Team Mystic is also one that kind of is tough for them, because yes, you can be expected to lose against teams like Totem, like Tribe, like SK, like those are tough matches, but against Mystic, they should really have won that one, and they did get 3-1. They got 3-0 by SK, which is the only 3-0 we've had so far in this season. So yeah, I would argue that so far, I think like Panna Fresh, honestly, even though they're 0-3 right now, so they are on the bottom of the leaderboard, they've looked a little bit better to me than even Team Queso did. So I'm a little bit scared for them. I think today is a good day to work some things out and try to show a different Team Queso, but we have yet to really see that happening.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a loss here, then Trav is going to go to town on the Spaniards, so we want to avoid that at all costs. Let's take a look at the head-to-head, though, as well as statistically, to kind of see how these two teams level out and see if there's anything more that we can gain from it, Trav.
Well, I mean, look at these. These KDs are dreadful on both parts. 1.99 to 2.76. Yes, it is worse for Team Queso as well, whereas 2.21 to 2.6 for Navi. Both negative, both have around about the same damage, but Navi have a win to their name. Team Queso just don't. And also, you've got to question, yes, Team Queso have faced SK, but have Navi maybe faced the harder opponents as well in Tribe, as they took a 3-1 loss to them, but managed to win up against Chasmac Gaming, or Crazed Clan as they were called then. And their statistics are still better.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, on paper, just looking at the big picture across the board, that Navi, for me, they're just in such a great place, where it becomes like a situation of whether it's, communication or skill or all of those things. It just feels like they are in a place of confidence. And why wouldn't they? They've just kind of had their rise towards the later part of the year when, on the side of Team Queso, they kind of had their rise a bit earlier in the season. And now it's kind of been on this kind of similar downfall trajectory. They do have to really pick themselves up. If they can get a win today over Navi, that will be a huge breaker. They need a bit of an icebreaker here. They have to have a little bit of a cushioning going into the day 4, because ultimately, yeah, it's a tough spot. It's a bit similar to what we saw earlier today. It's a bit make or break for them, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, roster changes, you got to kind of expect it to take a while to work out. Not every team is going to be like Totem and Joker, where they pick him up and the next game they're the best team in the region. That's really an exception. It usually does take a little bit of time to set up that synergy again and build up the synergy between all the players and play really as a team. But I do feel like for Team Queso, it's been taking quite a lot of time, really, and they don't have that much time left in the season to make it happen. Yes, it's only play day 3. Right? But you got to start winning at some point, and I feel like it's not like they have an easy matchup against Navi. Navi have been on a really solid form overall, so it's an important day, it's an important match for them, and I'm not the biggest fan of their chances in this one.
gotta start winning. Love that. Quote.
Great advice.
But, you know, I think we're all on the same page here. You know, I feel like Navi, for me, are a team that absolutely could get this win. The question is, is it the day that Team Queso can start to rise up? I think it's a bit different in the respect of the previous matchup with Panna Fresh versus Reply Totem. I think that was pretty much always going to be Reply Totem. I was just kind of like digging at you guys, just putting some fear in your minds.
He's changing his mind now. He's changing his mind now.
And it works because in that first set, you guys were terrified. But with this one, where is your mind at, Trav? Do you think that Navi is going to win this very convincingly? Is it going to even be a 3-0? Because we've only had one 3-0 so far in all the challenge days.
I mean, I think with the way Navi are playing in comparison to Team Queso, it can be a 3-0 today. I just think that this is such a big matchup, not only because it's going to put Navi in that 2-1 if they manage to win, and Team Queso down to 0-3. But these are the two teams who I think are going to be around that 4th, 5th kind of position. And a head-to-head win against your counterpart in that position puts you in the position to go to the challenge finals. So this is a big matchup in my eyes.
I fully agree. Absolutely so. Well, Kaboom Canyon up first for Heist. The draft coming in. The bans, of course, for Navi were Bell, Penny, and Otis on the side of Team Queso. The Bell, the B ban, the Gale ban, and also the Bonnie ban, and a quick and swift early draft of Colette on Kaboom Canyon, which escaped the draft, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good map for sure. One of the staple brawlers of this map in the first place. Does pretty well on Heist in general. And particularly on Kaboom Canyon, I think you have the extra benefit of just countering some tanks, in case Daryl shows up. You are at least somewhat covered to that extent. But yeah, I like it a lot. Gus and Griff, I like too. I don't know if Gus is necessarily a brawler that I think shines the most in Heist, just because it's kind of low DPS. And the shield it's alright, but I don't feel like it's going to provide as much value as in some other modes. I prefer Griff though, because he does have that DPS. The super does a really good job at closing out some eliminations or getting some openings as well for your team. Plus, if you can line it up nicely with the save and with some enemy brawlers, you can get a lot of value.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do really like the Griff pick. I agree with what you say. It does have some serious value on a map like Kaboom Canyon, opening up the map, getting early control. But Amber, it's tried, it's proven, it's worked in the past game, not the past game, the game before where Tribe played it. It was very, very solid, and I think Colette's a great pick as well. Daryl going to be Navi's last pick, and that's even without the Gale. I feel like a Gale ban usually does kind of indirectly ban Daryl out of the way as well, just because you can't use that launch pad into mid early on. I think it's a pick that can suffer quite heavily against a Griff. But then again, if you turn up on the Gus lane, you can tank a few shots, walk in that grass and just avoid things, heal up and be in a good position.
I love Amber here, but it's not going to be Javi on the Amber. Like, as you know, Trav, I do like it when Javi plays that Amber, and that is a very strong opinion for me to side with Navi here, because they kind of seem to know what Team Queso would like to have gone with and are trying to eradicate it. I think it's quite a bold move as well to pick Daryl into the Griff. Max coming in for Team Queso. I don't mind it. The Gus, I'm a little bit on the fence for. I mean, sure, you can leave a lot of the healing ghosts in the middle of the map if you do lose control, which later on when you retake you can then absorb. But I don't know. It's definitely not the game mode that I'm personally looking to see Gus in. I just kind of wonder whether the Max is going to help out a little bit more then to bring everyone back into the mid to go on the aggressive. It might be a saving grace for Queso in that respect, but I just feel like the Navi comp is just much more safe. It's tried and tested.
Yeah, I prefer it overall as well. We'll see if Team Queso can prove us otherwise, as we are ready to jump in. Javi opening up the wall towards the mid, which is something I like quite a bit against the Daryl as well, because you are going to be wanting to utilize that cover. So I don't mind it. Going to open up things furthermore, actually, as now there are 3 proper lanes showing up. A super from Javi, and so far, things aren't too bad here for Team Queso, as they're able to get a couple of kills, but a second super on save there from Cube. And even then, even though kills, it's very much in favor of Team Queso. Damage-wise, it is in favor of Navi.
Yeah, that was a big stuff there from Cube, who really is that kind of player who's shining on the side of Navi as of recent. Javi coming in with the super, though, gets a bit of value onto Angel Boy, and those cards are going to come back and maybe even take him down. Survives on 101, and MMA's going to come back up, take some control, and keep the pressure off him. Drywall directly over the water, but doesn't manage to get that far. Cube's got another super once again, and Boss in a tough position, looking like he might go down here, but it's going to be Javi who falls, and Angel Boy is on a tear. Gets 2, I think, and some position, and not damage on the save just yet, but now he's going to throw some down.
Yeah, he does have his super ready and does connect it onto SSJ. Put 2 on fire there, as Cube is there to finish off that kill. Another Good kill onto Buzz. Yeah, it does come true. And I mean, Angel Boy is popping off. He just refuses to go down. Eventually he does, but not before finding so much value on that right side. MMA able to find a nice kill into Javi. Does need to try to get his super to really be effective again, but so far so good here for Navi. It's not a massive difference, but Team Queso, they really want to get some percentages chipped down now onto that blue save. Are able to get a couple, but I mean, so far it's still dangerous as there is some value on that red save there from MMA. Gets it all the way down to 20. That's not a comfortable position here for Team Queso.
No, they're looking to try and burn down Javier, which they do quite successfully with that super, but shield provided to him as well, and this could be a big turnaround. The damage is there. They're trying to pin Javi down. They haven't killed him yet. He picks up another, and there's only 14% in it now. Super thrown out, but Cube's going aggressive. Can he finish this off? Can Navi tank this damage? MMA rolls in onto Javi. He gets the shots, but there's still some damage up top, and they take the lead. 1%, and Navi managed to do it. Cube ignores everything and runs towards the safe.
That was ridiculously close in the end. I mean, a good decision, I think, from Navi, but a bold one too, because I feel like immediately when Cube left the defense and went for the offense, things started falling apart for Navi because they missed a couple of shots, were taking a lot of damage, but then they got a couple connections that really turned things around, and they were able to make it work. So first game going to Navi, but not much in it. Really not much in it, only 5%.
Different story in the early game though, and MMA now has this super early on. He's got control of the bush, but Javi's there, gets the trade down, 100 to 100 still. No damage has been dealt, but Angel Boy trying to get some shots down on Alice's chain, actually manages to kill him, regardless of a gadget, regardless of super. Angel Boy comes out on top, survives quite nicely there as well, and Boss falls down because of it as well, and Cube adds 10% to the safe.
Yeah, that gadget is just free reset for Cube, and even though he does end up going down, that's not before getting 2 supers on safe. 51% in this early game. Gonna be favoring Navi, and that is one significant lead. Despite using a gadget there, Ali still ends up going down. And we will have the trade in the end. Actually, Team Queso finding some decent damage here and there onto that blue save, as Javi is just in a tricky position to deal with. But the pinch should be there now, and the roll from MMA to just secure it eventually. Get that takedown, 30% now still in favor of Navi. But Ali is able to get a couple more shots. But yeah, that's the thing, you know, is Gus, sure, you have access to the save, but you're not dealing much of any damage, really.
Yeah, well, this percentage just starts to close down, very comparable to last game when Navi got that early damage and Team Queso started to come back, but they were cut short. Can they do it this time? Super there, trying to get Javi out of the mix, but Boss might join him as go down as well. Cube's got a super. The percentage is closing down, but Alice J knows, as Teddy said, he can't get the damage alone, and he's going to have to come back and defend and go for a team push with 40 seconds left. Javi going to be falling soon. Angel Boy gets the kill, but MMA's still in this top corner. He's not going down just yet. Rolls on the safe, adds loads of damage. Gadget on there as well, 3% remaining, but Team Queso are still alive.
Yeah, they still got a final chance here for this high set. The positioning is good. The walls are opened up. They do need to be careful because if anyone slips through from Navi, they'll be able to close out the damage on safe. But right now, there's no opportunities to do any of that. A great super as well from Javi. This could be a chance. 10 seconds left. And yeah, that is going to be the Colette super. I believed in it for a second there that Team Queso would be able to pull off a miracle play, but it's not quite going to be the case, and Navi, they'll take the 2-0 for this opening set.
Navi just have got so much ice right now. It really is. I mean, the body blocking there was like, oh, chef's kiss to that. I mean, if you're Team Queso, you've got to be asking yourselves, like, what do we have to do? Because that was a prime closing opportunity for them, realistically there, and would have been a great way to catapult in on that first set, but it just wasn't to be. I mean, Navi are looking really dangerous. I was a bit worried for them going into that last final push. I think that they left that a little bit too late, or just could have played it a little bit better. There was a bit of a question mark for me. I'm sure Trav, when he was looking at me as well, we were like, is that the play? Okay. But it worked out. It worked out, and a great way to start. But the way that Navi are just so good at leaving someone to be like picked up by someone else and just kind of letting the roles kind of go around the whole entire team, it really is something to be marveled at, Teddy.
Yeah, I think the Gus pick kind of let them down at the end, you know, because if it was any other brawler that can deal some sort of damage to the save, they wouldn't have been able to get that final push. You know what I mean? Because they would have to deal with him. Otherwise, he would end the game in favor of Team Queso. And there was kind of like, sure. I mean, you know, you can have the save. We'll let you. But then, yeah, you just don't have as much pressure, I think, than if you have brawlers that can get that heavy damage. And on the side of Navi, they all have much more value on save than Gus does. But besides that, stats-wise, it's in favor of Team Queso, but it's Heist. So I don't read too much into stats, particularly for Heist, because you can get as many kills, as much damage onto your opponents as you want. If you're getting less damage on that save, it doesn't ultimately matter.
And, you know, I think as well, with these statistics, it does back up exactly what we saw. Sometimes it doesn't, but Team Queso were getting more kills. Navi just did not care about that. They'd take a super on the safe with a Daryl, they'd take a super on the safe with a Colette, and they'd go down because of it. But they accept that risk, they accept the damage they get on safe, and then they come back, they defend. And honestly, they didn't even defend half of it, to be fair. They soaked up a lot of damage just because they didn't want to. They couldn't be bothered. They want to just go aggressive. Bans are in by both teams. Open zone, very mechanical map from this one, and if your team's good with sharpshooters, then you're usually quite good on the map. Different playstyle for Navi though. I feel like if tanks come through here, it can be worrying. We've got Stu, Gus and Max bans, Poco, Otis and Bonnie. And I think Team Queso have read Navi quite well here. I think that Poco would have been a very good pick.
I was to say the Bonnie as well. Like, the Bonnie is definitely Team Queso, but because of that same reason, they left over open B. And I feel like that could be a really dangerous thing to hand over. Going to be picking in the Bell themselves, but you know, pretty much the majority of the big ideas are banned now here for Open Zone. But there is still Pam, there is still Griff, and those two I really value on this particular map. Amber coming in as well.
Javi on
Amber, as you know, yeah, absolutely so. But you know, we've seen this idea from Tribe a lot here on Open Zone. They're very consistent with picking Amber, and it does mean you're able to break open a lot of that side bush area, and it kind of leaves less question marks to being ambushed.
Yeah, I think the B first pick from Navi could maybe announce something more tanky showing up as well, as they wanted to get it out of the hands of Team Queso. We'll see. Maybe I'm reading a bit too much into that for now, but they do have 2 picks in a row, and the chance maybe, yeah, to get the Pam into the mix, as you rightly predicted, are always a valuable brawler on this map. I do like kind of how you have the multiple stages. You know, you get the first healing station quite defensively, and if you manage to get a lot of control, you can go for a more aggressive one and set up that aggressive positioning, try to get that spawn trap situation in your favor. But you gotta get to that stage in the first place, and that can be a bit challenging as well. Not necessarily my personal favorite, but Crow is an interesting approach. A brawler that really has fallen off ever since the nerf to the slow gadget. But I feel like you can still get a decent amount of value out of him, because 3 seconds, especially if you have a B on your team, that should be enough to get some big damage onto those slowed brawlers.
I do really like the Crow. I think it does very well against Amber, you know, and the ability that Navi have to just slow with the super of the B, with the gadget of the B, with the gadget of the Crow against an Amber or something like that is dangerous, so dangerous, especially if Crow's on that lane. And even if Pam's on the lane, she's got that ability to heal. She's got the Scrap Sucker. They've got so many defensive measures against these kind of things. But the Lola, I think, is a great pick from Queso. It's got the ability to tank B shots, to tank slows, and also with that freeze frame, yes, it took a hefty nerf, the same as the Crow slow did, but it's still fairly valid.
See, I would have left the Crow for Navi for Team Queso to pick, because it's rubbish against the Pam, and like just let them have that one. I wouldn't have gone Lola, I would have gone Griff, because I think they've got to break open that Pam healing station. As soon as that Pam healing station goes down, Team Queso have got nothing to break for. So I do worry a little bit. I absolutely agree though. I think Lola into B is fantastic, but I think the problem that they're going to have is with that Pam healing station.
Yeah, Lola has it's just really good matchups all around. I mean, I like the prospects of that brawler here very much, because it basically just counters everyone, or at least doesn't get countered by the Pam, so that's quite nice as well. But Angel Boy was an important pickup there onto Navi, and Navi overall was the better start, although they might need a little bit more of a setup on the side of Team Queso before they can really start popping off. So far, they are struggling a bit more. Cube just going to be doing very minor attacks to the ego, but they do manage to clear it up. Cube has a super now as well, and that healing station allows them to stay around the mid and reset so much more efficiently. Although Cube does get marked, the kills are all going in favor of Navi, and yet another one there from Angel Boy as they get past the 60% threshold for Navi.
Yeah, and I mean, this is looking exactly like Tribe was when they were playing it. Alex is going to fall down now, though, and Cubic being marked up is going to take some hefty damage, but we saw the exact same thing before. They go down at this kind of influential point in the game. Team Queso start to make a comeback, but then it crumbles as soon as Navi get positioned once more. We'll see if that comes to fruition yet again. but Burn not going to be connected on Cubic. He avoids that oil, and actually, AliSSJ doesn't even light it up. Slow comes in, and Cubic's just going to make the play for it, and he makes the play perfectly. Alex might have to use his super here to tank, and he does. 4,000 damage behind that, but that's a huge melt from Navi, from Javi, not Navi. Too much rhyming in my eyes. Javi now getting some control, and Boss coming back with a strong tap on Angel Boy as well to get control of mid.
Yeah, Cube in a tough position, and even though Navi had an amazing start to this game, it's definitely not looking as good now. Not much in it. Team Queso catching up. There's 2 nest eggs in a very annoying spot for Navi to deal with. So far, Cube able to dodge them quite nicely. A jump in as well that follows up, and that is beautifully played. Both kills going the way of Cube, and at a moment where they really needed them on the side of Navi, as they are heading towards the final percentages of this game. Should be able to clear it out, although they have low HP players. Alex comes back as reinforcement to secure it. Navi with another game here, and right now Team Queso need to be very careful.
I'm getting open zone deja vu. That is literally the exact same as we saw in the Tribe Gaming one, and then they followed up with a flawless game. I believe it was 100% to 9 or something like that, and I wouldn't be surprised if Navi managed to do that once again. Swapping up the lanes a little bit once more, and Cube now against Boss in the mid, which isn't going to be too favorable because he's quite a long-range brawler in comparison to Crow, but nice little pinch there from Angel Boy, but Javi comes in and he gets an even better pinch. They clean up, it's a 2v1, and Alex is going to fall too, and Team Queso fighting back well.
Yeah, that is a much better start for Team Queso, and that could go a long way. That previous game, I mean, in the long game, started getting quite close, and if Team Queso had a better start in that one, that could have been a different story. So far, nearly uncontested down in the mid. Cube is going to get melted down. Angel Boy very low HP as well, and Javi, even though, yeah, he does manage to take him down. Alex should be there with the trade, not quite just yet, but eventually Cube is able to take him down with poison. Problem is here for Navi that Team Queso have had such a dominant start that Team Wipe is going to help settle down in the mid, but Angel Boy does trigger the nest egg. Decent timing to do so now.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not a bad time for that nest egg to be popped, though. I'd like a bit more of an aggressive healing station from Alex, but he needs to make use of himself at this point. Navi started to make a little bit of a comeback, but shut down instantly by Team Queso. Alex pushing very aggressive to no avail, and Team Queso looking like they're going to be taking this game. Bounces between Cubic and the healing station as well, and a poor jump coming in also. Waste of super, waste of a life, and now Team Queso going to even things out in open zone.
Yeah, that should be a pretty straightforward win from here on here for Team Queso as they close it out and tie things up here for Hot Zone. I mean, a night and day difference, really, but not a completely unexpected one. When you look at the draft as well, I do feel like Team Queso have a perfectly fine matchup here. I mean, Lola is so dominant against pretty much everyone here brought to the mix. Probably the toughest matchup for her here is going to be against Japan, but it's not even a bad matchup, really. So I like the Lola pick a lot, and I think it's been providing a lot more value in this second game than in the first one. Just having connecting more shots, having more egos, and able to drive a bit more, and that is actually a nice pickup for Team Queso as it goes untraded. Cube trying to find it, Boss still able to shine, but in the end, Alex comes back from the dead and is able to get both. This is, again, a better start for Navi, and Team Queso, they need to be careful. They really don't want to be 2 sets behind.
That was a very indecisive Pam turret there from Alex. He was like, should I go back? Should I go forward? So he's decided on back. Slow coming in. Angel Boy going to add another slow to the mix as well, but Cube's going to fall down regardless of Navi's lead, which is closing down quite heavily. Only about 25% in it at the moment. Team Queso have control. They've got a load of time on the clock, and Hot Zone rarely comes down to that anyway. But Navi need to fight back as this percentage lead is getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, Alex tanking every single shot that Boss shoots at him. And now Team Queso suddenly have the lead. A jump in from Cube. It's going to result in a kill, but a mark doesn't connect before that. So it's quite a straightforward kill from Team Queso from then on. But the HP advantage, despite it being a 2v2, is going to grant control of the mid to Navi. The lead now overtaken by them as well, but a nice opening there from Navi takes down Cube. Alex low HP is going to use the healing station to tank and get a couple HP healed in as well, and the team wipe is there. Boss will respawn, but he's left in a 1 versus 3, and Navi are getting dangerously close to the finish line here. Team Queso need to shut them down, and they need to do so now. Otherwise, it's going to be 2-0 for Navi.
Dreadful position for Team Queso then, and they are throwing down a healing turret. They've got the supers in hand. They've got the 100% of the zone, and Navi going to move up 2-0 against Team Queso. And this 3-0 is now looking a lot more realistic between these two teams. Navi looking on top of the world, and Team Queso still not in that form that they desire.
This could very easily be a sweep, let's be honest. I mean, the way it's going, but that was the most convincing we've seen Team Queso so far today, I would say, in this series. I mean, I felt like as well they picked the Lola simply because the Crow was there from Navi. You saw just how well it was kind of working with Javi towards the end of that last game, but you know, it also meant that we saw could be going super aggressive, but when the Lola was there, able to really kind of go about it, Navi were able to thrive at the back of it. Wasn't a massive fan of a lot of the body blocking with the turret from the side of Navi. I think that's always a better thing to have that utility on the back foot for when you're able to kind of have to regain that control for longevity there. But nonetheless, you know, Navi are really starting to turn the screws here against Team Queso. Team Queso have got to bring back a set here, or it's going to be a 0-3 in this challenge season. That's I was going to say terrible. Well, it is. It's a terrible result, let's be honest. I mean, they've got to get off the mark, and if they don't start to at least get sets, they're not even going to get a win.
Yeah, I completely agree with every single one of your points so far, really. And it was closer, but I feel like they kind of had a pretty decent draft.
Yeah.
And they still lost, which is kind of... But you know what I mean?
Oh, dear.
It's kind of problematic because you can have a tough draft and it's a set. Yeah, you are at the disadvantage, right? Your opponents have a better draft and you lose. It makes it easier to reset coming into the next one. But here, in my opinion, maybe you guys will disagree. I felt like Team Queso had the draft and they still lost it. They made it close, but they still lost. And those missed opportunities, Navi, they're just not going to allow them to go unpunished.
I feel like that draft was, fairly even. I won't say it was Team Queso's side, and I did like the way, it was kind of depending who got control of the map. Whoever got that early control usually maintained it for quite an amount of time until a big turning point happened. But I think the main thing is with statistics in Hot Zone is it's not about the damage. And we see Team Queso getting a lot more. It's all about those heals. And near enough every time I see a team win in Hot Zone, the heals are on that higher side. And 25,000, not absolutely loads, don't get me wrong, but it's more than Team Queso have with only 10,000. That's a pretty pitiful healing stat, if you ask me. More brutalness from me, I know, throughout today. But, I mean, Navi just really did knuckle down on the point, and they got a lot more percentage in big chunks, whereas Team Queso were kind of little by little, I felt.
Yeah, say it how it is. I mean, that's what I want you here for, Trav. I mean, like, when you look at the healing side, I mean, it's a huge difference. It's almost 3 times as many on the side of Navi, let's be honest. And, again, I would love to have seen a Griff pick. It would have eradicated a lot of that healing station. And I understand why they went Lola, for sure, but it is what it is. But what we see is a lot of Navi on the set winners side of things, and it does need to be now or never here for Team Queso to turn things around in this series. Bell's Rock coming up next, being the map, and of course the game mode being knockout. Draft here is going to have to be one that's going to be a winning one. Team Queso, if they want to hang along any longer today on Challenge Day 3, do not want to be going into Challenge Day 4 with 3 consecutive losses. So as the ban comes in, obviously we'll be able to see what their thoughts are going in. But bans-wise here, for me, you've got to have some longevity. You've got to have something in your comp that's going to survive on, and also something that goes on the aggressive. But bans in for Navi, banning out Piper, Bell, and also Sprout for Team Queso, banning out B, Janet, and Bonnie.
Pretty standard ideas all around here being taken out of the mix. We'll see the Gus first pick here for Navi. I'm excited to see their approach with it. So far, I have kind of mixed thoughts about Gus. I do think, he's still kind of being figured out. My teams are experimenting. Sometimes it works really well. At times it works a little bit less. I did like his appearance from Tribe here earlier, even though I believe they lost that set. I did like the idea of it. I think in the end game that shield can be absolutely devastating. But I feel like a brawler like Gene is kind of more devastating in the first place. So I don't know. I feel like maybe a missed opportunity to just take Gene here as a first pick. I do personally think it's just the better option, but Trav, you might disagree.
No, I agree with you there, to be honest. I feel like Gene is quite often in certain modes. If you take Heist out the mix, you go in the rest of him, you see Hot Zone, Knockout, Brawl Ball, and Gem Grab, and it's a solid first pick if it remains unbanned for the near of all of them. And it is kind of just that brawler. It's not at the forefront of the meta if no bans were there, but if there's 6 bans, then Gene is that #1 pick a lot of the time. They're going to add Brock to the mix as well on the side of Team Queso, which I do like. You don't have to wait for Piper like we saw in the previous match, which was on Bell's Rock as well. You don't have to wait for those breaks, and you can instantly feel effects of it.
I do like this from Team Queso, though. having in that Gene for that additional healing quality. And the Brock, which I think is quite underrated here, is one that we tend to see a lot in other regions, but it can really start to shape the map very, very quickly, very early on here for Team Queso. If they get into a bit of trouble, then that is also something that they can consider as well, to have more of an ability to hunker together and get those heals and be able to exert that pressure. Carl coming in for Navi, and that's a really aggressive idea, one that's definitely can do a lot, but against the Gene, the lamp blow up there is going to cancel that out, so there is that consideration. Clearly, Navi feeling very confident about that Carl for that reason, because ultimately that's not going to be a transaction which they're going to necessarily come out on top of, with the support network hopefully there for Team Queso, providing they're not in a disadvantage. Third and final pick coming in for Navi. It's going to be Otis coming in as well. One that, again, I'm still a little bit on the fence for, but I can kind of see it working better here in Bell's Rock than most other maps and modes. So I don't think a bad one that's been banned quite a lot in this series.
Yeah, I like the Otis here. I like when Tribe brought it in there too. Again, they did lose. It was a very similar draft, but I feel like, yeah, it works out a little bit better here. To be fair, so far I do like the ideas from Team Queso more. They still have a final pick here to bring in, so I might change my mind. Gil, I mean, it's strong. It's a strong idea, especially when you are the ones deciding which walls are going to be up or not. No destruction whatsoever available for Navi. I like this idea from Team Queso a decent amount. It's going to be a terrific counter as well to the Carl. So I don't think it's an unwinnable draft for Navi, but in my books, I just like the ideas quite a bit more from Team Queso.
I was going to say, in my eyes, the Gale's not the best of picks, because if Carl just decides not to go aggressive or picks his aggressiveness very well, then it's going to struggle against both Gus and Otis. And you said like selective wall breaks from Team Queso. I think you kind of just got to go with something that's going to benefit from the wall breaks as well, which I just don't think that Gale will overall. But I do like Team Queso's draft for the majority of the part in comparison to Navi. And we saw both Otis and Gus on the same team on this map before, and it really didn't work.
No, it certainly did not. I mean, it's going to be a different game now, so maybe a chance to show us why they think it's so good. Because, I mean, we don't watch every scrim. Maybe Ark does, but but we do not. So they may have had some different success during scrims and still believe that this is a winning idea. So far, it has been a slightly better start for Team Queso with some good damage from AliSSG onto Cube. Not quite enough to grab that kill, but enough to have that super at least. And the stun from Javi, Angel Boy does go down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end, so not quite as good as they would have liked. There is a follow-up from AliSSG, and the pull is going to settle it there as MMA goes down and Team Queso win the first round.
Yeah, it looks a little bit questionable there. The Brock definitely held on to Super for a little bit longer than I probably would have done, not guaranteeing the kill just before that. But they did break up some of their own walls, which isn't going to hurt them too much. Angel Boy pushing way too aggressive here. MMA's trying to swoop in and get some tanks down, and the jump away with the rocket lasers from AliSSG. Not actually running that wall break star power. Kind of just realized that as well, but has his super once again. MMA comes in and gets the takedown though, and Boss in a 3v1 situation. It's not that bad. He gets the pull. He takes down one. Can he clutch up the 3v1? Cube remains, and he's playing it passive. He's playing it smart. Composure is the key.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup because, I mean, overall, I feel like Cube has the advantage. He really kind of does have the advantage, doesn't he?
Yeah, the shield.
Yeah, I just don't really see how Boss can really take this one, especially with so many walls, as a matter of fact, available. I don't know. I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I think they're just going to wait until the gas forces that fight. Maybe a lamp blowout, into the gas can be quite nice, but again, that got quite dangerously close. If he had that pull, maybe that could have, been enough to get that reload and the kill. I'm not entirely sure though. It did feel like a bit of an unwinnable 1v1 there, but it is going to be picked up by Navi. So this is their chance here to get to match point. But let's see if Team Queso are here to contest it.
Well, they are definitely going to be. They've got this pull, they've got the knockback as well, so that means MMA can't really aggress as much as they'd like to, but Angel Boy taking some heavy fire. Pull comes in on MMA and they get the takedown, looking to not go out of the race just yet, and they don't want Navi on match point. Still a 3v2 though. It's winnable by Navi, but Team Queso just in a much, much better position. Javi with the super as well. If they show any signs of getting out, he's going to stun, and the damage is going to come through. Surely this is a Team Queso win.
Yeah, I don't see a way out here for Navi, really. Oh, Javi actually getting himself into quite a bit of trouble, but not really. Not really. Still a pretty safe a game in the end for Team Queso. I think, I said it at the beginning, I feel like Team Queso really have the draft here. I don't hate the ideas from Navi, I just don't really like them either.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've got to take maybe a little bit of advantage of the fact that, the Brock doesn't actually have the ability to break these walls, and they need to make use of the walls whilst they're up before he gets that super, before Gene gets pulled and stuff like that. They need to establish control, but it is tough. If they're not, maneuvering around these matchups, MMA obviously doesn't want this fight against the Gale, because that's a losing matchup 9 out of 10 times, and that one time, it's pretty much based down to whether or not he's going to have his super or gadgets left. Got some better positioning, though. This is much better start from Navi.
Yeah, I still am not entirely convinced over the Gus first pick over Gene. I just feel like Gene has been providing so much more value. Even though he did lose the 1v1, I do feel, never mind. Never mind. MMA was a big pickup there. Very passive approach, I think, to this round as well from Team Queso, which they're going to be regretting, as there's not much of a chance here to pick it up as Javi falls to the gas, and Navi will be picking up the first round. Super-wise, we do have 2 available, including a Gene pool for Team Queso. Navi have 2 as well, but I would argue that the Gene pool is probably the most impactful one overall. Let's see if he can find a big connection, as so far it's going to be a bit more passive again. Ale trying to push forwards a little bit, gets the super out onto the mid, but no connection on any players, as Cube is able to heal up and get back in the mix.
And now that Brock super has gone, it's starting to look a little bit better for Navi to be able to take this one, as he does have those rocket laces, which means that MMA can't go in as aggressive as he likes. But even if he does jump away, if it's not over a wall or something like that, he's still going to be in a vulnerable position. Great prediction by Cube there. Can he stay up? He does. What a wonderful super from him, and not so great of a super from Boss. Now MMA is going to close down. Alice J avoiding a few shots, but can't quite avoid that. Angel Boy mutes him. Javi goes down. Match point for Navi.
Wow, beautiful turnaround there from Navi, and I feel like maybe some a bit too much passivity. Is that a word? Passivity? Passiveness? I think it's better. I'm just looking at
I'm not going to comment, because Ark always comments on my random English made-up words. Tankability is one of my favorites.
Tankability, yeah, it's a beautiful word. But I do feel like there was a bit too much passiveness on side of Team Queso. Just allowing them to get away was a bit too much aggression and too much control. Let's see if we're going to see some different ideas now, as Angel Boy pretty much just freely pushes up the left side, which, I mean, Odins deals a lot of damage, and when that connects onto the Gene, obviously he's going to be forced back. And entire map here just given away to Navi, and yeah, it's going to be tough to get back into the mix from there on. Boss does have the pool, but I do like having the Gil near the Gene a bit more, because earlier we did see Boss go for a pull onto a Cube that did pop a super of his own, but with Brock, it's kind of hard to connect the damage there in the first place. And wow, what a snipe there from MMA. Picks up the kill, and Javi is one shot as well, does get shut down. This should be going the way of Navi, as they do take that first round, and now they're a round away from taking the match.
I've gone from thinking Gus might be completely useless to hitting a 3-piece gadget, getting damage on all 3 of them, and actually managing to win that round because of it. Nice start from MMA to join him in there, though, and get the kill. Now 1 round from the entire game for Navi. Super comes in, though, and Cube in a bad position now. Wall's broken down, but he's got his super as well. Managed to tank the shot and should be able to heal up along with it. But still not a bad position for Team Queso now. They've got the super, but Alias J jumps into the death zone and goes down. Knockback and a stun coming in from MMA. The pulls there on Cube, and the turnaround after turnaround after turnaround. Can Angel Boy clutch this up?
It's going to be a challenging 1v2 when he's taking so far, but actually, no. I think he's heading towards the gas. Doesn't want to feed a Gene Pool or a Gale Super, both quite valuable, but so far he's feeding a decent bit into the Gene. Not enough for a super, but it is going to be a round here for Team Queso. We are perfectly tied up when it comes to knockout. Let's see if we go all the way to another set or if Navi are able to close things down with a clean trio.
MMA now over this left-hand side. This is not really the best position with him, with no flying hooks away and no ability to get away from this gene pool, but still, they're not in a bad position. Angel Boy picks up his super, dominating Gale over the right-hand side, which is a matchup he does not mind. Super miss now coming in from Brock, and that is not the position he wants to be in. He's got the ability to get out of it, and he has to use it. This is the last round that he can win or lose. All abilities must be used, and there is another ability for Angel Boy. He gets the mute, he gets the takedown cube with the gadgets. The shots are following up. He uses his super. Boss falls low, 3v2, and surely Navi can finish this out here.
Yeah, this is an amazing situation for them. Buzz does have a pool, but he needs to connect it as well, and Ali's solo HP gets shut down by MMA. The pool connects, but it only makes it easier for Cube to hit the shot. That is going to be Navi with the 3-0 in sets, and even though we did see some decent fighting here and there from Team Queso, it is still a 3-0.
I hate to be that guy, but that's the second sweep of the season. And it's happened both times to Team Queso. They've won 1 set out of 9. I mean, that is the worst performance that we've seen so far in the season. And I just hope for them that going into Challenge Day 4 that they change something and mix something up, because, yeah, right now it's only going to go one way for them, realistically.
I mean, it kind of seems to me like Ark's joining me on the Spanish slander train over here.
Wow.
Panna Fresh and Team Queso, both sitting 0-3 though, so don't come at me in the chat, because it is fully backed up at this point, and I will take none of the hate because of it. Both 0-3 for Team Queso and 2x Team Queso members. Really not looking too good for them, but Navi now moving up into a 2-1 position, making their spot fairly more likely moving on forwards into the competition.
Yeah, I felt Navi looked great. I mean, they had a couple of drafts, which was like, well, let's see how it plays out. I'm still a little bit on the fence about Gus there, but I think that they, to their credit, played it pretty well, utilizing a lot of the gadget as well, and just really, they obviously tried and tested it a bit, but it just wasn't for my taste. In terms of the stats, pretty similar across the board. I mean, 18 supers on the side of Team Queso to the 14 of Navi, but everything else, Teddy, is pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very close set, to be completely honest. It was the closest one we've had so far, but it still wasn't quite enough for Team Queso to take it. And I don't know, I felt like they kind of had the draft, but then again, I'm not quite as familiar yet with some of those ideas, like the Gus being brought in here, which I do feel like they managed to make work very nicely. I was more on board with the traditional ideas of the gene that Team Queso brought to the mix. In the end, no matter what, it is Navi that takes it. And yeah, another trio that goes against Team Queso, and it's a little bit scary for them, because yeah, so far this season we haven't really seen too much success. The fact that one of their better sets in this season is one they lose, so it just says a lot about how tough this journey has been for them so far. And if we don't see any changes soon, I don't know if we'll see much more winning from them this season.
Trav, if you're with Team Queso, what do you say to pick them up? I mean, I'm trying to put you into the mindset of someone who's maybe a bit more empathetic, a bit more objective. What advice can you give them to try to turn things around? Don't just say win.
No, I'm not going to say that. I could say something maybe a little bit more brutal, but I'll sway away from it. I'll be nicer. I don't know. I honestly, the synergy just isn't there, and I don't know how, after the months of, maybe 2 to 3 months they've had together as a team, this specific roster, I feel like it should be amended at this point. But even if the synergy was there, I don't know how they'd fare. It's really tough to say, what's actually going wrong for them. I don't think it's the draft. I agree with Teddy in the fact that the draft in the last game was probably there on their side, and I said the one before that was 50-50 and they got dominated. So I just don't know what they can do to pick it up, and that's a difficult prospect. It might be the same in Team Queso, and this is why we might be seeing more of the same when it comes to results.
Stick him on the casting desk and keep him there. He's not ready to be a coach. It's quite our analyst. Just keep him well away. Keep him here. Teddy, I'm going to ask you the same question. Where's it going wrong in your opinion for Team Queso at the moment? Is it just simply that Navi are just looking as good as they are?
I mean, from the looks of it, a lot is going wrong. But
he doesn't have all night. He doesn't have all night.
But you said earlier, you asked Trev, what would you tell them? I would say it only goes up from here. Really, no, but realistically, they've played 10 sets, they've only won 1. So it doesn't get much worse than this. So yeah, I would argue this season is already going to be like near impossible to clutch up, because I just don't see a world where they win every match from here on, which they might get away without winning every match from here on, but still, like, I wouldn't be too certain about that. So I don't know. I would say just, you know, try and experiment a little bit, try to find something that does work, and then build things up from here, because so far there hasn't been too much to, like, you know, get our hopes going, and it's been a challenging season.
I was going to say, he asks what they can do to improve. You say they can't get worse, and I have no clue. That's not really the best advice, and I'm sure that's not what they were hoping for.
Trying to bring us some, you know, some life into things, and yeah, just I'll remember that one for future. Well, I mean, you know, it was a phenomenal performance from Navi. I think that is, you know, not in dispute. I think that they're looking the best that they have for in a very long time now, and especially going into the World Finals and the BSC. You know, despite not getting a grand final win in those monthly finals, I still feel like they are a team that many regions are looking upon and thinking, they're really starting to get their traction going into those later competitions. And I feel like today was a big sign that they want to make their mark in the Snapdragon Pro Series, because going back to last year, Navi had a pretty abysmal performance. I mean, they were right down the bottom of the leaderboards. This is the year which they're determined to have it not be that year.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is the year where they're going to do it. You know, that Navi are the second place team. Worlds last year, second place. Last two monthly finals, second place and second place. I don't think they'd be too sad with a second place in this league season, because it's going to get them to next phase, and it's going to get them a bit further on towards the cash. I think it's going to be, you know, a solid goal for them to get up into that top four, because, you know, they've faced some of the more difficult teams. Now they've had a bit more of a I'm not going to say anything about it again. I'm not going to say it was an easy ride, but I've just literally done it. They've still got some tough teams ahead of them, and they've got to bring their best to those games. Even if they do beat the teams they should, it's going to be a tough road to the finals regardless.
Well, only one other team has got a sweep so far in the season, and that was SK Gaming. Well, they are up next, up against Chasmac Gaming EU. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if You're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a word.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars, where we are almost at the end of day 3, but it has been so enjoyable. We've got one more matchup left to come. It's going to be SK Gaming up against Chasmac Gaming EU, and I'm sure many at home are going, Chasmac Gaming EU? What's going on there? Well, big news just in today, Teddy. You know, it was Craze Clan before a couple of hours ago. Craze Clan have now moved over and changed organizations. It is now Chasmac Gaming EU.
That is true.
And that's as much as we're going to say about that one, because we'll let Twitter do the rest, right? But Trav, let's speak about these two teams in particular. And, you know, I mean, there's less to say for SK because they've just been one of those teams that have always been around making moves in the scene and being very consistent for the most part. With the exception of this year a little bit, let's be honest. I mean, it's been a little bit of a bit of a rocky road in the BSC for them, a couple of quarterfinal exits, let's be honest. But recently they have started to up their game. They've started to come into their own just a little bit more, but it has been a more defensive team this year. Guille, iChaos, Semantic, and of course, Coach Pedro in the background. I mean, at the moment though, having a flying performance, 2 wins to 0 losses, they are looking fantastic this season.
Yeah, they really are. I feel like their playstyle is changing little by little, and we saw it in the monthly finals against Craze, who are now Chasmac, so therefore a bit of a grudge match here as well to add to this. But they have been going more aggressive, and they've been playing the game a little bit differently. And, you know, they're still getting used to it, but it worked against Chasmac. I just did air quotations as you guys can't see me. Guille, VGX, iChaos, and Semantic, you know, they really are the staples and household names in Brawl Stars. Pedro Gujaro, I think it's, like, you can't argue that he is probably the best coach as well to top off this roster. And overall, you know, the changes that they're making, I'm really enjoying watching.
Yeah, and going back to the BSC, that match in the quarterfinals, SK got the win, but it was match point. It was one of the most exciting Brawl sets that we've ever kind of seen because, you know, Craze Clan now, Chasmac Gaming EU, had a really firm understanding as to the draft and what SK were looking to have. Banning out the Gale in Brawl meant that we saw one of the most back and forth, most intense. You know, we saw Max, you know, Primo came out for SK. It was just so enjoyable to watch that kind of battle because, again, you know, Chasmac Gaming EU had in their minds exactly what they wanted to have in terms of their strategy. They were able to, you know, analyze SK's strategy and just unwind it. And that's why I feel today this could be quite a close matchup, actually.
I disagree. I'm not really
holding absolutely nothing back today, as honestly, nothing back today, as honestly.
No, but the thing is, I think there's quite a lot of differences here because the stakes were different. Because Crazy, I mean, that was their ticket to the World Finals. You know what I mean? Which is kind of a big deal, I would argue. But also, you know, we're talking about I think they had a terrific approach to the draft on the side of Craze back then, Chasmac now, for that quarterfinal match in Brawl Ball. But that's only one set amongst 3, right? Here, even if they do manage to pull off something like that, they would have to do it more often, I think, and that leaves more opportunities for SK to, you know, read it and be ready for it. And I don't think there's going to be the same amount of research from Chasmac coming into this specific match now that will, lead us to such a sort of upset, and SK being caught off guard multiple times seems just a little bit more unlikely to me. I think you were making good points, though. I just overall don't feel like it's going to be quite the case here. I feel like SKs are just looking really good overall. I think they're in a pretty decent shape, and I like that they're exploring some more aggressive ideas, as you guys mentioned as well.
Yeah, absolutely so. Well, Chasmac Gaming EU roster again, as it might throw a few people off, as it's a different logo. As soon as you have that, everything goes, goes out the window. But Rama, Jero, and Navi, of course, for Chasmac Gaming EU. This roster's been looking a lot better recently. Having a lot of success along the way, but still struggling a little bit. They've got, of course, to their name, the 1 win and the 1 loss from previous challenge days. Looking to Daytrav here to make their mark against SK, but this is going to be a tough matchup for them, let's be honest.
It is, but I do agree with you more than Teddy. I will say, I do.
Get in.
I think it's going to be a close one. Teddy was kind of making the points of they had, a lot to play for in the monthly finals, which I definitely agree with. It was, their spot to Worlds at stake. But if we look at, recent results, they're 1-1. They lost against a team that, in reality, if they want to be making these playoffs, is going to be their biggest opponent in Navi. But they're going to have to take down one of the big 3, Totem, SK, or Tribe, to be able to get further on in the competition than Navi, because you expect Navi to take losses against those teams. So that is going to be the kind of difference maker, and it is games like this that they need to win if they want to progress further. It's going to take a big upset, don't get me wrong, and I do think SK are the favourites, but I don't think it's going to be as one-sided as Teddy was saying.
I absolutely agree with Trav.
No, I mean, to be fair, like, I'm not ruling Chasmac's chances. I absolutely think they can take this. I mean, they're a very capable team. But I do think SK is quite a clear favorite. And
yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't mean we can't see a 3-2 or even Chasmac winning. Like, really not. But realistically, I do feel like SK are usually the better team. And even though Chasmac managed to clutch things up in the monthly finals and win their match, it was a best of 3 with, an exceptional Brawl Ball set and a lot at stake. And I feel like, those are all really good factors in favor of Chasmac for that match, which I don't feel is going to be quite as, important for this one. So, I don't know. I like the chances that SK have in this one, and I feel like they are in a really good position to take this one. Not ruling Chasmac out whatsoever, but I do feel like it's going to be a challenge and a half. They have some new colors to represent now for this one, so maybe that can be an extra level of motivation to perform with their first match under Chasmac game.
Well, let's see what the head-to-head has to say and see what statistically these two teams look like on paper against each other, because ultimately there we might see a different story, and there's a definite head-to-head advantage for me in favor of SK. Slightly more deaths on the side of Chasmac, but ultimately, again, sometimes the game modes can cater towards that not being the worst of things. I mean, we see all the time in Heist, not having, or rather having a number of deaths doesn't necessarily take away from the win, but actually quite close, Trav, relatively.
It does seem that way. Damage is very close as well, but you see a lot more kills and just a small amount more deaths on the side of SK Gaming. So, statistics definitely favor them. And I think, they are the favorites going into this regardless of looking at stats or not. Chasmac Gaming, I don't even know if this is really some, they're not a massively defensive team. I think they do have their, aggressive tendencies, and this is the kind of statistics that you'd expect with something a little bit more passive, with, close to a 1 KD, I feel, which they just don't have, whereas SK Gaming are, they might have had, a couple of easier matchups. They've faced Panna and Queso in the past 2 game weeks, so they are pretty easy matchups, and therefore their statistics might reflect that.
Yeah, that's a valid point, for sure. I still feel like it's probably about a 70-30 for me in favor of SK. I think that it depends what kind of day it is for Chasmac Gaming. If they're coming into this one and feeling, off the back of that big announcement today and wanting to really kind of make that statement, they make that mark, going into the World Finals and having that organizational support, then it would be, quite fitting, quite poetic for their first day under that organization to have a really flying performance. But, as we said going into this one, Teddy, SK are looking very brutal at the moment. They have got 2 wins under their belt, and the only other team to do that so far, and obviously 3 from today, Reply Totem, of course, they've got a clean sheet so far, and they're going to want to maintain that and keep it that way today.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a lot about Reply Totem's amazing win streak, but let's be honest, previous season was quite impeccable for SK Gaming too. You know, the only team they lost to, I think, was also Reply Totem. So, a very, very solid run overall from them. So I'm kind of expecting the same this season as well. Some big victories already. And yeah, Chasmac might offer a challenge. They might even stand a chance here, but I feel like SK, this is a good matchup for them.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I remember SK against Tribe in the final play day of last season, and it was almost a moment that Tribe were able to get the win. It was like a match point situation, but you're right. Flying performance, and so far, it's looking very much the same. Hot Potato will be our first map for Heist, our second Shooting Star for Bounty, our third 10th stage for Brawl Ball. If we get to the 4th and 5th sets, we'll have to wait and see. It might be another sweep, who knows? It could be, well, a Hot Zone for Ring of Fire then, and Gem Grab for Deep Diner coming in will be the picks and bans. But again, this is what I felt, you know, before looking at these two teams and how they played up against each other. I did feel like the drafting is getting better for Chasmac EU. I mean, they've kind of seemed to have a bit more of an analytical perspective looking against teams like SK, looking at how they like to play. And I think that's the best way to approach a team like SK, is looking at all the things which they like to do and just kind of just taking it away from them. Either picking brawlers which they would love to have here, you know, or banning them out, of course, but there's only so many bans, and that's the thing. I think that, you know, a lot of the time, putting SK in a position where they're not used to being can go a very, very long way. And that just seems to be one of those things that's not every team in this region is able to do. I think Tribe are another good example of a team which do just that. You got to look at kind of what they want and try to eradicate it. But bans will be coming in soon for Hot Potato, though. We have seen a bit of a rise, honestly, in the kind of Daryl play. A lot of Otis here coming into the mix as well. It's always been great for Rico, but it has been rising even more to the surface recently, as a role which I am more than happy to see, and one that SK surely, for that same reason, would like to get their hands on. But again, those are the ideas which, you know, Chasmac have got to consider for themselves, because if they get that early coin toss, and, you know, having those ideas at play will go a long way. I think Gale as well for defense has been definitely one. Nita, let's talk about her. I mean, like, we haven't seen that much of her recently in the SBS, but, you know, in the open finals, tons of Nita play and a ton of wins behind it as well, Teddy.
I like Nita here. I think it's a fun brawler. I don't think Nita, I think, suffers as well quite a bit of with range, because if there's any destruction and you remove some of those bushes and some of those walls, it doesn't really have a chance to really traverse the map. But put it in the right place, and as a final pick, I think it can do an amazing job and just, you know, chaining those bears and getting so much value on save, so much pressure overall. But I do think it's quite situational, and you know, I'm looking forward to seeing how this draft goes down. This is a map I haven't seen the most, actually, in the last couple weeks, so I think there are going to be a lot of interesting options. I wouldn't even be surprised to see a Buzz show up or something along those lines. I think it does stand a pretty good chance, or a brawler like Colette too, that can do a solid amount of work on this one.
You know, tanks have been jumping in quite frequently. We've seen some Primo, you know, especially when that Sam's picked, or, you know, even a Buzz or something like that. The Primo can do quite a solid job against both of those brawlers. And, you know, it's something you've got to be cautious about, because when you let a Primo get that breakaway, or you let a Bull get the breakaway, it makes massive damage, and we'll probably see quite a lot of tank counters or tanks banned out. We'll have one of the other matchups, you know, with the Ricos and stuff like that, control base, or you just full out tanks and just running at each other, which I think would favor Chasmac. Because, you know, SK is still adapting to this aggressive playstyle. They might just be absolute mechanical legends, which they are, but if you put yourselves in advantage in even by just banning brawlers out, it's going to be a little bit of a rise in the chances of Chasmac winning.
Well, still waiting for the bans to come in at the moment. Obviously, as soon as they do, we'll let you guys know as to what they are. Possibly a few technical issues in the background to look into, but nonetheless, this is a really, for me, a very SK's favoured map. I mean, like you mentioned, Primo Trap. This is where, like, this is a team which would absolutely take that kind of risk, and that makes them a little bit, you know, dangerous against a team like Chasmac Gaming EU. You know, if they've got kind of outrageous strategies like that at their disposal, then it is going to be a dangerous thing. Look at that, Chasmac banning out Nita. I've been saying for many months, how long is it going to take for teams to realize that? I think it's a worthy ban here, kind of depending upon, you know, what way you look at it. Most teams failed to get rid of her, so I kind of relate a lot to that idea from Chasmac. Banning also the Ruffs, the Griff, on the side of SK, banning out the Otis, the Carl, and also the Ems. Drafts coming in now. I was going to mention Ems as a brawler, which coming in, like, actually is pretty still decent. We see it a lot in SSA and ANZ, and I actually don't mind that first pick from here from SK.
I think this might be our only good map, to be completely honest, or one of the very, very few. It is a brawler that has been struggling a little bit in the meta, like, for a couple months now. Just not really getting the most love overall when it comes to balance changes. Not necessarily big nerfs, but just no buffs. Surge is a pretty interesting response. I kind of like it on this map. I mean, you know, no matter what, when there's a lot of bushes, I feel like Surge, you know, speed gear is able to get to that second stage a lot easier. Also kind of catch someone off guard and get an easy super unlocked, and also just jump onto anything. And in combination with Daryl, I like that quite a bit too. I mean, Surge does a pretty decent job at just keeping tanks at bay, so making sure that that's not going to be an option here for SK. And it is a brawler that they do like to bring in from time to time. Is an approach I really respect here from Chasmac, as well as that Daryl pick rather, which we've talked about quite a bit. It's very threatening here, and it's one that Ems will, you know, despite being a tank harder, still struggle a bit against. If he's rolling into her, she can gadget him away, but you know, he's still gonna have the HP and the damage to be a nuisance. And I think that justifies a Gil to join the ranks of SK, because they're gonna have to have other tank counters to even stand a chance to deal with that Daryl.
I mean, I think I was going to suggest Gale if it came to me a little bit sooner, but it's the kind of thing of, you know, that there's a lot of these tanks being banned out, tank counters being banned out. So for SK to have kind of the remaining two now, Surge, it's not like incredible against tanks, but it kind of does deter them quite nicely, because you don't want to provide those upgrades to it. And if you go for a bit more of a control comp like this with the Barley, with the Ems, stuff that's not going to be in the line of sight of Surge too often, and you can just prevent them getting those power-ups. And even, you know, there's some scenarios where you can make sure that the Surge remains at level 1 for the majority of the game, which is obviously going to be pretty much a win in your hands directly. But Chasmac, they're going to have to return quite nicely to this, because I think that Barley's going to be very, very solid. They might just double down and go for another tank and just hope that it works. But, you know, I think they maybe got to go for... not that. But we'll accept it. I'm intrigued to see how it goes down, because I think a thrower would have been a good option, but I was kind of trying to think in my process of just not saying anything, a good thrower, and I just couldn't think of it.
Well, there's a reason, because, yeah, I mean, Dynamite makes some sense here. It does make some sense, and, you know, it can be played well. I mean, you know, I sort of laughed about it in SSA and ANZ recently, but, you know, Sergeant was popping off of it, to his fairness. I mean, it's a risky one, but ultimately the wall break is kind of like quite key here to eradicate the Barley, and SK like to play slow. So if you take that away, then go on the aggressive, it could work. But I think the Craze have got, or rather, you know, Chasmac, the now Chasmac Gaming EU roster, are a bit in trouble here, maybe.
I mean, I want to see how it works out. Honestly, it's interesting for the least. The good thing is that besides the Barley, no one should really be able to get in reach of him, so he's free to kind of just navigate around to that extent. But so far, I mean, Akios was able to just walk through the mid somewhat and get some nice damage onto that save. Rama popped a gadget, gets to jump in onto Akios, follow-up kill as well, but a stun from Semantic connects on both targets, and Navi will at least survive it. Has a super available as well, and that is going to be a free dash towards that save. Goes for it now, and does get pushed back by Semantic over and over again, as the Twister is just not very forgiving there to Navi. He falls, and SK are getting a lot of kills down in the mid, and a lot of damage going to be following up onto that save.
Yeah, Chaos up the top side there, just doing so much work. In comes the roll from Navi again, and it's just useless. Instantly negated by the knockback of Semantic, and Chaos has now charged his super once more, which he's going to be able to use in the exact same scenario. But Semantic's coming in with another knock, and although he doesn't charge much of it back, he's put himself in a great position to kind of push forward a little bit more and allow Chaos to get in this positioning. Rama taking some heavy shots on Semantic, and it'd be nice for Gia to just take him down here. He just continues focusing the save. The slow goes down onto him there, and that's just a really, really solid play to make. Even just leave Rama here, I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah. I think they probably should, to be completely honest. Just not a big damage dealer towards the save. He's going to be really good at getting those skills, and so far they're giving them to him. He gets multiple in a row there as well. Will go down to the Barley indeed, as Gia picks up that elimination. Akios goes for a super onto Navi, but Semantic is there to stun him down, secure that elim, and so far so good here for SK. A lead that Chasmac could still turn around, but it's looking more and more challenging.
Yeah, Rama survives on 26 HP though, and Chaos is going to go down. Now he's still there as well, but instantly taken down directly by Semantic there. Nice trade. And Jiro, honestly, has he even had a super this game? I have no clue. I don't even know if he's connected enough shots. He eventually gets it now, but it's just not going to be enough. Daryl rolling through them, and stun's not there, but now he's not going to connect any damage on the safe anyway, and that's going to be the first game to SK.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like Dynamite was terrible. I just don't think it was any good.
I didn't even see it.
Like,
I didn't even see it during the game.
yeah, I mean, it was kind of what I was saying earlier, right? Like, there's not a lot of brawlers that actually can kill him here because realistically, there's, you know, he can kind of just roam around and only the Barley can really connect shots. But he's not been finding any value either. You know what I mean? So, yes, he's not like dying all the time, but he wasn't doing very much either way. Most stuns did not connect either. And I mean, look at the value there that Gay can find as well. Just much more control of that brawler. I don't hate the idea of the Dynamite. I just wish it worked, really. I think it would have been a lot of fun, but so far it's a bit of a stomp for this one as well. 50% damage already connecting onto that red save, and SK Gaming was a very, very strong start in this one.
Yeah, SK do retreat quite heavily, though, with that Daryl respawning and just keeping control. They don't want to risk too much. They could have added a fair amount more damage on the save, but they're in no rush. They're in a rush to guarantee themselves the set now, though, as the damage starts coming through. Slow down onto Navi there, and he's going to fall also, but Guille survives just that little bit longer. Chaos going to have a jump onto him now, but Rama slowed down too much to get that good connection. He continues his following of him, though, and he gets the kill, but Barley's still up. And I mean, Dynamite's actually doing something in this game, but what he's doing is just so irrelevant because there's a massive damage gap.
Yeah, he's been fighting for like the entirety of the game on the left-hand side, and he got 8% damage, which, I mean, it's not working out quite nicely here for Chasmac. Is it 7% left on their save? Surely it will be closed out there by the clearly superior thrower, and that was Guy on the Barley. SK Gaming taking the opening set, and I mean, CMG, I would say standing in a chance in the first game. The second one, really not.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if you look at the score lines, it's about 20%. It actually wasn't as bad as it looked. I was kind of surprised at the end to actually look and compare that. It felt like it was a lot worse, I'll be honest. But I don't know. Dynamite for me, I mean, I can actually kind of understand Sprout here, to be honest. I mean, it's not the worst of ideas. It can actually do a lot more for your team to be able to push forwards gradually, bit by bit. But, I mean, it just didn't cut it for me. I mean, the whole comp on the side of Chasmac Gaming, it just didn't seem to have much that kind of bonded it together. There was kind of no glue. It was kind of everyone doing their own things, and against the Gale was just so dominant on the side of SK. That Gale pick just had such an ability to throw away everything the Chasmac Gaming comp had to throw at it and almost double the damage.
I feel like Dynamite works when it's... I mean, it rarely works, let's be honest, but I feel like if you want it to work, you kind of need to combine it with something, you know? Like, if you combine it with an EMS that can slow people down with their super, then you can hit some shots and find some value, or a Crow slow, like, or B super. Like, there are a couple supers and gadgets that can kind of help make something out of it, but if you just play it raw like that with zero synergy, I mean, you get 25 kills to 8.
Yeah. It's such a valid point. It really is. And, you know, it's not a brawler. You know, as soon as I see it, I don't want to meme it straight away because I genuinely feel like it can be devastating under the right circumstances. But trust face then, it can be. It really can. Go back and watch some of the matches that players have dared to use it. And that's why I'm always a bit hesitant, because when you see a really, really good Dynamite player in the competitive scene, it is scary to watch that particular brawler pop off. But it's such a rare thing to see it pop off. It's an even rarer thing to see it picked.
Trav is not convinced.
I know, I can see that. I'm struggling here, but just trust me. Experience, Trav, you know, it counts for something. Here we go. Shooting star of a bounty is going to be Gene, Max, and Carl coming in as the bans for SK Gaming. The bans for Chasmac Gaming EU are Piper, Bell, and Nanny.
Yeah, well, now first pick of Gus, and I mean, a lot of long-range banned out, majority of it by Chasmac, actually, because obviously they don't have that first pick, and Gene banned out for long-range on the side of SK. So, Gus, it's hard to back it up as a first pick here, I think, just because there are still some brawlers that outrange it and that will beat it at that long-range affair. But if it can provide supers to aggressive brawlers in the right places, if it can, you know, use the shields on himself even in stressful scenarios, then it can do something. But I also still think maybe as a first pick is a little bit questionable.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure just yet. I mean, so far, let's be honest, Gus has had some odd results. Sometimes it does work and looks very dominant. Sometimes it looks very weak. So it's kind of still hard to tell just yet exactly where it is. just a willingness for so many teams to bring it into their drafts does show that there's a lot of interest around the Brawlers and its capabilities. I think Otis is maybe a bit more of a sure bet here. So is B. I do like those options quite a bit, especially, you know, when you have a Gus a shield onto you. Still, if you get hit by, you know, a 4K shot from the B, it's still gonna just melt through that shield and deal some damage onto you. So I like the ideas here from Chasmac so far in the draft, but we get 2 picks in a row now for SK, and it's gonna be their chance to really solidify their draft.
I like what they've got going so far with the Gus. I don't necessarily mind it. I think it's a slow-paced map in general, so that it's definitely not a bad idea. Brock, though, coming in, and now the Bonnie, which I really quite like as well, especially if SK use this in the right manner and have the Spooky Boy shield then attached to the Bonnie going in the aggressive. You know, we haven't really seen necessarily, in my opinion, a lot of teams really utilizing how good Gus can be on the aggressive by getting that kind of synergy, but SK as a team, which really do. They combined it with an Ashe and Deep Diner recently, and I really love that as well, and it allows your teammates to go on the absolute tear then, and the shields have just got to be on point to do so. Obviously, the Otis mute will be definitely a key thing to consider onto the Bonnie on the side of Chasmac Gaming EU, and now the Fang as well. Oh, that's not a bad final pick, to be honest. That might have just maybe swayed me slightly a little bit here, but Teddy, I mean, they got to play it well. It's not an easy brawler to utilize. SK actually, ironically, the team that, in my opinion, play it the best. So, kind of surprised that they didn't go for it themselves. But Bonnie and Brock, I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Yeah, I don't really either. I mean, especially, you know, I do think it has good matchups, but I do think there's ways for SK Wizard come to deal with it. You know, if you switch gadgets on the Brock and jump away, then suddenly the Fang is kind of just there and can't, you know, chain supers like you would like to. And Bonnie, same affair. You know, if they jump onto the Fang, they win that matchup, unless there is a stun, obviously. Early on, Blue Star was picked up by Chasmac. The kill, however, is going to go in the hands of SK. And they are going to be opting for the break gadget on Guille, which is fairly interesting. So far, I mean, so good for SK Gaming. 3 stars in their favor.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about SK. You know, obviously B's going to be able to combat the Bonnie at range, and when it goes aggressive, then Otis can. It has these kind of defensive measures against it, but Semantic so far playing it pretty flawlessly. Super available though from Navi, which obviously we know can turn games around with a click of his fingers. You know, it goes in and gets the jump off though, and Semantic lands directly onto him. Shield provided as well. Nice from Chaos there. Really making sure that his teammate's not going to be taken down, as just that singular kill can swap the game in its favor now.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite clean from SK. Semantic popping off on the Bonnie so far. A slow that does connect onto Ikeos, but no follow-up shot there to get that kill. And the Honey Molasses will be dealt with quite easily. Fang has a super, goes for it, survive with 200 HP. That was very close, but the kill gives the lead to Chasmac, so they have the advantage now.
Chaos was muted, and now they advance even further into the lead. He is going to break down some walls though, and they're just kind of hopefully going to get this kill on Navi when he does have to go in and deflate this pressure. Guille can't quite get forward enough to get that healing ghost just there. Chaos going to have another super provided to him by himself, and now shots from Guille try to rain down, not connecting the shots just yet, but now they do. Semantic jump away. He does manage to do it, but now he's still not in a bad position. Guille fell low. Chasmac not able to get the turnaround, and SK Gaming with only Jiro in a position to be able to swap it are going to be winning this game, and they're going to move 1 game further up and take the first game of Shooting Star.
Man, I feel like that Fang play at the end was a bit just, you know, not well synced with the rest of the team. You know what I mean? Like, he went on his own against a Bonnie that has super. Feels like a bit of an odd play when they still had, like, from there on 13 or 14 seconds to make a play. I don't know, a bit questionable of a decision in my opinion from Navi there. Just kind of ending things before they were actually over to my eyes at least. But fight for Blue Star has started again as Guille opened up the wall on his side, which is an approach we're seeing more and more often as well from players. You know, when there is that opportunity to get kind of trapped and give away a lot of space to a brawler that would like to close the gap because they need cover, because they don't have quite the range. It is something we're seeing more and more often where players will open up their own side of the map just so they don't get trapped too much and have a bit more breathing room when they already have the range or long-range damage advantage in this case. But we already do have a super available for Navi, so a chance maybe to find some good value, although Symantec has a super of his own to try to greet him with it. That blue star, for now, is still giving the lead to Chasmac.
Yeah, and I feel like Jiro's playing this one a lot better. He's kind of keeping Symantec at the range and, staying near to the Fang. If he does jump in, then he's going to be able to get the takedown along with him. But now they're starting to push back. Chaos not able to get a super just yet, but some good evasion from Symantec now. Good breakup from Guille over the left-hand side too, and that's where they all are. They're kind of sheep. They're herding them like sheep into this left-hand corner now. Symantec trying to pinch around the right-hand side, but can't over-aggress too much. This is the difference between these two teams. SK know when to go aggressive and when to not, but that is the wrong time to. Now he's going to get two. Chaos does get the trade and stays alive as well, so the gap's still there, but it's going to have to be one takedown onto the blue star holder, or it's going to have to be two takedowns overall.
Yeah, there is still a chance here for SK, but they do need to find some kills right now. Symantec is incredibly low HP, goes down in the end, and I think that should be game here for Chasmac. Yeah, Guille gets muted as well. Chasmac evening things out here for Bounty. Let's see who takes the second set after all as we move on to game 3.
Yeah, well, it was just a better start from Chasmac Gaming, really. Like, we came into the game and Symantec had 4 stars and a blue star over his head, so much better from Chasmac. A lot more composed, I feel. They're waiting and, letting SK make the aggressive plays instead of trying to initialize them themselves. And blue star pretty much there for the taking again, but SK trying to pinch in and actually grab it this time. They do manage to get it, and now we're unable to grab it early on and take the lead for Chasmac this time.
Garrett getting tagged up a little bit. So what I do like about that Fang pick in this situation is with the low mobility that Bonnie has, it can be quite easy to hit your longer range shots with Fang, which usually is quite challenging at a pro level to hit them consistently because the shot travels quite slowly. But yeah, so far he's been able to find some decent value with that. He's gonna get the kill and he dashes out. Beautiful play from Navi. Costed a lot of utility, 2 supers as a matter of fact, but it's going to give the lead to Chasmac.
But I mean, it also costed a life of SK Gaming and Symantec super on top of that as well. He's not even back into the cannon form, never mind, gaining his super towards getting another aggressive jump. Chaos going to pop his gadget, his super on himself again over the right-hand side and give himself a shield, but quickly taken down by Rama over there with quite a high level of DPS. He has this mute as well now, so if SK want to aggress, it's going to be tough, but thrown out straight away, I believe, and really not getting much value at all, overestimating the range of it at that point. SK Gaming starting to close down and need one kill. It doesn't matter who it's on, just one kill will turn this game back in their favor.
Yeah, the dash in from Navi, that's going to be another kill, and I mean, so far, he's making the Fang work beautifully. Chasmac leading by 5 now, and Ark predicted a close game. So far, it seems like we might be getting it.
It does seem that way. 5 stars in it and the blue star now as well. It's going to have to be a lot of takedowns to be able to turn this, but SK are in a position to be able to do it. Slows there for Jiro, though he jumps over it. That's some early aggression and a takedown. Rama's fairly low, though, and now he is as well, and that could change the game around. Now he full HP and super available. Super comes in from Brock, and I mean, he's just going to run away. He does not even need to challenge this. The gadget and the shot from Chaos almost got turned at the end there, to be fair. A little bit unexpected, I would say, but Chasmac putting up a fight and want to make a good impression on their new organization.
Well, I'm glad Teddy said it before we come back around.
I preferred saying it,
Why
we getting
just
ahead
don't
of it?
inflate his ego, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. But, I mean, in that same respect, in the first set, I feel like, Chasmac kind of wasted that first set. I mean, they could have had a much better start than they've had, but at least now they're starting to play catch-up. Eski struggled. I think the Fang pick was a really smart one, and going into the whole match, I felt like, if there's any team that know how to play up against the Fang, it's going to be SK. But they definitely struggled. I think that now he played it fantastically well. And, in a map and mode, which actually kind of caters more to kind of like the slower pace, I think that, for SK, they actually struggled against their own strategy.
Yeah, and 56,000 damage in comparison to 51,000, they had more, but the utilization of that damage wasn't the best. And You know, a lot of it maybe was on the Fang, and he was able to soak up a lot and heal up a lot as well. But at the same time, you know, SK did have some tankier brawlers as well. The Bonnie's got a large amount of HP. You know, Gus can pop these gadgets, pop these supers, and automatically spawn another 3,000 HP. So it's maybe a little bit worrying for SK that they didn't manage to guarantee more stars, but there was some misplaced aggression, whereas Fang just played it perfectly in terms of timing.
Do you think the draft kind of had an impact on SK's performance in that game, Teddy? Or, you know, because it kind of felt like it catered to their style. It just kind of felt like something was off.
I think that whereas the draft costed Chasmac the first set, it kind of, you know, gave them a huge advantage in this one. Because, yeah, things overall were pretty even, but that Fang pick was just phenomenal. Now we played it really well too, and I think the reason the first game went to SK is because he struggled more in that game to really find value and to understand exactly what sort of approach to take. But in games 2 and 3, he was going in and out and surviving of those engagements as well. Because if you're getting a kill and going down, you're basically, most of the time, you know, it's not quite going to be profitable star-wise. So being able to survive those encounters goes a very long way, and that controlled aggression was finding a lot of value for Chasmac.
The thing, you know, with Chasmac is when their draft is on point, you can see how well they can play it, but this is why I've still got some question marks around that first set and whether that was an intentional thing, whether that was something that worked really well in the kind of scrims. Either way, Ruffs, Otis, and Surge being banned up by Chasmac Gaming EU. But SK the bans at Max, Squeak, and Gene. First pick of Gene. Gale, and there's no surprises there. I don't know why Chasmac Gaming EU have not banned the Gale against a team like SK in Brawl Ball. They did it in the BSC, and I thought finally someone is learning that you have to ban this brawler against SK. They've left it wide open, Trav.
I mean, I'm half expecting a bow next from SK. The ball to be in the corner, Twister on it, bow mines on it as well. That's the kind of play style I'm expecting. Janet to return, though. I like that. Drop the base is going to give a lot of vision of this bush down the left and right side because of that, you know, vast diameter of it. And they do have a second pick as well, so they still have, you know, a bit of time to make up for possibly letting Gale slip through this this ban phase, which, as you said, you know, they did so well in BSC to be able to just eradicate everything that SK wanted to play, and now it kind of seems like they're providing them directly with what they want.
Yeah, I do like that Gale here quite a bit, actually. B is something that, I don't know if I love the most on center stage. I think it might require some sort of destruction to really be played to the full potential. But at the same time, we have the bow. We have the bow. And I was about to say, at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised to see them play for overtime.
Disgusting.
Yeah, that is one defensive setup, isn't it?
I mean, it's not out of character, is it, for SK? Let's be honest. But Trav absolutely nailed it on the head. And the thing is, I just don't understand, like, you know, what I was saying before at the very beginning, that, you know, for me, this was a team that, you know, being Chasmac Gaming EU, that really understood how to play against SK and what to pick and ban against them. It just feels like they've gone backwards. But having said that, I want us to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I just feel like they are going to struggle so much. If SK get a goal, I mean, it's practically going to be GG's. I struggle to see how Chasmac can really kind of, they're going to have to get like a team wipe to get that ball out of the pocket, and even then they might have to trigger bow mines before they can even get to the ball.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I do like what Chasmac have brought to the table. If it wasn't SK playing this competition, I'd feel quite confident for Chasmac. You know, the Griff, it was fairly expected, I think, after we saw the B being picked and, you know, Bow being taken by the opposing team. I think Griff was kind of like the only choice left to be able to break up these walls pretty much free of charge. And, you know, with the Janet, with the B, if they can evade an early SK goal and the ball being pocketed, they're going to have this in the bag.
Well, let's see how this set goes down. We're all tied up, one set each. Now we're opening up the left-hand side a little bit. And Akio's creating a lot of space on the right. Does get pinched by Rama, as there's no one ready to stop him from pinching him on the right-hand side. Some bow mines as well being triggered, removing bushes and walls, and a nice connection there from Garrett to get that kill into the bow.
Yeah, nice stuff. Got his super as well. Semantics there for the taking, and he gets his shield just before that knockback as well. He's using Rattled Hide as well. This is something we've seen slotted into the meta just a little bit more recently. Rama surely going to land near gear here. That could have been a goal, I'm sure of it, if he went for it in a more aggressive position. Lands on Chaos, though. Salty Barrel in his face and a lot of damage to come with it as well. Pushed into a penny shot, and that's tough stuff.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder there from Chasmac. That surely should have been a goal, but not really a solid execution on that push. Yeah, takes on Garo, and I mean, I love the bow on this map. I think it's a great map to bring him onto another kill from Gear there. He's finding a lot of value, and just the consistency at which you can chip down your opponent's HP from afar is always a lot of value to bring. And that should be a goal here from SK. I don't think they would choke that, and yeah, they won't indeed. SK Gaming taking the lead early on, and it feels like a bit of a shame because Chasmac, they had their chance at taking the lead for themselves instead.
You know, if I didn't have faith in Chasmac, I'd just call it a GG right now if SK get a hold of this ball. And you can see Jiro kind of trying to prevent them from doing it. He saw, you know, the opportunity they were going for and trying to aggress for the ball, and he threw a super towards it. But Bowmines, they don't even want it in the corner. They just stick Bowmines on the ball in the mid, and they're just going to chill here. 35 seconds on the clock, and Chasmac Gaming are not in a good position to take this one. Splash down the right-hand side, though, from Chaos through that drop of base, and now he picks up the left. Good pinch coming through. The Bowmines are there. The bait out is as well, though. Jiro getting the ball. Not going to get stunned either. Now he wants this break, but knockback comes in from Semantic. No stun along with it, as he's going to be using that slow down star power. 15 seconds on the clock. They're in a good position, but say hello to the Twisters. Say hello to some Bowmines in a second. Good game. See you later, Chasmac.
I mean, yeah, I feel like they kind of let them be in this position, you know what I mean? Like, they could have avoided any of that. They could have forced SK to go on the aggressive, but instead, yeah, a bit of a choke earlier on. I think the good news for Chasmac is that they show that they can score those. I mean, they didn't show they could score that, but they can get in situations where they can score them. Now we have to actually see that happening. But first game of Brawl going the way of SK. Let's see if Chasmac have learned from their mistakes. And I mean, early on, Rama and Ikeo straining each other out on the right-hand side.
Jiro gets his 3K shot now as well, and Honeycoat along with it. Little Bowmines being baited out. Now Rattled Hive, which I don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of. I always think that Honey Molasses is just better. Whether you're going to be tanking a shot from a Gale or something like that, it usually pays off more. Gia making a sly move down that left-hand side, getting the kill as well. Bowman going to be just evaded on the top side by Janet, and Gia falling low with a pinch now, but it looks like Rama's just not pinching down. No communication there in the bottom left, and Jiro's going to fall down because of it.
Yeah, a nice pick up there, and Ikeo's getting a lot of value of those shots. Navi is going to be trying to buy some time on the right-hand side. Maybe a bit of a blunder there from SK, actually. I was going to say, just leaving the left-hand side quite open to a 1v2. Gia is going to be very low HP. Bull is going to be cornered up, and here are the mines. They don't even need the lead to corner up the ball and mine them.
But I honestly do think they need the lead. You know, if it goes to overtime, then this is a Chasmac Gaming comp that can win an overtime game, and Samantha coming in with a knockback now. Doesn't hit Rama, but hits Navi with around 650 damage. Super there from Navi as well, but that one wall blocking off Guille. Rama's got the fly. Honestly, just go in, bait the mines out, fly out, and then you'll have opened up the world for your team. Wouldn't have been the worst idea. Jiro got his 3K though, and they're choosing to play it passive. They're okay with this. They don't mind the entire map being opened up, but now they're just going to be cautious that SK Gaming don't take advantage of their misplaced non-aggression.
The
misplaced non-aggression. I've just created a phrase as well, straight on the spot like that.
I'm not sure what it means, but I mean, I'm down to see how this one plays out. Kills with the kill onto Rama. Could be the opening that SK need. Now he's low HP as well. Does get his super just in time to win the matchup against Guille, and Kills nearly falls to him as well. Cementing with some good dodges is gonna be able to get the kill onto Rama. 15 seconds left though until overtime, and yeah, as we already mentioned, that is something that is going to be favorable to Chasmac when it comes to the draft. But a good final push here from SK, just as the walls go down, could be exactly what they need. The pass forward is there, but no one really to catch the ball. It's going to be an interesting approach as Rama is quite low HP. Garo should be cornering up the ball here, will do just that. Has a super to slow things down as well as a charge shot. Gia finds a kill onto Navi. Super connects, but the charge shot doesn't, and Garo falls. Rama is incredibly low HP. The pass to Gia, that is going to be the goal, and SK Gaming will take the set in the end.
I'm just going to go out there and say, I mean, Chasmac, they brought that on themselves. I mean, one way or another they did, because they even thought that they could, you know, take on that kind of comp and didn't have to worry about it, or they didn't see it coming. it's only one of those two things. And, you know, it was frustrating for me because I'm watching it and I'm just thinking, this is not something new. We've seen SK doing this all year long, and they keep doing it because it works. Until you ban away those Gale ideas, I don't think they would have picked Bo if they hadn't picked Gale. I think it's just like doubling down on the same strategy. And they're not going to stop doing it because, again, it gets some good success rates. And it felt just a bit of a backstep for me because Chasmac had shown that they were starting to adapt to that same sort of strategy, that same idea. And we saw what was one of my most enjoyable games of Brawl Ball that I've seen all year in the BSC. It was so intense and so exciting to watch because a lot of those brawlers were out of the mix. Well, now they were back in the mix, and that's the results of it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I kind of enjoyed the way SK played it. I will say it's not enjoyable to watch, but they played it right. You know, like
exactly.
They played it how they need to play it.
It
and
works.
you can't blame them for it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I'll be the first person to, you know, point it out, laugh about it. But if it works, it works. And if teams aren't taking it away from them, why would they not keep on doing it and keep on winning because of it? And Chasmac obviously made the mistake of allowing that kind of thing to come through. And the overtime positioning of the ball was just too aggressive from SK for Crazy to be able to do anything about it, regardless of having that beat, that griff. And Janet even as well in overtime pretty much outranges a lot of what SK have got. They just weren't able to do anything because SK were in the prime range.
Yeah, it just felt to me like, I don't know, I wanted to have some hope with the Chasmac gaming comp. I think it still had some legs, but a couple of, you know, yeah, like you mentioned before during the cast, some gadgets that I felt like were just a little bit misplaced. Breath of Hive, it kind of shows that they're experimenting with some ideas. It can help you get out of a pretty gnarly kind of defensive position, but when you're coming down those left or right hand sides, placing down the honey molasses, it makes a big difference in how your opposition can really navigate through those bushes, and we just kind of didn't see that. But anyway, Ring of Fire up next for Hot Zone. Teddy brands are in, Janet banned, Otis banned, and Bonnie banned by SK for Chasmac Gaming EU. The Bell, the Carl, and the Squeak first pick of B.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, guys, I don't even know if we should watch this one, because it's been only 3-1s pretty much so far, you know, besides a couple games here and there. And right now, I'm telling you, this is gonna be a 3-1 here for SK Gaming, but let's let the draft speak for itself, as the reaction to that B is gonna be Penny again, which I find quite interesting. I mean, I feel like it does have some decent chances against the B, obviously taking Honey Molasses somewhat out of the equation as well, at least as a, you know, reflex pop gadget to survive a shot sort of thing. But Max is a product that I do like a lot here. I think it provides a lot of value, just the quick reset back into the action, the retake ability of the mid, a lot of value of that Max pick, and one that I really welcome on Ring of Fire.
So you're making up words as well.
I was gonna
Retakeability. It's easy to do, I will say, and I love it. I make up some Brawl words. Absolutely love it. Poco going to be the next pick from Chasmac Gaming EU. And it's solid. I think it can out-heal a lot of the damage that Max can do unless you see, you know, the wiggles that Chasmac are going to be doing not paying off. I think it's solid. Now they've got that mixture of that range, the ability to slow down, the Poco and the Amber to top it off as well. I like what they've brought to the table here, but I just think they've got to be cautious about that explosive push coming in from the Max, which might take them by storm.
I feel like with the Max here, I mean, I don't want to say GG, but it is such a big deciding factor on Ring of Fire, having it. You know, the Penny as well, it's going to be a nuisance, and more often than not, teams won't even bother trying to get it taken down. They'll just kind of leave it and try and work around it, and I just kind of don't know whether that's going to work out in Chasmac's favor. The Amber, you know, it's definitely going to have its moments if you get position power, if you can burn down some of that bush. The B absolutely is going to pack a sting. The Lu, though, for SK, I think it's a really underrated brawler here, one that's really good, very strong, at just kind of having those delay tactics in play. I mean, they're going to have the ability to not just shut down the zone when they're going to be going down and not necessarily present to contest it, but they've also got the speed with the Max to be able to come in really, really quickly to be able to contest it. I think they've got the better comp.
Yeah, I think there might even have been a slight missed opportunity to go Max Poco for SK, which I think is incredibly threatening on Ring of Fire. I mean, they're the pros. They probably know better, but let's find out how it goes down. I feel like both sides stand a chance. I think Poco is really strong on Ring of Fire, but so is Max, and it's, I think, going to be more about how the Max is played out there in the mid. Now we're getting some pretty good value overall. Rama should be getting shut down there. Yeah, eventually Semantic does take him out, and nearly a team wipe here as IKEO does struggle a little bit, but the barrel is going to help him survive. that engagement. Rama gets absolutely melted, and so far, a pretty alright start here for SK.
Well, which one of you ever said it might be a GG? This is looking exactly like it was because he puts his hand up next to me. Speed available from Gear as well as a super from Semantic thrown down straight in the choke point. Left-hand side, Navi's coming out with the super, making his presence known, but not getting any value whatsoever off it. Semantic trying to get some shots in, finishes him off as well, and got another super. He's going to throw it down. Rama's going to be stuck in the middle of nowhere, skating on ice, and that's surely going to be the game if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, this is looking incredible for SK Gaming, and I honestly don't even think the draft is like that one-sided, but it's a lot of elements that SK are like comfortable with, and Chasmac really struggling to find any answers just yet. Some good value overall from Rama, but that loose super is gonna again make the mid completely unplayable for Chasmac. SK back in the zone, and Semantic, despite being low, will survive that engagement. SK nearly at the finish line here, nearly at a match point.
Yeah, good stuff from Chasmac now, getting some pressure back, but it's instantly pinched in now by Chaos up the top side, getting some shots in from out of nowhere. As far as Chasmac are thinking, but shots come in. The tank on the salty barrel, Giro falls, 10% left, and SK Gaming going to tie off right here. Super down from Lou. Match point coming up next.
One more game here is all it takes for SK Gaming. Chasmac under pressure now, but yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like the draft is that one-sided, but yeah, what do I know? What do I know?
No, I agree with you, to be honest. I think the Poco's a great pick. It's just I feel they're feeding a lot of Semantic super early on when they're playing so heavily down the mid like this, instead of kind of just playing lanes and pinching in. We're seeing the Poco even taking a penny lane now for some reason, and that's just going to surely provide an early super to Chaos, and then it's going to rain down into the mid and give them even more control, but a much better start from Chasmac, as they're actually taking the lead in percentage for the first time this set.
Yeah, it's a very small lead, one that is not going to last for very long here, it seems like. Get forced to phase shift out of that situation. Now we're going to go for a burn, not going to find a connection, but we'll remove a couple bushes if that is going to help. Maybe it was a little bit of value here and there. Overall, Chasmac back in the lead, a bit wider one now as well, but there is finally that loose super that's going to give absolutely free access to the mid here for Gia to just get a couple more percentages off. Lead back in favor of SK Gaming for the time being. And right now, Rama, I think, needs to find some more value with that Poco pick. Now he does get the connection onto Semantic, actually. The kill goes through, and that man advantage is going to keep Chasmac very competitive here. This is at least looking much better here for Chasmac.
I mean, Rama's just eating shots down the right-hand side, but he's taking a lot of the pressure off the person who's actually playing the objective in the mid, and Giro, who's now actually doing a pretty solid job overall. Navi coming in and getting some damage on Gia, keeping them low constantly, whereas they're going to have these Poco heals behind them. Stadnin still now getting hit by the mortar, and now this is where SK reclaim that mid portion of the map and get some percentage on the board for themselves. Another turret in hands by Chaos as well, if his goes down, which is just so unlikely. He's going to be able to place down another. The turret gets a kill onto the Poco, brings him down. SK are in the lead. Now he's close to being stunned. He gets stunned, gets taken down. Semantic's got a super as well, and this has surely got to be it for Chasmac, as SK have just established control, established all supers, a salty barrel in the mix as well, and 15% to close it out.
Yeah, I think you were absolutely spot on earlier, Trav. It's about not feeding that Lou and his super. And he wasn't being fed for the most part of this game, and that made it very competitive. But towards the end, he was able to really pop off and shine and get that value in the end and just shut things down. Beautiful stuff there from SK, and a very, very solid and fun draft to close things out.
I just think that if you're going to pick B first, I want to see more from it. You know, that was the thing from the side of SK, that they were very cautious to not feed too much into that and apply a lot of the max speed to counter that. So when the slows were connecting, it was just kind of like not necessarily too much of a threat. Obviously, there was a couple of 3Ks along the way, but I just loved the combination of those three brawlers on the side of SK. I felt like it was a very, very smart draft, and I just didn't feel like Chasmac had much of a chance. There was that glimmer, you know, in the middle of things, and we kind of thought maybe, but as soon as the walls came crumbling, I mean, the whole lot came down, and it was a very, very strong finish by SK, and a very clean scoreline to match it. I mean, the stats, yeah.
One kill.
So I wanted to see more from the comp. I mean, B packs the sting. I can understand why they wanted to value it so much in the draft, but I just felt like as soon as the max came in, it just changed the entire picture.
I mean, I don't think it matters about changing pitch with a 19 SK KD. I think that pretty much paints the picture itself. SK Gaming walking away with this one in hot zone. You know, looking at 40k damage, how do you do one kill? Like, you're clearly just not playing as a team, or you're not getting these finishing blows. They managed to heal up 27,000 themselves, but SK have, you know, near enough healed 33,000, leaving only 7k damage on the map.
I mean, you know, with the poker in general, like, you don't necessarily need the most kills, and hear me out, that's you guys smiling.
Yeah.
Hear me out. You don't necessarily need the most kills, it's more about, you know, how quickly you can reset and get back in the mix, and, well, your opponents need to heal up, so it doesn't really matter if you get the kill in the end. But this is just too much, you know? Like, that is just way too drastic, and I would say I'm shocked by how many percentages Chasmac were able to get, considering they got one kill in that entire set.
I love how Teddy's sugarcoating this, but the way I see it is that you've got a Poco whose job it is to heal, but you've got less heals than SK, and also that many, you know, I mean, survivability being the key factor that Poco brings to the table, and there was none of it. I mean, the ideas that Chasmac tried to put together didn't look so bad on paper, I think, but by the end of it, nothing kind of worked, although it potentially should have done.
I mean, it might honestly just be the execution, because, you know, me and Teddy, we said before the game, we didn't think the comp was that bad. Like, I don't mind the Poco, you know, bring it in, and actually do some heals might help. But but to be honest, I thought the comp was decent. And, you know, other sets that they lost as well, I think the comps were decent. In Brawl Ball, the same. They kind of just playing SK's game today, and that was their issue.
I think that, to me, sums it up exactly that, yeah. I think against a team like SK, you can really ruffle them a bit. If they start to get an idea that you know what's going on, you know, then they kind of become a little bit more, you know, reckless sometimes, a little bit less themselves, less kind of able to stay composed, and you can prey on that. But as long as they get the feeling that you're still feeding into their trap, then that kind of feeds their ego, and we see games like that just so dominant. And, you know, again, SK looking on top of the world. You know, 3 wins to 0 losses. They're doing a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I do feel like they gave away some freebies too. You know, that first set was kind of like, I don't know, man. It's already rare to bring a Dynamite in competitive, but when it's like with 0 synergy or support, it's just very questionable. And it was not a surprise that that set didn't go their way. I think they made some other mistakes here and there. Like, I mean, Brawl again, you know, kind of giving away a lot to SK and letting them play their own game. And despite that, still standing a chance. I don't think it was a terrible performance from Chasmac. If you remove some of the blunders and of the big problems, I think this could have gone all the way to 5th set. But it didn't. No, but it's the truth, though, right? Like, there were those blunders, and some of them, especially that Dynamite. Like, I'm all down to say, like, you can play Dynamite without trolling in, you know,
I'm not.
In rare circumstances, with a proper setup, with a proper strategy. That did not feel like that. And if they managed to, you know, take that set, which I think until then they had a pretty decent draft. Like, it wasn't like it was a desperate draft and they were just like, oh, they lost this one either way. I think they had a pretty decent draft, and it would have been a very different story. We might be casting set 5 right now.
So in my opinion, the problems with, you know, Chasmac today were draft. But that's just me. Anyway, let's take a look at the leaderboards now that are on the way as well to see how things are shaping up to be, because we've had quite a serious knock-on effect now as to how things are going. Reply Totem still riding high and mighty, but not far in front of SK Gaming. Got the exact same win-to-loss ratio. Tribe Gaming EU in 3rd. That was where they started the day, so they haven't shifted around just yet. But Navi have gone up now into 4th, and that was where we saw Chasmac Gaming sitting. So that loss today bumped them down just a little notch. Mystic Esports EU rather in 6th position, which is where we saw Navi start the day. FA Panna Fresh, though, still in 7th. Team Queso now still in 8th. And the main thing to be concerned about there is the fact that it's still the same positions, but the losses are extending and less time to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, I think... apologies for that, I just kind of interrupted you there, took what you were saying, but I think it's kind of, we're getting a much more even spread of who's actually winning. We had 4 people on 2 and 1 in the middle of the day, and obviously we're kind of going to have this, but it's like we're getting an even spread. And in my opinion, I predict the end of the season to be this top 4. And I said it at the start as well, this is who I would say are the top 4 teams in this league phase. And I'd have said these are the teams who probably will progress even from now with the performances they're bringing, with the performances that the bottom 4 are bringing. I can see these 4 just going forward, and you know, regardless of when they're facing each other, I think it's hard to see these 4 losing a game against the bottom 4 from now.
Yeah, what a risk you took with that prediction.
I mean, I'm just saying, you know, it's like...
No, but I agree, though. So far, I think that the leaderboard makes a lot of sense, really. I would argue that maybe Team Queso could be like just a little bit higher than dead last, you know? Just from what I expect from them, even though they have been struggling, like, you know, teams like Mystic that are still very new to like this level of competitive are doing better than him, which, like, I mean, Panna Fresh, Team Queso, they have such experienced players that have been competing for forever in the competitive scene, and so far have been letting us down a little bit. So I'm hoping to see some more from that bottom side of the leaderboard, you know, in the rest of the week. But so far they haven't shown the most signs of life, and that top 4 is looking pretty strong. I think until now it's looking a bit more clear-cut as well than in Season 1.
Yeah, I agree. I think Team Queso is unusual to see them down there at the bottom. Let's check out tomorrow's schedule as well, or rather Thursday's schedule, to see who is going to be facing up against 2 and kind of where things might be shaping up even more. So our first matchup will be Navi versus Mystic Esports EU. Interesting one for sure. Reply Totem versus Chasmac Gaming EU is match number 2. FA Panna Fresh will take on Team Queso. Oh, I've been waiting for what show that was going to happen, actually, of course, with those roster changes being directly impacted. We've kind of seen, you know, Team Queso struggling. FA Panna Fresh, though, also struggling throughout the challenge days as well. SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming EU. My word, there are some absolute bangers there, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, that final match is just an amazing one that always offers great entertainment and competitivity.
You guys just keep making it worse. It's all good. I'm writing them down as we go.
It's been a long week. It's been a long week. We're only Tuesday, but it's been a long week already. But as you said, we will have a Spanish team winning a match in 2 days, which I'm excited for. I want to see some success from them, and we're sure to see some.
Well, you know, it only took until day 4 to see a Spanish team win, but no, the winners in our eyes from the very beginning are Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Got to give a huge thank you to them again for putting on what an incredible year it has been, for everything that they've been able to provide for us to bring the best of Europe together with the MENA region. And it's been a joy to cast them along your sides. Maybe not today, maybe next time. But nonetheless, you know, in Season 1, we saw a phenomenal amount of you know, progression with a lot of these teams, and we're seeing it again in Season 2. But you know, I don't know which I'm more excited for, and honestly, in terms of games in day 4. Whether it's for a Spanish team to finally get a win, whether it's the classic SK versus Tribe Gaming EU. I mean, there's so much going on.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think today as well we've been, you know, laughing a lot and maybe even slightly, you know, exaggerating towards some of the teams and their performances. But I think it's going to be very important day 4 with, I mean, a massive match, SK Tribe, and the bottom of the leaderboard being potentially switched around a little bit, you know, because suddenly one of those teams between, you know, Team Queso could end up, for example, being tied up with 5th and 6th and really have some more opportunities around that area. So I think it's going to be a really crucial day, at least to determining what to expect for the rest of the season. As so far, I mean, it's gone pretty much as expected. So I'm excited to maybe see some, you know, changes around in that leaderboard.
Well, mark it in your calendars, guys. That day being the 20th of October, of course, Thursday, same time, 6:45 CEST. Do not miss it. Some absolutely incredible matches still to come. It's been a fantastic day here. Today is going to be a fantastic one again on Thursday. We will see you all very, very shortly. From myself, from Trav, from Teddy, and everyone here at production, it's goodbye for now.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this time, look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah.